powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you're denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you're denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
More than 2,000 people die every year from road accidents in Ghana. Apart from these 2,000 people that die, another close to 15,000 are left with injuries. Some they can't walk ever again. Some they can't handle anything with their hands. They have their hands cut off due to accidents. And these accidents are caused mainly by bad roads, carelessness on the part of drivers. You and I being careless on our roads leads to so many deaths, so many fatalities. It's about time we make road safety part of our daily livelihoods. The practice of road safety, abiding by the rules and regulations, and also allowing the police to enforce their laws. Police, enforce your laws wholeheartedly without bending the rules to suit Tom, Dick, or Harry. Road accidents are killing every day. I keep saying it that the seriousness we attach to prevention of COVID-19, if we attach that same seriousness to the prevention of road accidents, we will reduce our accidents rate by more than 50%. My name is Bice Osekofo. Dodona Frame Obuo. Tie Papa Driver. Tie Mr. Passenger. Tie Motor Rider. Yen famo yen home buying. Afe wote kren wo woka mu a memfa mentena woka sti achi no monsa a sign bruni friend accident. Do the right thing, save a life.
Yes guys, welcome back to my YouTube channel. My name is Rosemond Brown. So today I'll give you a little tour into my personal life. So I've been saving for quite some time and I have 10 ways that I save more money on a monthly basis. So today I'll be sharing with you those 10 things that you can also do to also save more money on a monthly basis. But before I go into the video, if you are new here, please don't forget to click on the subscribe button and turn on notifications so that you don't miss anything that I post on this channel. Don't forget to also give this video a thumbs up if you enjoy it. Let's go straight into the video. So the very first thing that I do to save more money on a monthly basis is to budget. Now, I know how much I'm getting on a monthly basis, so I also need to plan for that money, and that's where budgeting comes in. If you want to know more about budgeting, I'll leave a video here that you can click on it to budget, and also leave an Excel sheet that I did that you can also use the format to also budget. But to make this more practical, what you can do is you can use the envelope budgeting style. So what that is you can get as many envelopes as you want, let's say 5 or 10. Then you label it according to your expenses that you've written down. Let's say clothing, envelope 1. Let's say makeup, envelope 2. Let's say your groceries, envelope 3. So what that does is, if you have allocated 100 cedis to your groceries, you put that money in the envelope. So once you're going out to buy groceries, you can just take that particular money and go and use it. So once you see that the money keeps dropping, then it can give you a mental picture of where you need to cut it down. So if, for example, you budgeted 100 cedis for hangout, and the very first week, take 50 cedis out. The next week, if you're going, there will 50 cedis left in the envelope. So you know that that's my allocation for my hangout left for the month. So it gives you a mental picture of where your money is going and what you have done with your money. So it helps you track your expenses as well. So you try the envelope budgeting style as well. Now, the second thing that I do is to make savings automatic. What do I mean? So I have a standing order on my account. So a standing order is simply an instruction to your bank to move a certain amount of money from your bank account to, let's say, an investment account at a specified period. So one thing that I do is, once I'm paid, my standing order hits the same day that I'm paid. So once I get my salary, everything, or almost everything, but my allocation for my investment goes away. So in my mind, I don't even have that money in the first place because that money has been taken away into my investment account. Try that too, and to help you save a lot once you make savings and investment automatic. Now, the third thing that you need to do to save more money is to have an accountability buddy. Now, I have a friend that I consult if I want to make some expenditures. I ask the person, okay, what do you think about it? What do you think about this? So that helps you to make or get a second opinion about the things you want to buy or the things you want to get. Now, if you have that person that you trust, you can do that, and to help you get a second opinion and to help you make better decisions, get an accountability buddy. If you don't have one, you can hit me up. I'll be your accountability buddy for a week, just for a month. Now, the fourth thing that you can do to save more money is to remove your card details from the online shopping portals. Now, one thing I've realized is, if you have to type your card details every time you buy something new, it sometimes becomes a roadblock for you. So it becomes like tedious. You need to type in this card details every time you want to withdraw or you want to buy something online. Just put your card details in those very few websites. The more you have your card still online, the more the temptation for you to spend, because it's easy for you to just click on pay, then your money is gone. So start removing the card details that you have online, and it help you save more money. Now, the fifth thing that you can do to save more money is to write your shopping list down. Now, it will amaze you how many people don't go out or go to shop without having a shopping list. I used to do that a lot, but now anytime I go out to buy anything, I have a shopping list that I go according to. So if I know that I don't need this, I don't buy it. trust me, to save you a lot of money. If you also, anytime you want to go and buy stuff, put the list down, and if possible, go with cash. Don't go with card, because once you go with your Visa card, and you know that okay, once I buy it, I can even have the money to pay for it. You will end up buying more than you actually need. So sometimes go with cash and to save you a lot of money consistently. Now that will really lead into my 6th point, saying that you need to also cut down on your food expenditures or your hangout expenditures. Especially for us, the youth, we end up staying out so much or going out so many times, and we spend so much on hangouts and places like that. Start cutting down on all of those things, and trust me, you save a lot of money on a consistent basis. Now, the 7th point, which is, it's what I do, is I save on fuel cost. How do I do this? I go to work early and I come back late, so I miss out on a lot of traffic. So I end up saving fuel cost. You can also do that if you have your own car. That will also help you out. Go early, avoid the traffic, come back late if you can, if your neighborhood is safe, and you can also save a lot of money. Now, the 8th thing that you can do is to invest in quality. Now, anything that you want to buy, get quality. Now, if you choose quantity over quality, you might end up having to buy the thing multiple times in your clothing, in your gadgets, in your accessories, everything. Just buy quality stuff. And once you buy, you don't have to spend money on replacements and repairs and stuff like that. It will save you so much money if you buy quality. Now, the 9th thing that you need to do, which I call the rule stuff, or the 9th and 10th will be more of rules. Now, the 9th rule will be have a 10-second rule, or a 24-hour rule, or a 30-day rule. Let me break it down. Now, if you want to buy something, let's say you go to the shopping center and you want to buy something, when you pick it up, have a 10-second and think about it. Do I really need this thing? If not, put it back down. Now, for 24 hours, if you have maybe a medium decision I need to take, expenditure I need to take, sleep over it. So if after 24 hours, the thing is still pressing for you, they know they can actually go for it because it's a need that you want. The 30-day period just says that wait on the item for 30 days. If you can, then if it's still pressing after 30 days, then you know that you actually need it. But you can also decide to do a 2-week rule instead of 30 days. You can do 14 days or 21 days. But I recommend a 30-day period for you. Now, the final point that I want to leave with you is to have designated days or particular weeks that you said, okay, this week I'm not buying anything, so expenditure freezes for a particular week by a particular day. Trust me, I do this sometimes. I'm like, okay, this week I'm not buying anything that I don't need. I'm not even buying anything at all. Then I know that, okay, this week I'm saving money. And trust me, if you do this constantly, you might see that some little adjustment that you make in your lifestyle help you save so much money down the line. So that's it, guys. 10 ways that you can also save more money that I do, that I think it can also help you to save more money on a consistent basis. If you found this video informative, please don't forget to click on the like button. Subscribe if you are new here so you don't also miss anything that I post on this channel by turning on the notifications. And also don't forget to comment below on what you also do to save more money on a constant basis. I'm happy to hear and learn from you so that we can also together grow and enjoy the financial independence that we all seek. Thank you so much for your support, and I'll see you soon. Vamos.
Seller nipa 121 in the womb. She should be a bit too conny say, be nine conny say, Busafiano, Esuya and Woma. Ah, and nay, we Pia wa passy, as I'm so no swat or Tron prison. Abusafiano, who Pia, what may I say? Opus of secondary school. What was secondary schools means a beer won't empress on the farm. No cray.
So when it G you do Nasa Unyanka crime check a bushako no the best says
over subscribe Nasa o subscribe we are
Adoma bi won chen
me aso
sene be ya
dwumetie biara ya de beto ono
on sabeka
na won so wetimi ahwebi
our passion we that we dey help with the change
21st clinic say eba sciatica no every usisimu kono a woto ase ho no ntirina fa usirem ekosi wo na ase ho no ebo betimi atutu ama wo ankasa wo hu ba bia enye enti 21st clinic wo mo na ye sciatica expert e wo Ghana ha wo mo de bibiduro so ho bibiduro ankasa ene besa o yade no masa de machine aka ho yade bibiduro ka ho ne asa de wato machine so ya san ya o massage bi ye wi a herbal treatment yade awono ama wo sciatica 21st clinic na ye expert a wo tu ase Ghana ha ba bia wo mo ho enkran domi market wo ho heavy do dan ni mo ho ena kuma senso ahia uduru session so wo mo na nie dwabo so wo mo ho so nyane ni wenchi ni ba bia nkranza 0540 311 311 0540 311 311. There's a 21st clinic. Woman is sciatica expert.
Etiefo, a make trading enterprise and saswa ka won bi omo se ope provisions niama emo anwa esichiri chese adibia ye dibia a make trading enterprise benye biama enye no nkwanso se ope semina ye di siniama ni ye di gware anampo se ope so utọ de kwache obi enye tutumrikai na ko a make trading enterprise na kwaje wodie niama ne boye for na Accra price and so hwehwe won e kira kwan e wo Kaswa Old Barrier ubitimi afra won e wa homatwe for yi so 0545 822-773. Make trading enterprise and now cost action is our priority.
Massacre, Aswadiami enina. Some money I'm enina. Oh, Nabani I'm enina. Some money I'm enina. Hey, me hunya mintino. Hey, me no me huntino. Hey, kwani sembe bebe. Ewudie bebe. Trust bebe. Raping the defilement yo. Any money won't get yo. Aiding and betting. Oh, now for sana for Cuvantino. Dana me Jimmy D. That you trust me and talk a sentino. Dana ye mommy D. Me no money na some shishia. Atumini nsanwunu kwa aswadi abodi ebu abrosai enwa nadame ye mawufo tumifo mante kofante esumo edrumi o akwentimfi mama mi bobo me decide ma beda prison my yari sa without reason kwedu ade bomb me no ye treason ye treason kobrane ma beti keti Tsunami nye juma biya sisi ame bahai misiansa ni juma morning devotion na software futu ni offices chira pano na mamehu titi atimpono massacre oh aswadi ami enina some money ami di enina oh Nabani ami enina. Some money I'm enina. Me hunya mintino. Ma fire suntino. Na minim nyame kra. Na mi webu fopa. Na minim nyame kra. Na minya butrakra na femi Mr. Free me de me nimbo ni free me de me hoto malam nya konfoso ene edisifoso na so ni nyina ankosiaga ene me na ya chimi sanyame ya madum na me fi prison happy ya me kofia kobo brapa na mafana sam na kachire wiase amansa nyina se massacre oh I say she prison one then on ya grow say the hotela na le bon ho blow e ho ntimi ya ma wala kasepe wo ho se wo fe na wasilimpa fane dama wala tu wala sempa ya ne dama Some mama can you know your reality. You're very, very careful, no lose your liberty. Salah. I saw the army, you know. Some money, I'm you know. Oh, I want you know. Some money, you know. Let's stop the evil doing and tell a new name. Queen!
Brain Productions.
You are chief asan Bamuchen BM Crime Check Foundation. You may dear Yenina, ye name Yatunidin said time with a prisoner. Nene Abranti Abeka and Sano or your ex-convict, a ex-convict. Yenina yenu anama won akọ efiase a won apiaba na abranti your friend Abu Safiano Yahaya na baby a me hwe ni din afri ni BC results na o asem a emodu a ode eba abedon yen na yebekọ ne ho na yakọ akotie na before say yebekọ ne ho no ene Black Lens Ventures for say where we university, where we senior high school, where we junior high school. Now we need a brabisuan camera and editing. Na omudi ho akotin pa obabisuan. Oma suti me boa me ate asese enkwada bone sem ko hwan juma no odi ne se do ba bia e kom any parental neglect obro ne beka se na wofo a won anya emre anhwe no ntino enkwala boye enkwala bone sem kakra eye kejeti ahonom no eye obi twam no matime hwem ne bi sa chese no ya kwala bone ena ye che no ede no ejele no Kumasi Central Prison ye ma ne 12 years eso onkotwa na onsesa onya kwala pa na abranti na sama ode enam aye enika ne se ye nyina nim se Ghana Prison Service, Brenebeka say core mandate the reformation and rehabilitation of prisoners into a prisoner. Now, but that prisoner on be mounted to pa. Na wupia wait me do abraba ye bibi papa. Na abrantie Safiani no boni na chini nyina boni nketenkete na odi ye chini nyina. O se David. Ya cheme akọ prison kra na mede mabrabo be bibi papa. Enti enipa pii nim Ghana, you 44 prisons, and the prisons in the more educational centers wo ho. When you bring up a young rabbit messia, what person BC wo ho crowd bit me atro, and now SSC will have it matro. Into a boost of yan, a cotron so he. Emma or passe fe. Na or passe yano, and check and a prison ho ye no. I say on coffee. Na okitan results si epese otwa school so a secondary schools me ensa wakọ no e science omo hu se ofri efiase abanti no omo se omo nje no sa na ode ato yanim epese ye hu se Ghana ha emre bi wo ha e kire se uko prison na akọchoro nso hwe uko reform mo ekobo abrabo tenene na upie kita okrata sei na upese odo abrabo no kwa animu emre bi wo ha e kire se debi ye nyi usuku enti konenam na bokro no ana eno ne yepese yebisa na saasem we na se yetinsem bi esi Achimota Secondary School yeso obi ayi ne ti rasta enti school ne se wonje no enye ho na ye ko yepese yehu se yenua no mo a won apie free fiase ebi na omo eton ade o foto o machi ya na ebi nso so won akosuku na secondary schools bi se wonje wo yenko Abu Safiano ho ni misa no di si yenti a wako secondary schools miensa ebia wo mo se wako fiase nti wo mo enje no etisen me pacho na me ando yo am se ready be na otwemi and odo asem to mani se unia ba no am se no so free na bronco chana oho na wo ho na me man wo me anga se mu le mo na bronco then na we ya edo call Kumasi Central Prison the amount 12 years we ya then pacho ya bomb robbery attempt charge se ma hwemo bi ba Kushim will be bad. I won and say yet. And I, sir, any amount of years,
but you're 12 years.
12 years. Now, when I'm going to cry, if you say, time our sister catch me, say, who call prison, who could swing a dear. My dream, you know, cry. You didn't say the Kumasi Central Prison at here, it's a for more share, Kumasi Central Prison. My koha, meaning the way a whole I am Mabua Faso. Na Yadoa Koho. Just a Ukupi ho cry. I dreamed you want to point, why have been in your set Kusia dear. Na Yinway Yakusia, then Ebana Sena. I didn't see until I saw Busia dear.
My country, you see, and he said, no cover from it. Now, yet take a rim or cover flower, a rim out. It's a rim one to change the band, and I say, oh, God. I'm sure I know school, and I'm saying, I know, say, Sadia, my person bed, Baba school, and I'm the tomb say, I'm about 51 and I'm chassis.
It is a prison, honor, or more facility do how person we see there. Educational facility go ha ubetime so ade
yes school dine one room GHS for ha and SHS for here
now yes ubesu ade
sir
enti usu ade for how many years and sana ultima cultural BC
I do usu ade for
2 years na time and now that prison you know say the prison aduanete you know say they are chirete any ade we know say amount 12 years into no sebe cultural exam no kra na u pass ya unya MPA and so still lokusu an wo cultural ade ade na e pushi wo e ma se chenchena o ha we nyina echi na mesu ade
acho de medicine say e nya me pa say e dabino usmiti me de me say simibo aga say safiano me ami ani tina ma me de ma adwene me se lokusu wo ma kwa kusu ade na dabino pie ba bontia me timanya bi ma papa bi dai I am
so Ben and now,
Pacho number cell 1.
Cell 1. Number do is
121.
121. Yes. Now, well, I think I said that there be a cano congestion. I wore Ghana, your prisons, prisons in a buffaso. Now, her cell in Nipa 121 and a dem. Now, Branty, I know maybe no my bonny be yinim. Oh, when you are branded, I want to meet my brabo, ye baby papa. So when you saw a day who be now, person ye baby papa, Emma wa braba, a year, ubit my seller, nipa 121 in the womb. She should be a bit too conny say, be night conny say, Busafiano, Esuya and woman. Ah, and nay, we Pia wa passy, as I'm so no swat or throwing prison her. Abusafiano. Results by now we try English language 3, social studies 2. Religious and moral education 4, mathematics 3, integrated science 2, information and communication technology 3, Asante Tree 3, and pre-tech 3.
Manage semanya bibisa. Is an air woman if you say, Person school, a cocoa drain when I'm baby in particular with that.
Now, one a chairman, a prison officer, and I say, inmates na bina a teacher for.
Patrol subject in the inmates na. But other 2 subjects do an officer being an lecture.
The subjects in the book are a prison for na been a
chair, more now.
It been so hard prison officers have a chair. Yes. Yo. Now, who pay for prison what time then?
Actually, pay for prison on 16 December 2020.
2020, and it's essential that December, Now, say about 12 years, you jail 2016. Yes. The ban is saying, and 2020, what pay?
My patrol, on the 7th June 2020, I'm papa a car baby. Tina, I was say a year no, a quote, sitting, which only could sim. I'm a bound and besides as a piano, and about my penny or him.
When I papa bear my penny,
and about more Mrs. Tower, I mean, I never bear my penny. Besides, so and it is or them. And I
told when the business says Safiano, I bear my penny or when it's
I am in a bar.
Una bar. Okay, nay then.
Obisa man is now. yeah, nti man provide me nti no some you do also me amamra do also me I was say me wo ansa no matima aye nti no mo ye no no jai etwa eno no ejai say me ban say me yetima ye sa ne man nti no mo ye sa ne man treasure we na me na frɛ ni nia e banti ne me wo fa ena ori tu ni to ori tu na ni na no fa a friend man and man is got 6,000 nanas. I know the baby dear Chiana and Uncle Pado.
Because one at the beginning were changes only appeal, Omoko court, no more appeal here. And you will not Omoko, papa, mamma, don't see your papa answer.
Almost see answer and me back. By now, your tradition, you are, I was saying, once in the time.
Okay, but the members have a tradition, no peace, and you know, or has said. Upie wa me ate ase se opese o secondary school wa ko secondary schools me ensa e bia won empese on be fa secondary school dey kan ko secondary school be
pa jo me dey kan ko Awe senior high
Awe
Awe
senior high ai wa hin
e wona brongo to su me papa so de menkrata no ko from BC
senior high and also
e hono and so from BC and from BC and after that no call no man pin no sad ba Sunday ma Sunday ma senior high and technical hono to no almost say almost me na BC anya
I did no almost no almost mutimi nye bibi saa omutimi nye bibi saa sen
omutimi family school mo say placement near from Accra intimi pesi place me dia pa member GS e wa Accra saa no mo ka che
that's all resources so na ke come 16 enye bad saa
headmaster no even before say member me sa ko our headmaster no egu teaching no say on there ne person ko be fan ba wontimi ne en family so family bia no no fidi na dwuma asema ye de dia
ofawa obenya asem
tano
meba
asem
enyina so benti na o se onfa no ofawa obenya asem
o see placement no students are being placed from Accra and want to be placed in school asem o kan
meba ne sen no hu se wakofi ase a o se eno na yenyina so a ama headmaster na amfa
me pacho we di kan ko and or chem say baby ana me ku school me nkonko je form bi wo ho mla enkyere say na me ku school ko prison so e ma mo twere letter of recommendation di share me ku e twere the headmaster enya adigu so ma me de command
ko prison
me tabak ma se beji e de ko me de ko je kan wi a o ka chem say me nko cafe enkonko self placement I'm a cotiskato placement cheat bill. According to what I say, 2019 placement in the book MIA 2019 for night trade. So when I come on a say, oh you aware this thing and no trade numbers we. Trade numbers we. Back 5. Say me fair. Me now if you be anywhere my back when office like and also me frɛ ko bia ne en fa
o me eti ase se omo hu se wakofi ase enu nti na omo se omo enfa
o ka se
ye no kre
e
ba ne se
some koji form no e free Kumasi prisons by no letter no nation before omo the stamp prison service stamp na e esu ena minim de o letter ni mu de and we need to meet any but oji kan we me tiabontin no me be pabe 3 and the headmaster office and of frame general fin or chem say ono onti me dey and family small kitchen okay bia so one
na o ye den hu say prison na wa koninte na on person fa
me pacho me according to me of flame or them one no more in the pabe 3 to me imagine there me cry me I cry me doing any say uti mu say wakan achiri ma chiro mo mere etu ni na be say me ra them one bia ere Tremanim sa and our class say there's nothing that you can do about it. So I should call these numbers. They will know how to deal with this case.
They will know how to deal with this case.
Yes.
What's our call secondary school for?
Yes.
I said no more kind. What is that same letter, prison letter no?
Debbie, I wanted them to follow it could be. I want papa and of course of papa the mission on my head. And I'm telling you, in 5 missions, sir. This is a bad Accra.
I just saw back Accra.
Yes.
It is secondary school, be a secondary school strain or northern region.
Yes.
Will be as one for.
Be as one.
Now one can say maybe our resource and also name.
Obi ankasa.
I'm pleased wo ho. Na say I am selected schools. Na then I want one selected school.
But prison so one the placement from the annual.
Placement from the annual. Into Lupia, Ajowa
no about
Okope school. Into the wide range on say prisoner Okoye no.
And family school.
I tell for them one say you name say so one for school cry still it me foul so results no a year na said the abranti kasai na obi okita aggregate 16 obi nim kita 30 almost secondary school na opeso de na brabo eye bibi papa na said the okan say mi wura ho yes one koje recommendation letter embra in the center koje recommendation letter bra Obaya or center a Kumasi Central Prison. Minim headmaster no we han way na no but minim de e ba ni trim. Enti say a prison abrantie akọ enti ne wan fa no de a. Ye pese ye hu, ye pese ye bisa, ye pese ye bisa aban, ye pese ye bisa Ministry of Education, ye pese ye bisa Attorney General. Ese obi eko prison ba. Na opese oku suku a Ghana ha emra bi wo ha na a e kire se ufri prison ba ensese ukọ suku ufri prison ba na ukita qualification a suku bia entimi emfa we eye question a yina ye bisa na se sa na tie se emra bi wo ho sa dia ene na the reformation and rehabilitation agenda of the Ghana Prison Service. One tete a nipa of prison. Na prisons na be you bring back as a purely correctional institutions, you know. And then at home so. It's a botaya young fan or secondary school, no. Say wako prison aba. And then na ye bisa. Me jidi se nipa pi wo ha won so. Ebi a won pass won use prison centers. E de choro so he. Na omunya suku mu kwan. If we say one ako prison aba na ye nyina ye complaini so be free fiase ba na ye tenetene ye nsa woni so se wo de ne ye hwe a enye yie obi free fiase ba de na onka nipa ho na se ye nuanom free fiase ba na ye tenetene ye nsa won so de a ene na ye boo mo se won san kodi bone won san metete ye na ye nua de oba ye wo se meko suku Emma de tete ye kwara ne se wo so wanye suku mu kwan a obeku no ho nti bone a waya ne se wakọ efiase na wakosua enwoma na we ye questioner ye bisa Ministry of Education ye bisa Attorney General's Department because omo na emra no won enimu na ensem bi sei no otia na yes Ghana is a beacon of democracy, champion of human rights ne de keka ho a na sebio ye build this society a etwe enipa eba fom wo hwe abrantie results chese why ade ama na bro so efri say wo prison na 4:30 esese oda ya bo adoma no esese wo koda na ono akoda ohyiwum ya hyehye nipa te sesade na osi we nyina achi mesua ade na akoba ne sei na reformation na esi reform yenu anama mo prison me gidi se sa na tie dia na ye prison officers na ye ma oma dwuma ayeden asema kan ya eto akoma so kra ne se inmates na be teachers. Prison officers no hwe ohawa wo mo kom no wo mo asada no wo mo teacher for no mo kyerɛ ade na products a ebe pie a free prison school no mo no won't mean ba bi nkɔ ade a eye ahomete ebe gina akwanya we so na yasre aban sa abu safiano asemi wonye bibi emfa ho yenya public discourse on won a won apie afri fiase na won pese won de won abrabo ye bibi na aban na ukoda prison a oyi sika 180 pesos e de to aduane ma odi hwew na enhyehyɛ papa prison service for e de agudwa so ama nipa won tesa no won so ebenya mfaso no mo abe contribute to the development of the country na omu pie ba na se wakosua nwoma na se oman ne se debida enya dia we be mo wakosuku enti sa na tie dia koloro kwa ho na ko wiwi ade dia ene na ye koye ana se ye bai ye be sha ban se sa se bi won hwehwem yenso betu anamo na yakọ Ministry of Interior na yakobisa ensem bi kakra yakọ Attorney General's Department yakọ Social Welfare if sinka prisoners pia after care no eye won na ye won asede by law ese enipa won te se safia no won ebehwe se won abraba ye yie na Ghana ayeye ejidi se yenuanum amotie yen a mo nso mo frifie ase aba asafia no asemi atom no mo nyina mo beba manim na mo de masem mama Ghana atemasem na de sese aban eye no oye bibi fa ye beba na ya bepe enkyerechire mo abu safia no sese ede na afese aban eye
de mese o Ghana ba on se na daruma o mwa na mitimi nya mi school mu kwan na mitimi ko school se me da dwi na ne se dabi me safia me ba be nes e o mfio ti na daruma o mwa
o pesa o nes no ane ejuma pesa o ye da e ka cho se ye mfa wa upie ba ya na aye secondary school headmaster no ene o mo make kan o mo hwe w'anim saa I actually catch us a young farmer. I didn't agree about him. Yes, it is a super cool. I didn't.
It's an amiraho. It's a move in some do an amity. Some living young to an old be our cool school, your own school for you. To no cool quite man or Baba 2 penny fear. Said on found your tree. Or who can walk at a cherry now. Ada no feel be by hours in the side.
Osene sad
ni sad di wo dia to dem oba e wo minya keto aba
wo awunia
minya keto
ti no pa che se ase ne che
ase ne se indirectly no na wo fi nti no pelo che de
wo na free prison aba
ba nti wo no afasade e ya me ha me reho pa fiti wala ngata na me shele hu de me ya mo fi se na o mama me reho di ya wo me too much India
yo etifo aha na yede yonkomodie no ebesi na emse medical cancer bebre crime check foundation ye pushi for the passage of non-custodial sentencing bill into law yaka hwasema ka ya rehosem ese ene we free prison and we call commit petty offense bi na yese ko efiase na ko ka ho na ho nyema na rashes mu ho nyina na aban san yi sika infanto adru omra ye gotem bon ibetima ma o madro ibetima ma o maye adwuma minim China fo amaman ahoro won enipa diboni a won de wo etu kwan koye adwuma ama oman no enya mfaso no ya hade se de be ye kan ye warehouse prisoners na ye gatesimu eye ohawo amania emene yen eguso emene yen eya tsema eya reho ne nadie de ye pese ye hu de ntia obeko prison school na wapie na aban se menkasa aban ese yenim ebi ana emra bi eni ho a e kire se nipa science so mo nye school na headmaster bi se there bi untimi nko school se nye headmaster no so ye pese ebisa se the medical aka no emre bi wo ho saa na se emre bi ni ho saa na headmaster na no share that so on fa no if you so wakofia se abade a ene na watieti abranti ne fa ahodi so na se emra no se obrene beka se take ne course ya da mo nyina se da se ne se nyankopon ma ho kwan a ebesan aba mo change ya da mas
twana mo wenu mi ho masaka aswadi ami enyina Samoni ami di enyina oh Abani ami enyina Samoni ami di enyina eh me hunya mintino eh me no me huntino eh kwani sembe bebe
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
Mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
I, Assistant Divisional Officer Grade 1, Ezra Mingle, in charge of rescue in the Ghana National Fire Service, endorse the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Whenever an accident occurs, please remember to call the Ghana National Fire Service on the short code 192 or the General Emergency Line 112, or you can still call their direct line, which is 0302 772446. Anywhere you are within the country, when you call, the nearest station will come to you. Now, I will end by saying that do the right thing and save a life. Thank you very much.
And that's actually led to the rise in prices. So far, we are selling ours for 52 Ghana cedis. That's for Savannah Diamond brand, and we don't have any Gaston brand because we have it's more or less like there's a shortage of it. So I guess unless you have a very good distributor who knows people down there, you are not going to get it any moment now. So far we are just managing with it. The last time we got a supply of Gaston was on the 20th of last month. Meanwhile, we have paid and it's been almost a month we are not getting any supply. So it's true there is a shortage. Why, we don't really know. And there's always been an increment. Should I say, since last month, December, I've been here, there's always been an increase, constant one. People complain about it, but there's no choice, they keep on buying them. And I don't know whether to say because of the coming rainy season, actually people are buying. We got a number of bags, let's say 200 bags on Sunday. And then today is Wednesday, it's almost finished. We have just 60 bags left. And surprisingly, I had to close the store down for a little over 2 weeks before we managed to get this batch, which was at least we managed to get 200 bags. And so far, it's just 4 days, and we are left with just 60 bags left. So you can imagine how the market is. Although there's a shortage, but at least it seems there's a market for it. I don't know whether to blame it on the coming rainy season and people wanting to do their buildings before the rainy season comes.
As you can see, my store is empty. But I left with 2 bags. On Sunday, I was having cement. The whole of this one. But people came in and buy it. It finished on Tuesday, and I request some some on Tuesday. But tomorrow Thursday, I will receive 1 car, which by the 2 bags that left is for someone. Someone requested for the 2 bags, and there's shortages cement in Wiyala town.
When it got to rainy season, they always farm. Now, so the market is not moving at the rainy season time, but when it got to dry season like February, March, it always moving fast. But it came to a time that our stock got finished. We couldn't get it. Was about 3 weeks before we got the stock. So now we have the stock. It's now moving okay for us.
As a matter, people have been complaining about the increase in the price of the cement. That they have been increasing it too much. Because it's getting to the rainy season. So if more people want to buy and we are not getting, we're not able to get ourselves to our profit rate or what we want to get. You know, when it's getting to the rainy season, there is abundance of water. You will not suffer to go and buy water from tankers and those things. They will do cost. But when it's rainy season, the water will be abundant for them to use it to promote their blocks or the building and so on. So that's why they need it at this time before it gets to the rainy season.
We are currently at Central Market we manufacture footwears and slippers, boots and shoes. We received a distress call around 8:48 that there's a fire outbreak at this place. So we quickly have to dispatch our men. They got here and there was a fire here. So we quickly have to get to work, and they were able to confine the fire as they came to see it. If you could realize, when we got here, the whole place in the back, but they quickly have to confine it. Accessibility is a major challenge in this Central Market. Coming just about 100 meters away, but it's not easy getting access to the seat of the fire. We have to struggle. Even the traders are not giving us unfettered access to do our work. They are interfering, pulling, and doing all these things because everybody wants a shop to be attended to first. And that is the major challenge we have. So, tackling crime-related activities like these petroleum products, and you know they are very combustible and inflammable. So you put it out before you realize, you move to the next shop, then the fire will, from the next shop, will also reignite again. So it's about 30, but we'll do our investigation in transport. But approximately it's about 30 shops. It's under investigation, so for now we can't say. What are them when they are closing their shops? They should always make sure they put up their fires that they set during their work and make sure everything is off before they go.
I think
the jail term that has been given to her, I think it's okay. It will serve as deterrence to other generations. As in we that we are young, we won't follow such things and do such, because we know if we do such things, maybe we would be jailed or something. Yeah, so I would also advise my fellow sisters not to watch the way they dress. Yes, not to expose themselves anyhow. Yeah.
I am going to focus on Mrs. Sabi. We both know now, so I papa in Chantry into our phone, into where they are strong, or more function. That's a mistake, and own ye be. Into a threat, once a someone, a woman, someone, as the way they are straight in your meeting, a panicho. Yes, and your back has on the knuckle too, but in common share, no monka, Ningy, and you may fear. Some mistaken on your beam because of Kitawala. One ye, no, I didn't say, but and yet, Gola water in the dear. I will know, but then that's all my Barbara Sebi, or Nufu. When you want a patch in the or noon into a Huanyashi, Baby Aqualana drew the stage in the and can say about 1 year, sir, into the Sregana company for Mufana Bonichen. Where they are mining in art, said your year and 1 year about Mufantan. Tiano, Yenina, they are 2 years in Miana. I say in social idea, my Yenina. Obia, yes, Ebia omuamuso omuyebi no sisi an obia fanto mo obia anye bi beside me.
Oh, you see, this social media has become something that it is causing a problem because we don't know how to use it. Everything we just post it there. Just look at WhatsApp. Someone will be eating and post it there. Bathing, post it there. Me, for people, I see it's a life. So the law who speaks. So if the law can deal with her, I mean, I don't have any problem. And to the ladies, well, we should know how to, not the ladies per se, we the youth, we should know how to use the social media. It's not fair to what she did, it's not good. It's not good. See, for instance, the kid, no, he doesn't know anything. But because of the social media has held it, it will put his mind something else. Oh, this is what my mother has done. That means it's something we don't normally do. So thinking said the child doesn't know anything, you are now teaching him something, but it shouldn't be so.
So by now, by you on the day in Yakono, Mamma, the other travel Friday, pa. Ube you who started the travel Friday and your face. Send your my jelly in a year, Uncle Cosia or bar on travel Friday, papa. Oh, Jara Colano, you are in a separate, non soon you are in a separate. No man, I'm so quack animals. That's why they are fair wow mine. I'm you to social media and ye cry. Young people see any pediani and us already dying. See, I indeed why youngest in Aban, yes, from dressing in Omushan Yakama. I almost says your muye. I can tell you there was all cut out Musie. In the ancient time, if I say I'm fine, the infamous of mine on cost why. Now, red case I'd also do.
There was this gentleman. An operative, he came in, he was holding a gun. He came in and I was just seated quietly with, I think I had a handcuff on my hand. And he came in with a CID officer seated with me. He held me by the neck. It's like, Mebo Asum. Then I was
without provocation?
Without any provocation. When I was arrested that particular evening, she had a scare. She was crossed by some vehicles, and when she was trying to leave the house, they told her to leave the house with a family member. When I started, setting the her mode for the interview, then I noticed there was some signaling because obviously the question I asked wasn't answered.
Oh, so you think you were like baited? She set you up?
Yes, it was all set.
When I'm alone, my mind goes wild. So I painted a celebrity, I had to go for my money. And I was going back and forth until one time, she just busted out of anger. I was like, I will draw you no crime, and who I know more me.
It's painful, but if you can see, I got more tattoos and I'm used to the pain.
One time, they were teaching, they have a name for it, it's like Kofi stands at an angle of 45 degrees and throw a stone to a... This thing sound plenty in my mind like Charlie, so I just turned the back of the sheet and I started drawing the teacher. So this guy came, I was like, oh, really? He came from behind, I didn't see him coming. Whilst I am teaching him, You are busy drawing me. Look at how you've done my cheek. So that day, I'll never forget that day. That teacher beat me well. Hey, he himself, he felt bad. So he came and was like, so you cry. Come out, you don't know. This thing you don't know. So what do you want to become in future?
A few days ago, we had a discussion on the conviction of Akuapem Polo. She was set to undergo a pregnancy test, after which her sentence will be read to her. Now, the court has decided that she's going to spend 90 days in prison for sharing naked photos she took with her son on social media. We are seated to discuss this later. Amrado pulls a Wendy Shea on Kingdom FM. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantepa. Welcome to Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Welcome back. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. My guests are seated. Nene is a columnist. Like I say, Otonsase Ewada. Nene, welcome.
Thank you. How are you doing?
I'm fine. Vida Duchumwa Boatin is a columnist. Vida, welcome.
Last
time no see a discover obe pebia my. Me nim sesto na that's all about. So on June 30, 2020, Akuapem Polo posted a naked photo of herself and the son to mark the 7th birthday. She received backlash from the public over the photo, forcing her to apologize in a video. But the Child Rights International Ghana, through its director Bright Appiah, filed a complaint at the Ghana Police Service to have her investigated and punished for posting the pictures. The case was referred to the Domestic Violence and Victim Support Unit, DOVSU, and subsequently to court. Now in court, Polo, a single mother, initially pleaded not guilty, but changed her plea to guilty, which earned her a conviction on April 14, 2021. She was, however, asked to undergo a pregnancy test before the judgment was given. The test came out negative, and she was subsequently sentenced to 90 days in prison on Friday, April 16, 2021. The Lassika of Graphic Showbiz reports from the courtroom says the lawyer, Vosha, prayed the court to consider a non-custodial sentence because she's a breadwinner, taking care of her son, mother, and 2 nephews. She is a budding actress. Her career is at stake if given custodial sentence. She has never had issues with the law. She is into a lot of charity works. She had rendered public apology. She had deleted anything related to the post. She is from a poverty-stricken family. Custodial will inflict more punishment on the son, and she did not waste the court's time. The prosecutor and the lawyers also presented. The prosecutor also prayed the court to be lenient with the judgment, something that the judge was surprised and said prosecution also pleading. Lawyers who were not on the case but present for various reasons also stood up and prayed the court to temper justice with what considered before the sentence was the seriousness of what she did, the gravity, the degree of the impact of her action, and what her lawyers wanted the court to consider. Why the court concluded on her punishment. Her action was premeditated one, prevalence of such crimes on the rise, and so the need to curb it, age of son, and the trauma her action brings to the action brings or will bring to him. The court will put in effort to discontinue the increase of the showing of obscene materials, and also to warn others. So the effect of her action on the son and those who watched, according to the judge, as backed by law, is that she didn't respect the privacy of her son. She didn't respect his rights. She infringed on her son's dignity. She exploited and degraded her son. She exploited and degraded all those who came into contact with what she posted. She caused injury to the son, caused injury to the society, and she degraded society's dignity. So after the sentence, Akuapem Polo was whisked away in a taxi. Her lawyer, beg your pardon, has expressed disappointment. He says, although the client had a bad case, he was expecting a lesser punishment and that he will appeal.
Honestly, the judge is within her sentencing powers. She has a discretion. You know, I'm a bit disappointed anyway. That considering the mitigating factors that we canvassed for her being a first-time offender, a young offender, with a lot of responsibility, single mother, taking care of the son and the mother and the nephews. I mean, the court ought to have considered those things. But well, the judge is within her sentencing power, a fine and a maximum of 2 years and 90 days. She's within her powers, so we have nothing much to say against what she did. When we were at the case management conference stage, we evaluated all the evidence against the pictorial evidence and the witness statement, and we realized that we don't have a good case. So when the case goes to a full trial, the sentence will be harsher. Assuming we are going to the whole trial, maybe 2-3 months we are done, and she's found culpable, the punishment will be harsher than being a first-time offender pleading guilty simpliciter. She did waste the court's time, energy of the court, whatever. In other words, a guilty plea, is much better than going to a full trial. Honestly, it's an option for us. And if you can see what I'm holding right now, it's an instant appeal. For me, I want to go for an appeal. I've written for the judgment. If I have it by the close of the day, by 9 a.m. on Monday, I'll file an appeal.
What are the arguments?
One of my mitigating factors is the doctrine of being a first offender. And the guilty plea, simpliciter. The authorities are clear on it. For example, a case of Frimpong alias Iboma versus the Republic, the Supreme Court was so assertive in that the first offenders must be given another chance in life. It must be dealt with leniently vis-a-vis a habitual offender. And Supreme Court being a higher court of judicature, the authority is bound on the trial judge here. But well, once she's within her sentencing guide, I think we have to take it in that light and see the way forward. I made the court aware that the remorse she has shown, pulling down the post she made, apologizing to the public. She's not a decent lady, dresses very well, both in and outside the court, and she has not posted anything thereafter this incident. And then, the factors, the mitigating factors in her favor are so great than aggravating factors.
So that's the lawyer for actress Rosemond Brown, aka Akuapem Polo. Let me get the reaction of my panelists. Let me begin with Vida.
Yeah.
And let me ask whether you were expecting anything different from the issue.
I wasn't. As grave as this situation is, I wasn't at all. And as you rightly said, it happened last year, June.
Mm.
I was one of the people who condemned that act in all terms, because I didn't see why a mother would go naked before a 7-year-old just to celebrate his birthday. And if you quite remember, when we started criticizing or speaking against that action, she did say that it was an artistic impression. And we all know that Akuapem Polo always says that she doesn't speak good English.
Mm.
So I wondered where she got that term artistic impression from and whether or not she understood what it meant. And if it was an artistic impression, she said that she's apologizing to whoever feels offended to her creative way of celebrating her son's birthday. So even the apology video that we saw, I felt it was a conditional kind of apology. So we'll say, kind of apology. It wasn't outright. So I didn't buy that. Aside that also, she put up a photo of Sierra, pregnant Sierra and the son, saying that, well, others are doing this and people are hailing them. She took inspiration sort of from this photograph to do what she did. In a way, justifying the action that you claim you are sorry for. Again, we saw Efia Odo coming out saying that she supports what Polo has done. You, Ekiapim Polo, came back to repost that statement from Efia Odo, saying that if the whole world is chastising you, you have somebody like Efia Odo who thinks in like manner. I mean, I'm not surprised. Efia Odo is virtually naked all the time around the capital. So
you don't do that to my girl.
I mean, I know how her body looks. I can even close my eyes and describe how her body looks like naked. When you see her with a plaster or anything covering the nipples, you thank God for that. These days, she bears it all out for us to see. And I know that you've seen a couple of them, so you agree with me. I mean, I think you have to take off your mask, so you agree with me. No, coming forward, I did a little research on kids, and I realized that we have child erection as well. I did say on TV the other time that I read that a 2-year-old could have an erection. And quickly somebody texted me whilst I was on live TV and said, well, my son is just a year old. And I didn't pijama him.
And
they have a game that they play with that kind of erection. Whenever the child, 1-year-old, sees it, he screams and says, "Mommy, mommy, mommy, let it come down." And then the mother says that, or tapia, you know, with towels, then calm me down. So, who Ekiapim Polo, if you had to strip naked in front of a boy over 7 years? I mean, the photographer is there, Obeka cat, move your body, move left side, go to the right side, and you're shaking this thing, and we all know that you have a very beautiful body. You're shaking this thing in front of this young man, and Akolano, why are you traumatized? I mean, when I saw the picture, you could tell that the boy is not happy. Because when a child of his age... No, when a child of his age is happy, or smiling from chin to chin, and you can see it. But you don't visualize that kind of excitement on the face of the child. So for me, I condemn this in all certainty. I just didn't like it. But I didn't know that she was going to go in for 3 months. I mean, I was told that the minimum or the maximum was 3 years.
Yeah.
So the
maximum could be 7 years.
But then
if it was served concurrently for all the 3 offenses.
Yeah. So I feel that whatever decision the judge took was as a result of the reaction that she got from the public, especially the stars, when she was asked to go for a pregnancy test. I mean, that was it should tell you that she's going in already. Kwaokese, are they insults upon insults? And then you tell us, say, you will do something, you're doing a doom. Oh, my dream, so Coco in the free jail near her. You understand? So I call the clueless. The echoes who are around or no, saying rap, nanya emoji. Then appeared to so people beat a manner. He didn't seem to understand the echoes because his post, he said, you are jailing somebody for a mere picture. I mean, that is not the case. This is not a mere picture. We're running home in front of a 7-year-old, and it has to be condemned in all terms. And I didn't quite get that. Now, there's this bit. DKB also said, Ade Akwalano wasuma yen say yen kana semamayana. If you decide to take your own life, you can be arrested for that.
Sure.
Maybe they don't know. And once you live in a country, you know, so we don't need a child to come and complain to us that I really enjoyed watching my mom naked and you guys shouldn't take us to court because I want to see more of that.
Do you see it as a shared display of ignorance or they are just being emotional.
Come out to do, because video ni mono, you could see said she was drained with emotions. It could have triggered another thing.
All right, Nene, were you expecting anything different?
No, for the obvious reason that, you see, in Ghana is not a very litigious country, right? So people don't take cases to the courts as often. And the only way the court can define a crime, or the Supreme Court can decide that this is the definition of a crime, there has to be a case in court, right? And the Supreme Court is the only court in Ghana that can define what a crime is and what constitutes any legal definition, right? There are books or there are acts or statutes that define crime. But as to the particular offenses that meet the requirement of that statute, it's usually the Supreme Court that will decide that, or maybe the court of competent jurisdiction, right? And so the Supreme Court in Ghana have not defined what is obscene material or what is pornography, right? So there is no legal definition of pornography in Ghana. So when a court is let me land. So when a court is making a decision on what is pornography, it is based mostly on the court's or the judge's understanding of what the statute says. I'm saying this to say this. So I think in the US, the first case where the court tried to define pornography is a case called Jacob Billis versus Ohio, right? Where the US Supreme Court said, I want to quote verbatim what the judge said because it's very important to what I'm saying. The judge wrote this: I shall not today attempt to further define the kinds of material I understand to be embraced within the shorthand definition, and perhaps I could never succeed in intelligibly doing so, but I know it when I see it, and the motion picture involved in this case is not that. What the judge was trying to say is that he, the judge speaking at the time, cannot define what pornography is, but when he sees it, he sees it. That's the first time. And in that case, there were 4 different opinions, all four different judges in that case. And each judge in that case seemed to have a different definition of what they thought pornography is. So in that case, it became obvious that the court itself cannot define what is obscene material or pornography. Then another case came, which was the Miller case, Miller versus, I think, California, still in the US. And the US Supreme Court tried to define what is pornography. And the US Supreme Court gave some tests of what becomes pornography. And then the number 1 test is what we call community standard, that in each community, there are standards that the people in the community, so it's like the courts took the when I know it, I see it, when I see it, I know it definition, and put that definition across the community. So now in each community, the community defines what is pornography, and then the material should have artistic, political, or scientific value. I think that what I've noticed from young Ghanaians on social media, our idea of what obscene material is different from what the older generation of Ghanaians think obscene material is. And in this particular case, the judge is trying to apply the community standard of what obscene material is. If I were the judge, or somebody in my class group put it there, if I were the judge, I probably wouldn't have found her guilty. By looking at what the community standard of Ghana's definition of obscene material is, I wasn't expecting her not to be found guilty. However, when it comes to the punishment, which is the main subject of discussion, if the maximum sentence for a crime is 3 years, and you are sentenced to 3 months, That means you are sentenced like, I was about to give percentage guess.
No, but it's 90 days, not 3 months.
90 days?
Yes, because you and I know there is a way the whole thing is being calculated.
So 90 days, the 90 days out of the 3 years, no, it's a small percentage. So in my opinion, the judge was very lenient, and the plea of the prosecutor, the plea of the defense, and probably her guilty plea, because her plea initially was
not guilty.
Was not guilty in November. And I think is probably her lawyer noticed the posture of the judge and noticed that this is not a judge that is going to compromise on the conservative Ghanaians' definition of obscene material. So it will be in her interest to plead not guilty, at least so that it will be a mitigation tactic when it comes to sentencing her. And I think that, so that tactics will work for her, and then she probably will sit in jail for up to a month and a half by our everyday calculation, because the 90 days will be run down to, like, I think 12 hours a day.
Sure.
Yeah, so about the child, people complaining that it's going to affect the child, but Ekaipin Polo was in Nigeria like last month.
Yes, she's been outside the country for some time.
And I don't think she travels with her child.
Not that I know of. I can't say for a fact.
Yeah. I know that she doesn't travel with her child.
So your point is?
My point is, being away from the child one and a half months is not going to kill the child, because you have been away from the child for, I think there were a time when she traveled to either Europe or something, and she was away for some months. Yeah, so I don't see it as being too harsh on the child.
Maybe the argument is that because it is because of you, that is why your mother, so to speak, that's why your mother is in jail.
No, but then I think that, okay, so there is this book I read on phenomenon of crime, and they say most crimes are committed by young men under the age of 25. The average age of people who commit crimes are people under the age of 25. And one of the reasons why young men commit crime a lot is because most young men don't understand the concept of accountability. You think that when you beat your child, right, you are teaching your child that when you do something wrong, I'll beat you. But when the child comes to recognize beating as something that you do to them frequently, the beating no longer hold any effect on them. So the beating no longer becomes something that is accountability to them. You understand? So you have to, they say the best way to train a child to be accountable is by letting them see different forms of punishment for different crimes, so they understand that crimes have consequence or wrongs have consequence. So I think that the child is going to understand that you have your free will, yes, and I am a 100% advocate for free speech and free will. But then every action you take comes with a reaction or consequence.
Right. I see a petition going around to get Ekuapem Polo released. Okay, Ukradi me Musa also was signing Biana because you support her sentence. But do you, what do you make of the petition?
I read it yesterday and I was disappointed with regards to the grammatical errors in the petition. I mean, she has a lawyer. If anything of that sort will come out, it should be sanctioned, I think, by the lawyer. And the language in there is not something that a lawyer will stamp it to come out. It's bad. Even the spacing within the writings is terrible. And this is something that is supposed to go before the president. I mean, so you have to take time, to write it well before any consideration of such will come on. Now, with what Nenebi was saying, I don't know why people keep saying that how will the child survive without Ekuapem Polo? He's not an orphan. He has a father, he has grandparents. I think a few weeks or last year, somewhere last year, I saw the father of the child in Ekuapem Polo's house and they were cooking together. I don't know why we haven't seen the guy come close this time, to take care of the child.
I think they had some issues. The last take, I think Polo was talking about the fact that they settled their issue.
Yes.
Blah, blah, blah.
So if you have a petition like this going around, if you want to, appeal to the emotions of several people to sign it, these are some of the things that you should show us. That they should provide psychologists for the little boy. I mean, they shouldn't wait for Ghanaians to call on them. Just invite them in, speak to the guy, and let's see what happens. People are saying that it's embarrassing for the young boy to go to school because people will say your mother is in prison. I feel the most embarrassing thing would be the same classmates or the same students saying, I saw your mother naked on social media. I mean, you have to.
Was she naked?
She was.
In her statement.
Okay.
She was.
At least here naked.
No, the post she made.
She used, yeah.
I'm standing naked in front of you.
I think she was being figurative.
I mean, in court, you cannot do figurative says, Uncle to me, figurative analysis, and come back to me why it is an artistic impression. I like to read certain portions of the petition letter.
Yes, quick one.
Which I think it shouldn't be treated seriously because this is a joke of a petition in the first place.
Yeah, I didn't even talk about the petition letter.
The fans and lovers of Rosemond Brown ask with great reluctance and heavy heart. How can you add something with great reluctance? If you are reluctant, stay at home. Don't come and write a letter.
I said, that's the best
cheap brofo. I said, reluctance. You are asking with reluctance and with heavy heart that the trial passed on Rosemond Brown was capital and too much. And too much on the single mother. She is the breadwinner of her son and her family. It will be of much help to her son and family if the president may intervene in this petition to summon the courts.
On that note,
I mean, this is a joke. I don't see why any serious
person. If the president has to,
I don't see why any serious person will sign this. If you have a lawyer. Oh, now President Saman Court.
Let me say this.
What is this?
On the issue of her, I'll say so. Okay, so Obianu no kind of what say.
Regret.
Regrets.
Yeah.
Let me give you a case about. There's an issue that is a Ghana case.
Justice, do it at the one.
Justice Crab, right, had a criminal case where somebody had killed their wife, and immediately after killing their wife, they were trying to go and commit suicide at a river in a village, and they were caught and were arraigned before the court. And he sentenced the person to life imprisonment because the person had pleaded guilty, right? However, and then he wrote a letter to the president, I think it was the Minister of Interior at the time, to free the man because the man spoke in the court. When he was granting the sentence, he was more sad about losing his wife than he was about going to jail. And everything he said was about the effect of his act on his wife than on himself. That to him was a mark of somebody who had regretted their action and was ready to atone for it. That's why he petitioned the minister at the time for the person to be released from jail, right? Equiapin Polo, I haven't seen any action from her that could be construed as somebody who is regretful of their action and want to depart from their action in future. I mean, I'm a big fan of obscene material. If I see pornography online, I watch it. So I wouldn't want anything that, so I don't have a problem with anything she did or anything she will do in future.
Okay.
But there's nothing look like she regrets it.
Did you just say that on camera?
I did, yes.
Wow.
On the because of the weird.
The patron fans of Polo say
yes.
She doesn't have to be in prison to correct her mistakes. That is in a letter. She has learned her lessons and promises to never repeat such acts. We seek for the president to intervene for Rosemond Brown. Who are you to tell the president, say, she doesn't
anybody can petition the president?
I mean, Debbie, but look at the language and look at the posture.
I know you have to the language, but
and look at the posture.
I take exception to you saying who are you.
Listen, let me land. Let me land. I come to the president and tell him that I don't have to be poor. Give me money. You can't walk.
Every Ghanaian have the right to petition for anything.
I'm not
Yes, but
disputing
the
that.
doesn't have to
But
grant
the
it.
posture,
But what exactly?
the
Why would you say
language,
she
and the
doesn't
posture,
need
she doesn't need
the
to be in
prison
prison?
to be
Who are you to
reformed?
say that?
That is the person's opinion.
In
No,
that
but
case,
embrace
then the
money, then
prisons
you
will
are
not be
defying
built
the laws
at
of the
all.
country. We have
No,
rules
but
and
when you say
regulations.
who are you to petition the
I'm
president?
saying that who are you to tell the president that you don't need to be in prison? That's what I'm saying.
That's what the person believes.
Oh, Massa.
Me,
What are you saying?
I've said this several times. I don't think that prisons should even exist. I even put it on social media. I don't think prisons should even exist.
Let's take a break. When we return, we have an interview with lawyer Susu. We get the legal point of view, and then we'll do analysis on that. Welcome back. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Now, we want to have this interview with lawyer Susu to get the legal view of this issue. Lawyer, thank you for joining us on GhanaWeb TV's Bloggers Forum.
Well, thank you, and a very good afternoon to your cherished viewers. It's good to join and to contribute.
Right. So, how serious and injurious was Ekuapem Polo's conduct?
Well, just to give you a quick background, when you do a little bit of studies in sociology, particularly the jurisprudence of sociological school of thought of law, we say that man as an individual is a social animal. And there is no such thing called personality without interaction. When men begin to interact, they set what they call group shared expectations. These group shared expectations, when they are written, we call them laws. When they are not written in the cultural sense, we call them norms, or social norms, or laws, or folklore, and so on and so forth. Now, when our group shared expectation become codified, most often than not, it comes with sanctions. And that is generally from the sociological school of thought of law. That is the source of our criminal laws. So by our own arrangement, we have agreed on what conducts are acceptable and then which conducts are unacceptable. And in our criminal law, that is the Criminal and Other Offences Act, Act 29, we have what we call generally body of laws that are known as offences against public morals or public morality. It includes indecent exposure, indecent assault, bestiality, unnatural carnal knowledge, publication of nudity, and publication of nudes, and so on and so forth. And unfortunately, our sister Ekuapem Polo fell within the context of nudity and publication of obscene materials. And that set of laws generally are misdemeanors anyway. When they are misdemeanors, it means that the sanctions that come with them may range from a fine, custodial sentence, or both. And generally, when you have custodial sentence, it usually may last between either 6 months to 3 months to about 3 years. So these are the range of things and then the background of the Criminal and Other Offences Law Act with regard to what happened to Ekuapem Polo.
Based on what the law says and the arguments that were put forward by the prosecutor and the lawyer for the defendant, is one justified to say that the punishment meted out to her is harsh?
Well, my view is that the punishment is harsh and excessive. That is my view. Some may agree, some may disagree. And my reason for saying that it's harsh is that Ekuapem Polo readily admitted her offense. And anytime a person admits his or her guilt, it kind of affects the eventual sentence that is given. It is different if she has said she is not guilty. And then the state then has the burden of calling witness upon witness to prove the guilt of the accused person beyond all reasonable doubt. When the accused person admits her guilt, it also infers remorse on the part of the accused person, because anyone not remorseful will definitely not accept their guilt. So having been remorseful and having pleaded guilty, and between the time he was arrested, cautioned, charged, and placed before court till now, at least her conduct, her public conduct clearly shows that she's not somebody who is continuing in what others may describe as indecent exposure, and what the law actually now describes as nudity and all that. So for me, she has done enough to prove that she has changed her ways. And so if indeed the purpose of criminal justice is reforms and is to transform people, then by virtue of the arrest and even the arraignment before court, she had already transformed. There was no need, absolutely no need for custodial sentence under those circumstances.
Even when the judge said that the punishment or the jail term should run concurrently, because we understand that she could have decided that for publication you go for 90 days, for the domestic violence you go for 90 each. So you still think that the sentence is harsh?
Well, I mean, under the law, when two sentences are passed on a day like that, of course, if she hadn't said that they might be concurrent, it means that it would have been consecutive. In other ways, she would serve 90 days and serve another 90 days. My view really is that it's still harsh and excessive. And honestly speaking, I mean, their prisons are choked. And why do we send people there? We send them to reform, for them to reform. And so if the person has demonstrated that she's reformed, I don't think there was a need for custodial sentence. In fact, a fine would have served the same purpose anyway. So the reason for the judge is that it is prevalent. I mean, people are, continuing in that kind of conduct across the country because of abuse of social media space and so on and so forth, which I agree with the judge. However, my view is that the judge could have achieved the same goal by simply imposing a fine, and that would have still achieved the goal.
Maybe finally, before we let you go, there are some who are saying that the lawyer for Ekuapim Polo did not help him. Did not help her. The argument is that you plead not guilty at the initial stage, and now you come back and say you are guilty. Why would a lawyer do that?
It depends. I mean, no lawyer can compel a client to plead guilty. It actually means that there has been several conversations behind the scenes, and perhaps the client, Ekuapim Polo herself, has admitted that she needed to just plead guilty and bring a closure to the matter. But most often, when people choose to plead guilty, it also presupposes that they are either some plea bargaining. Unfortunately, our jurisprudence do not have very clear provisions for plea bargain. But I think that when somebody has pleaded not guilty and is going to take the state's resources, time, effort to prove the guilt of the person, and the person chooses to change her plea, I think that the change of the plea must come with some very huge mitigation from the state also. It shouldn't be that the person changes her plea and yet the state is unwilling to, if you like, temper justice with mercy. And I think that this is one of those cases. I agree that the social media platform has been abused by many. And I agree that what Ekuapim Polo did exposed the child to several dangers. And when you look at the Children's Act, Domestic Violence Act, the best interest and the welfare of the child was never served by that picture. It only served her artistic mind of telling a story of a mother and a child in a naked way, looking at each other and asking the child never to be ashamed of her and to always remember that she is the mother. That was a beautiful story that Ekuapim Polo told, and that picture told that story. Unfortunately, it did not protect the interests of the child under those circumstances. So my point is that by arresting the person, by cautioning the person, by charging the person, and placing the person before, in fact, arresting her, admitting her to bail, placing her before court for all this while, and for her to accept that, look, I'm willing to change my plea. I'm saying that the processes were themselves corrective. The processes were themselves stressful to Equiapin Polo. She obviously within that period did not have the opportunity and the laxity to do all that she was doing again. So clearly, there was some form of reformation already as far as the processes are concerned. So my view is that after having found her guilty, a fine would have sufficed. And even if not a fine, then you are going to even add custodial sentence. Perhaps it be some 30 days or maybe some 15 days plus a fine or something would have still served the purpose. Indeed, if we were having alternative sentencing, this is one of the clear cases where we will advocate for alternative sentence. Because when you take her to prison, who takes care of the child? So, you are balancing all kinds of social interests. If she were just supposed to do some community service and get back, that would have said, we don't have alternative sentencing regime, and we'll use this platform to advocate for the alternative sentencing opportunities for such petty crimes that could have been, sentences could have been served in other ways than custodial sentence.
Could her lawyer have done anything different, or could he have gone further to ensure that she doesn't receive the sentence that she had?
Well, the only thing that the lawyer can do now is to appeal, but I'm doubting, given how slow our processes are, whether it will be advisable for a 90 days sentence to be appealed and now maybe appealing against sentence. It won't be advisable. I think that if there should be anything, it should just be the general plea that everybody is calling on to see whether the president could have mercy. But I don't know whether under this circumstance, the prerogative of the president could be even extended to Equiapin Polo. I think that it was just an unfortunate situation. She probably will have to serve 90 days and come out renewed and rejuvenated to still move on with her life, knowing that you cannot be a star without a scar. And once you are a star and you are looking for the public space, some of these things become part of the challenges that you need to face and rise above them and still become relevant to your society.
Okay. Leah, thank you so much for speaking to us. I'm sure if there is some other thing we need for you to educate us on, we will be knocking at your door.
Thank you, and have a very pleasant afternoon.
Nene, let me get your view on lawyer's submission.
I've said it earlier that I don't think the judgment was harsh, especially in the context of what our statutes say about what a crime is. And she could have gone up to 7 years because I think one of the crimes attracts, I don't want to define them in particular because I might not. One of the crimes attracts 3 years maximum sentence, another attracts 2 years maximum sentence, another attracts 2 years maximum sentence. So if the court were to give her maximum sentence and then she was to serve them concurrently, that means that she would have been in jail for
270 days.
For 7 years.
For
7 years. For 7 years. However, when she was sentenced for 90 days for each of the offenses, she could still have gone for 370 days if she was to serve it concurrently. However, the judge said she should serve it simultaneously, which means that she's been in for just 90 days prison time. So I think that is not too bad when you look at what the maximum sentence is. And it's very important to know that this was a circuit court case. You know, there are grades to crimes in Ghana. We have crimes, very small crimes go to the high court, go to the district court. Medium crimes go to the circuit court, and then very serious crimes go to the high court. And it's a circuit court. That means that it's considered to be a serious enough crime. So 90 days for a crime which is considered to be serious, it's not like some possession or using of marijuana be that you can take go for only 1 day. Yeah.
Why
Yeah, if you know lawyer Susu, I mean, he's a human rights lawyer. He possibly, maybe if Polo had hired him as his lawyer, maybe she could have walked out with a non-custodial sentence, like they say. We are not lawyers, so we are learning from them. So I'm not surprised he says that this is harsh. I'm not surprised at all that he says that. But there's this bit about people saying that she's a single mother. She's a single mother. I mean, there are lots of single mothers in the prisons. I know some people carry babies from homes to the prisons just for their mothers to be able to breastfeed them and bring them back. So we should just cease fire on that bit, because it looks like we are discriminating. If you are a superstar, the law should exclude you. If you are a commoner, you can go to jail for 7 years for just stealing a goat. So I don't know what Lawyer Susu can do for the fans of polo to get their petition to go further where they want to go. If possible, he should rewrite it. Since he's so, emotional about the whole thing, he should rewrite the petition, and get serious minds to sign it so that they can push it further. But we wish Polo the best. I hope Reggie Rockstone will supply her with watching for the
Reggie was weeping.
Yeah, he should.
Yeah.
He should. I mean, her going there can be a blessing to the inmates, because for the next 90 days, they'll have visits from the superstars, they'll have good food to eat and all that. And I'm hoping that when she comes back, she will embark on a prison reformation project and, and speak against these obscene materials that we put on. I mean, if she can capitalize on this very well, she will be a superstar after she comes out. Yeah, so I hope that she will embark on a prison reformation project, and all of us will support her. But for now,
when she will do it, I don't want her to speak against obscene materials. I won't hear me. I want her to speak sentencing reform or criminal reform.
We cannot risk the life of the. I have something on my phone that I want to show you. There is now classes for manners. Look at this. People are charging 250 Ghana cedis to teach your children manners. And Titiana is sunny at it. They say no. Obi my back to show that you have manners. You have to show your certificate, which is very bad. And then we have to talk about these obscene things. If you have admitted on camera that you like pornography, you know where to go.
When it comes to parenting,
we will not push obscene materials.
I'm not saying to push obscene materials.
You said that you like.
I like it. I don't say to push it.
Go to where you can find pornography. Wait until you see your own child naked and see if you enjoy those sites.
I don't have a child yet.
No. Oh, so other people's children should go astray.
No, when they are of age, they are of age. When they are kids, their parents should raise them well.
Okay, right. So these are the views of my panelists. Let's see what let's see what other Ghanaians have to say on this, and then we'll come back to do the discussion on Amrad.
I think the jail term that has been given to her, I think it's okay. It will serve as deterrence to other generations. As in we that we are young, we won't follow such things and do such, because we know if we do such things, maybe we would be jailed or something.
As we did yesterday, the meeting a panicho. Where they are mining in Atom. Said your year and 1 year about Monfantan. As you see, I know they are 2 years. I say in social media, my Nina. Obia, I swear, Bia, almost Omuyabi, to see Obia Fanton, more beer and maybe beside me. I was about by on the dead in a yakono. Mamma, the other travel Friday, pa. Ube who said the Achabo Friday and your fate. Send your my daily in a year. Uncle Cosin idea or bar on Chabo Frana de Papa. Oh, Jara Colano Jarin is separate, non soon Jarin is separate.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Who does that? And why should Sarkodie be the topic right now? And yes, I understand.
No, me person of a topic. But what I'm BBC sound is saying. Say to me a clear sir man.
I don't want to talk about Sarkodie.
And you to me compete Sarkodie.
I don't want to talk about Sarkodie. Say Niti di Amesorako. Nama Bomenyo.
Really?
Yeah, that's.
Oh. Wow. Wow.
So you just saw Amrado walking out of the studios of Kingdom FM here in Accra. That's what happened. I mean, some time ago when Dishay did the same thing when she appeared on Accra FM, the presenter was asking her some questions she wasn't comfortable with, so she had to leave. The final part of this show, Bloggers Forum, we turn our focus on that. Nene, the submission on Amrado's incident.
I think my sister here will speak specifically to that issue. So let me speak to something else about Amrado, right?
Debbie. This one,
yeah. Let me just clear mine so that he can do his.
What do you want to say about Amrado?
Probably there's somebody in the US called Amrado that he wants to compare to. Then that's why US analysis, right? So, I think it was irritating watching that interview. I mean, we've said it time and time again because of Wendy Shea and the kiddies and the Dusty, are you okay? We are tired of, artists trying to walking out of studios as a media attention just because they walked out of interviews. Who a presenter, he kept on saying, I'm here to promote my song. Can we get to it? There's always this bit about, Kopisa Akodi. We can't have one rapper in Ghana. I mean, this Amrado guy brought up something that he does weekly as a recap of activities in the week called the Etinsem. And the lyrical dexterity, his choice of words, his flow, I have not seen any rapper do this in the last 20-25 years. And when all those things were coming out, nobody commended him, especially for near all,
Oh, we commended him.
I mean, these, a friend is saying, these presenters,
somehow.
or radio, so with the Kingdom, I haven't heard from.
Okay. So you are speaking
to the Kingdom issue. Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen any special edition done, because they have a television station as well. Me who say be a free channel. Then this guy comes to your station and you want to bug him with Sarkodie here, Sarkodie there. For me, it looks staged because you will be painting. When it's staged now, you can tell. It's staged. At the same time, there's a subtle voice that speaks to some presenters. Say, let us retire in penning for and you all push you to that bit. If you're able to say, make me better than Sarkodie. Then there's this Sarkodie kope baby and Amrado krase or you better. And after he says that, a one didn't Juma Papa why you never better to board, so they are compare Sarkodie and try to shove him away. I mean, it doesn't help. And the guy is talented. Let's just hear him out.
Do we always have to walk out of the studio when we are being asked some of these questions that we are not comfortable? We keep on asking the presenter to move on to the next one, but he insists.
If the presenter is stubborn and you cannot continue, I mean, you just have to respectfully walk out of the station. But it can create a sour relationship between your brand and the station, though. But you just have to get up and go. But if you feel you can endure it, or you can, unless answers why you can put up an interview that nobody enjoys, you'll be ignoring questions from left, right, center, and your fans who have followed you to that station might not enjoy you. And there are some artists that people don't tend to like their music because of their style of responding to interviews in this country, and you might not want to fall a victim because Amrado is just getting started.
Okay, Nene. You say, what's it there now? Okay, so
Amrado was on TV yesterday with Jackie, right?
Yes.
So I want to do a little comparison between them for 30 seconds and then move on to. You see, there's something I've noticed about female artists in Ghana and male artists in Ghana.
He sets his own questions and he answers them.
What I noticed with female celebrities in Ghana and male celebrities in Ghana, generally speaking, let me say generally speaking for the specific example that I might bring up. Generally speaking, I think that women in Ghana, when they are doing interviews, the celebrities handle their interviews better than the male celebrities. The women tend to be able to give answers that are engaging or entertaining to watch, even if the answer you are looking for is not what they are giving you. For example, if you ask somebody like Jackie about who she's dating, I've heard her dodge that question several times, but the way she does it makes it engaging. And I'm saying this because I've done that observation for a very long time. I've written about this when I was a newspaper writer for a very long time, that male artists in Ghana tend to think that the only thing they need is the art. They don't need to sell themselves as personalities. And the females tend to focus more on selling the personalities than selling the arts or the talent.
Onto Amrado storming out of the studio.
So Amrado storming out of the studio was something that I thought is playing into a trend. That if you are not comfortable with a question, you walk out knowing very well that it will go viral and people will talk about it. Of course, the interviewer interviewing him tried to also go viral by asking him about Sarkodie, knowing that any answer he gives about Sarkodie is going to go viral. So Amrado walking out gives the presenter what he's already looking for.
Mileage.
You understand? And I think that Amrado didn't need that because I don't think he have done the ETSM this year.
He has done?
Have you done the ETSM?
Yeah.
How long
last year?
This year?
I mean, this year. Last week, I mean.
Last week?
Yeah.
Okay. And I think that the ETSM, I don't follow him on Twitter. I don't follow Amrado on Twitter. However, last year, anytime he put it out, there was buzz about it. And it was on my timeline every time. But I've been seeing it for some time now. So I'm thinking that he's thinking the buzz is going down. So he needs to do something to revive himself again. But you see, the point is, if you are a rapper or a music star, you shouldn't be competing with a Kapin Polo and Moesha Budong. I mean, they are my friends, I love them. But you shouldn't be competing with them, because the best way to make money as an artist these days is by building a core audience. And the core audience are the people, you see, when you put out your thing, 7 1 go viral, maybe some you get 100,000. But when it doesn't go viral, you get some 20,000. Those 20,000 are the people you should focus on. The people like me who don't follow you but see it on Twitter and go and watch it, once in a while you'll be able to convert us into fans. But you should focus on, every artist should read this book, The Purple Cow. There is no need to try to sell to the masses anymore. You should focus on selling to your core. And you shouldn't compete with people who have nothing to sell. When you have something to sell, you are considered to be one of the most talented rappers in Ghana currently. You understand? And you've been able to build a name for yourself based on the art. You should be able to sell yourself around that. You understand? J. Cole built a name around himself based on the art. And J. Cole, when he wants to do something controversial and go viral, he does it using the art. Maybe he did some Kanye West or some Nas, and then go viral because you are a rapper. People should look out for the rap.
But I mean, this is a rapper going after a rapper. In the case of being sitting in a radio interview,
that's going after a rapper. No, I'm talking about walking out of the studio. That's
probably
not
he needs
going after a rapper.
Sarkodie's attention. I think
he says he has a relationship with Sarkodie.
I listened to him also.
Sarkodie featured him on the BB. So
I listened to Amrado on a sports show on Angel FM, and I asked myself, what is a rapper doing on a sports show?
Maybe he's a fan of sports.
And they were playing like back to back his music, and he was rapping like a usual thing that you see a drive time presenter do. And then I told myself, well, aside ETSM, if you ask me who Amrado is as an artist, I do not know. So probably someone has advised him that you need to push yourself, the personality out there, for people to be able to relate to a few other things about your craft. So somebody like that, you could tell that he's going from radio station to, build his fan base to.
And there's nothing wrong with that at all.
Yes. And so if he comes to you and you deny him that fact, I mean, if we now was sorry, because the before the class so it's me more ratings, and I can't send pass so now to the station and also more ratings. Either way, no, it's a win-win situation. And I even feel that presenter also quite a per mileage for himself because now me name no. Now maybe a need a trust story and everybody need about better. So it's a whole confusing thing. Let us just stick to the craft and what you're giving us. Enough of this storm out, walk out, and all these things. It's just getting boring.
I mean, let's do the rap fans now. Keep feeding us the rap fans.
Okay, Nene, your 2 minutes. You said you have a special message.
Okay,
granted.
so
where's your camera? Speak to your camera.
Give him a camera. Focus on him.
You've forgotten the name of the person. You need to check.
This on Google.
Hey.
Yeah, I need to Google.
Wow, girlfriend. Hey. So I used to Google the answer.
Boy, yeah, boy. Yeah, channel.
I wanted to say something.
You wanted.
Okay,
just
it's past tense.
I want to say something.
So I should close my show.
So, okay, so last year I bought a guitar for the first time, and that's something I've always wanted to do, but never did, for no reason at all, because I met somebody I've always wanted to meet. I met my dream girl, and then she made me feel things I've always wanted to feel. And so buying the guitar was a way of telling myself that my dreams could come true. And so even though I've not yet learned how to play, I hope I'll be able to learn how to play very well and write you a song within a year. I promise that. However, I want to wish my hot chocolate a happy birthday and yeah, maybe.
Is it cappuccino or what? Or this way chocolate drink? Which of the chocolates? This one or is it cappuccino?
It's an inside joke.
Hey, mention the name. Yeah, this is why you want to wish your hot chocolate.
Yes, she knows I need
her
to hear them.
The guitar, I thought it was a human being.
No. You know the guitar now maker. And no. You know Nene is a poet, so all these things
Why are you trying to read meanings into what I said?
All these things he said.
What are you trying to read meanings into what I said?
Please, if you Nene is a poet. Now the guitar.
Mention her name. Mention her name.
The guitar is symbolism.
It's actually a human being.
Yeah. Yes.
It's a symbolism.
When you go to the market, just buy beats. Okay.
Yes.
It's
a poloic.
I heard this one.
A poloic human being.
I heard this one before. A Spanish guitar.
That's how we end this episode of Bloggers Forum. Nene B is
it's in love.
Nene's wife or girlfriend. Girlfriend is celebrating her birthday. Happy birthday to her.
To hot chocolate.
Hot chocolate. He doesn't want to mention the name.
I can't. I don't want to.
He's ready to play the guitar that she has.
And when his heart is broken, we'll come and report it.
Oh, happy birthday, that's what we are. I want to dedicate. That's her favorite song. Jackie's Forever.
What done DJ? By the Richmond Boatin is a columnist, and so we are celebrating our 22nd anniversary. This I'll keep saying it. Let's reduce the rate of accidents on our roads. If you witness any incident that poses as a threat to the lives of people, film them, send them to us. Email is newswires@GhanaWeb.com, newswires@GhanaWeb.com. Let's get interactive on social media. Is at the GhanaWeb. Anniversary, the hashtag is GhanaWeb22. Yes, GhanaWeb then, now, later. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantipa. Thank you for watching Bloggers Forum.
When I'm alone, my mind goes wild. So I painted a celebrity I had to go for my money. And I was going back and forth until one time, she just busted out of anger. I was like, I will draw you no crime, but who I know more Johnny, so what that me.
It's painful, but if you can see, I got more tattoos and I'm used to the pain.
One time, they were teaching, they have a name for it, it's like Kofi stands at an angle of 45 degrees and throw a stone to it. This thing sounds plenty in my mind like, Charlie, so I just turned the back of the sheet and I started drawing the teacher. So this guy came and was like, oh, really? He came from behind. I didn't see him coming. Whilst I am teaching you, you are basically drawing me, look at how you've done my cheek. So that day, I'll never forget that day, that teacher beat me well. Hey, he himself, he felt bad. So he came and was like, so you cry, come at you don't know. This thing you don't know. So what do you want to become in future?
There was this gentleman, an operative, he came in, he was holding a gun. He came in and I was just seated quietly with, I think I had a handcuff on my hand. And he came in with a CID officer seated with me. He held me by the neck. It's like, then I was
without provocation?
Without any provocation. When I was arrested, that particular evening, she had a scare. She was crossed by some vehicles and when she was trying to leave the house, they told her to leave the house with a family member. When I started, setting the her mode for the interview, then I noticed there was some signaling because obviously the question I asked wasn't answered.
Oh, so you think you were like baited? She set you up?
Yes, it was all set.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
I, Assistant Divisional Officer Grade 1, Ezra Mingle, in charge of rescue in the Ghana National Fire Service, endorse the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Now, whenever an accident occurs, please remember to call the Ghana National Fire Service on the short code 192 or the General Emergency Line 112, or you can still call their direct line, which is 0302 772446. Anywhere you are within the country, when you call, the nearest station will come to you. Now, I will end by saying that do the right thing and save a life. Thank you very much.
Hello there and welcome to another edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV, where we bring you an exclusive package of compelling interviews and business stories that made headlines during the week. My name is Na Oyo Kwote. The people who make up photographic community are our eyes to the world. From selfies to never-ending Instagram feeds, the world is drowning in images. But how is traditional photography faring in the face of mobile phone photography? Well, GhanaWeb Business spends time with the team lead of German photography, Kweku Dakojima. Our colleague, Rosemond Brown, has the details. Stay tuned.
Gone are the days when traditional photographers were only go-to sources whenever we needed anybody to help us capture those memorable moments. But now with the advent of smartphone technology, that particular script has been rewritten. Check this out. There you go. Whilst digital camera has come on by leaps and it simply cannot compete with the ease, convenience, in-device editing as well as instantaneous uploads that a smartphone can offer. Today we engage the team lead of German photography, Kweku Dakojima, on how smartphone technology has disrupted traditional photography. Kweku Dakojima is the team lead of German photography, and actually you're also the founder, right?
Yeah.
You're welcome to BizTech on GhanaWeb TV.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here.
But I was very impressed when I went to your social media hangout to find out your amazing work, and they were super mind-blowing. How do you do them?
Thank you so much. Basically, I mean, it's photography we are into, and that's what we do. We enjoy, we love to do that. So it's basically we doing what we love. Yeah.
That's nice anyway. COVID is still around. How is it affecting business? Because I went on your social media hangout and I saw that still you people are doing great stuff.
Well, yes. I think that in this day and age where there's COVID and all those things, some way somehow it's boosting our business, because we realize that even more than ever people want to digitalize everything. They want to be online, they want to do things online, and in order to represent your business online, you need to show pictures, you need to show videos and all those things. So in a way, at the beginning or at the early stage of COVID, it hit us because of the lockdown and all those things, and most businesses were affected, including us. But then the post after the whole restriction and all those things, things are turning up even better, and we are getting in contact with more people, more businesses. Everyone wants to be online just so that they can connect to people, not through physical means, but then through, the digital day and age in which we are.
Great. We see your work. A lot of people know the name, but a lot of people really don't know who you are. Are you able to tell us a little about it?
We want to put it out there that it's a team, it's a group of people who have come together under one vision to be able to produce these amazing works. Yeah.
Great. So how did it even start at all?
Well, it started somewhere. Well, it started somewhere in 2012, 2013. It started as a passion for me. It started as a passion. I just wanted to know more about photography, learn more about pictures. So it started way back when I was in uni in level 200. So along the line, things got serious that people started contacting us for work and all those things, and then gradually we were able to get people to join us along the line. In 2015, 2016, that was when Jima Studios was official. Jima Studios, that's when we registered the business and we started getting people on board and building a team and having, all these things that we are doing now. Yeah, so it started from there. So it started as a hobby and now it's a business. Okay, so after school, that was when I...
But wait, what did you study at all? Did you do anything related to photography?
No, not at all. I did economics and information studies, so it definitely didn't have anything to do with photography or art. But then I think that it is more innate than, it's more in me than what I studied.
I'm really particular about the part that you said you were in school, you studied economics and information studies, like really tough courses. I was in the University of Ghana myself, so I can attest to the content of the course that you studied. Yeah. So after school and you decided to do photography, a lot of people think photography is hobby. Why would you go to school, learn hard, write all the I's, the hard I's, and put the certificate aside and come and do photography? How did your parents react to it? It's not a hobby rather than a business.
Okay, so that was in 2014. Yes, 2014, 2015, when I decided to, go into photography full time. I wasn't only doing economics, I was doing accounting at ICA and all those things. So, in their mind, they saw an accountant, someone working in the bank and all those things, wearing his suit and tie. And then all of a sudden you decide to do photography. And I remember my mom asking me this. She was like, so are you going to lie on the floor, take pictures for the rest of your life? I was like, no, I'm not going to do that. I mean, clearly they couldn't see the vision that I had. And so it was very difficult for them to accept it. We had a series of meetings back and forth. But one thing I noticed was that my dad never uttered a word. He just kept looking at me. And they all were just looking at me till they saw that, oh, the guy is doing something different from what everybody is doing. And we started making some small income here and there. And I was very open to them. So whenever I make money, I send it to my mom to keep for me. I don't know why I did that. But after a while, she was like, no, this thing, are you sure it's this thing you're doing? So after a while, then they gradually stopped and it ended there. And they even started supporting my dream and sort of like investing in me for a while and all those things. So I think that it was difficult for them, but then gradually when they saw the fruits and the results coming forth now, they decided to help me, and then it's been a good journey so far. I know that they are very happy and proud of me. So,
what about starting your photography business? You would need cameras, you need other equipment that will help you grow. How did you secure that? Was it out of personal funds? Was it probably someone that's your camera, you know, that thing?
Okay, so for me, my first camera, I had to empty my account to buy that. At that time, I had about 1,800 CDs in my account, and we got this move on Tonaton, so we were like, oh, I need to buy this camera. So I had to empty the account. At that time I was in school, I was a student, and I was saving a little bit from the money that my dad would give me, and I did other businesses too. So I emptied the account to buy the camera. Now when I bought the camera, I realized that I can't use the camera. Why? Because I don't have a memory card. I don't have a lens. So I was like, oh, I thought once I buy the camera, I'm set. So the camera had to lie down for like a month. I had to save up a little money and then also get the memory card and then the lens to start shooting.
So, Jem, I've heard you have rich clients, like creme de la creme people patronizing your business. But before we delve into who those people are, I would want us to go for a quick break, and when we come back, we're talking about his clientele as well as one interesting thing about traditional photography now. I mean, in the face of smartphone technology. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back from that short break. Like I said, we're going to talk about his clientele. I've heard some and I've seen some pretty people, rich people all over his social media hangout. Jama, tell us, who are your clients? Because we hear top people in the country, they are all doing business with you.
I don't know how true that is. I don't know how true that is, but you know, the thing is, we are giving our best, and even the Bible says that your gifts will bring you before kings. So it's only natural that people at that level want to, you know, associate themselves with us and, you know, patronize our services and our products that we are producing. So we do have quite, we've worked with quite a number of people, you know, top people. But then I want to say this because it's with our business model, our target is not the lax market. That comes as a plus.
On an average, how many events are you able to have probably in a week, in a month? You tell me how you do your work.
So usually our busiest months will be December and then January, and in December alone we can shoot, in a month we can shoot about 30 events in a month. But then I mean that is way high, because on the average, I mean, for most photographers we'll do about 4 or 5 events.
I hear you are very expensive. Let's say I want to book you for a session. What are your charges?
We are not that expensive. I think that we usually will charge based on the number of hours we are spending. So we do have per hour rates, and depending on the type or the nature of the job, it's between 350 CDs up to about 750 CDs per hour.
So what's the highest gig ever?
The highest gig ever, as in terms of the highest job we've done that we've been paid. That will be about 60,000-70,000.
One other challenge that really interests me in photography business is the advent of smartphone technologies. You know, before I would probably look out for the nearest photo studio and go and take a picture. But now with my phone, I just take a picture and I'm good to go. How has smartphone technology disrupted photography business? I mean, traditional photography business.
Well, You see it as a disruption, but I see it as an opportunity. Now more than ever, picture is on the lips of people. I mean, at every point, whenever you walk into a particular area where you see people talking, if you are careful to listen to them, you hear picture mentioned 1 out of 10. I mean, so it's making photography even more popular. And once they use their smartphones and they are unable to achieve what we are producing out there, they are like, oh, then professional photography is not easy. It's not easy. That's how come we can organize a workshop for photography enthusiasts who are using their phones, make money off them, still teach them new stuff, and then they learn like, oh wow, I didn't know this, oh I didn't know this, and they tend to appreciate photography even more. Now whenever they come to the professional and they want to employ their services, they know that photography is not easy. They are used to photography, they are exposed to pictures, they know the value that comes in terms of pictures and all those things, and so they are appreciating our work even more. At first, photo is not like it was never a big deal until like 6 years from now. People will not go out and say, oh, I'm going to take photos, I'm paying up to 10,000 cedis for pictures. Why? All those kind of things. But now, more than ever, we are in a digital world where photos are popular. And so everyone wants the best photo. And if you want the best photo, you need to get the best photographer to take those things. So it has made pictures popular. And so I don't see it as, the downside of it. And in terms of professionalism and the kind of output professionals bring compared to the phone, there's a lot of difference.
Okay, so talking about comparing smartphone technology photography to traditional photography, which is I stand there, you put your camera at me, and then you take a shot. Is there any competition at all?
There's no competition at all, because for professionals, there's a lot of creative thinking that goes into the entire process before I photograph you, and so it's more like me, a layman, holding a basketball compared to Michael Jordan holding a basketball. Now we are holding the same basketball, but in the hands of Michael Jordan, that is worth about $20 million, $30 million. In the hands of me, it's worth the price of the basketball, which is about 100 cedis. You understand? And so what Michael Jordan can do with the basketball, I cannot do as a layman. It's the same thing. What I can do with your phone camera in my hand will be so, high and different from what you can do with just because of the skill sets, the kind of creative process and thought process that goes into my mind before taking a picture, in terms of the planning, in terms of the posing, in terms of the elements I introduce into the picture, in terms of me coming to sit down and do some edits and manipulation on the pictures and then bringing it out to you. It will be way different from what you will do and what you'll be at the end of the day produce as a picture. Yeah.
Then obviously you don't see it as a challenge at all.
Never a challenge. I'm actually making money off what you guys are doing.
All right, so have you got any advice for anybody listening to us that would want to do photography?
Well, I think that in as much as photography is a hobby for many people and it's passion driven, if you want to enter into photography as a business, I think that you need to be able to run it as a business, not a hobby. Most people are doing hobby and they think that should produce income or some level of growth in terms of business for them. But then photography as a business is entirely different from photography as a hobby. It's just like Stoneboy having a management to run his music business, and then people are there who can really sing. Like maybe me, I can really sing even better than Stoneboy, but I'm doing it as a hobby. and I sing in church and all those things, or people invite me to their weddings to sing, but I'm not doing it as a business. Once you want to do it as a business, you need a management, you need some form of business model and all those things, so that you'll be able to run a successful business. And at the end of the day, you won't say that, oh, I shot for 20 years and I made nothing out of it. There are people who have sung for 20 years and made nothing out of it just because they didn't run it as a business. They didn't have a management to, control finance, control HR, control IT, in terms of marketing and all those things. They weren't structures to hold that into and then also, if you want to, our business model is different because it's a team building, it's a team based something. But then in terms of individuals who want to pursue photography, I think that once you are building a team, you need to build a team to make you competent, and so you build a team around you to make you as the artist, as a creative person, very competent. As compared to us, we are building the team to scale up, to get more numbers, and so it's not to make me competent, but it's to make us interdependent, and then rather increase in terms of numbers and all those things. So that would be my advice. There are two different models, and then you need to choose one. So it's about you, or it's about building a team, and then everyone grows along. So yeah.
Jama, thank you so much for having us. It has really been an eye-opening conversation. This is where we draw the curtain for our interview with Gemma Photography, the team lead, Kweku Dako, who tells us that, if you want to go into photography, you should treat it as a profession, be professional about it, rather than seeing it as a hobby. And also, according to him, smartphone technology has rather been a boost to their business rather than being a downside of their business. I am Desmond from Pona, and thank you for watching a super interesting interview on GhanaWeb TV.
That's an interesting interview right there. But our friend Jefferson Seniaja is on standby to assist us with some helpful internet tools.
Hello there, my name is Jefferson Seniaja from After Music. This episode is for iPhone users. Well, I know we all want to use our iPhone for just phone calls and messages, but did you know that there's quite a lot that your iPhone can do? We're going to start this series trying to look for useful things that we can use with our phone and what it enhances and what it entails, and see how it benefits us in our everyday lives. Let's get on to it. So, welcome to our useful things to do on the iPhone. And the first thing I want to highlight is the Do Not Disturb button. Oftentimes, when we get into an unexpected meeting, we quickly put our phones on vibrate. And the problem with the vibration is sometimes it just ends up disturbing the meeting. There's a very cool tool that some people don't take advantage of, which is the Do Not Disturb button. And this button is right swipe. Depending on the type of iPhone, you just swipe all the way from the top down. And it's that little crescent next to the padlock that looks like the moon. So once you click on that, tell you Do Not Disturb on. What this does is that once you are in Do Not Disturb mode, everything, notification, phone calls are sent, but it doesn't sound. It doesn't make any noise, and you get to work. Just even phone calls don't get through. So the best thing to always remember to turn it off when you are no longer busy, because the problem is that if you don't turn it back on, you might miss some important calls. So it's a really, really great tool. Once you get into meetings, just swipe down Do Not Disturb, and it stops all notifications, stop all phone calls from coming through. And even if they come through, you will get a message saying a phone call was missed. All right, so this is a great tool, Do Not Disturb. And once you've done, you just turn it back off. You need it back on, you just turn it there, and you continue your way. This is great. Try it out and let me know how it goes. So that's it for this week. I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.
That's it for Tech Bits with Jefferson Seniaza, but we are moving straight to business headlines for the week. And we're starting with popular social media platform Twitter will establish its presence in Africa with a headquarters situated in Ghana, with its founder, Jack Dorsey, has disclosed. Making the disclosure via Twitter on April 12th, Jack Dorsey wrote, "Twitter is now present on the continent. Thank you, Ghana," and at Nana Akufo-Addo. Reacting to the news following a virtual meeting held between Ghana's President Akufo-Addo and Jack Dorsey on April 7th, the president said the decision to set up a headquarters is critical for Ghana's development in the technology sector. The choice of Ghana as HQ for Twitter's Africa operations is excellent news. Government and Ghanaians welcome very much this announcement and the confidence reposed in our country. Next is the ongoing doomsday and power cuts in the country. Executive Director for the Africa Center for Energy Policy, ACEP, has disclosed that Ghana is currently losing $2.5 billion as a result of the failure of government to fully utilize capacitor banks amid the current power crisis, according to Benjamin Boache, who was speaking on CTFM's Point of View program on Monday evening. Aside the financial savings that government could make, there was also an element of power that could be saved with full utilization of capacitor banks. The capacitor banks regulates that voltage to ensure that when the demand is rising, it is producing enough power. It provides the needed voltage when people turn on their equipment. You realize that of the available installed capacitor banks, government's own record shows that only 28% was functional. He stressed that if government were to improve it to about 70%, they will be able to save 35 megawatts of power. At 90%, 38 megawatts of power will be saved. Next, poultry farmers in the country have been urged to consider supplying their eggs and other perishable products to senior high schools across the country, but on a credit basis. This, according to the Chief Executive Officer of the National Food Buffer Stock Company Limited, Hanan Abdul Wahab, could be a good business opportunity for the farmers.
Food is very, very important. And you also agree with me. Government business is not like private business where payment and approvals can be done within a minute or within an hour. It's a process. It has to go through a process because we are actually spending public money. This is money for the good people of Ghana. We cannot just rush and start doing things. Buffer stock goes to supply and wait for 60 days before we are paid by the Ministry of Education. That is the arrangement we have with with the Ministry of Education on the free senior high school supply of the non-perishable food items. So I will also encourage poultry farmers who have eggs and other products that wants to do business with the schools, since the schools are responsible for the buying, for the day-to-day buying of the perishable, that includes egg, to also go into same or similar arrangement with them so that they can give them on credit. Because the information we have also picked on the ground is that poultry farmers or egg suppliers wants to do cash and carry, and this is government business. You cannot do cash and carry with government. And later on,
the Ministry of Finance has issued a disclaimer to media reports that have said that Ghana has been downgraded as a low-income country by the IMF in accordance with its latest fiscal monitor. This, according to a press statement from the ministry, is not accurate as the countries continue to be recognized as a lower middle-income economy based on the widely recognized classification of the World Bank and the UN. Also, the statement insists the reference that was made to the latest International Monetary Fund fiscal monitor did not represent the findings therein, as Ghana's status did not change. The IMF fiscal monitor does not aspire at classifying countries by income level. Instead, it analyzes the latest public finance development, updates medium-term fiscal projections, and assesses policies to put public finances on a sustainable footing. The groupings of economists presented in the fiscal monitor's methodological and statistical appendix serve an analytical purpose only. In this appendix, Ghana is conveniently recognized as a low-income developing country, like other middle-income economies, such as Cote d'Ivoire, Kenya, Nigeria, and others. Now on Galamsey, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo on Wednesday, April 14, 2021, opened a two-day bipartisan consultative dialogue on small-scale mining in Accra, with a call on participants to discuss issues relating to illegal small-scale mining dispassionately, devoid of partisan politics, narrow and parochial interest. The president said it would require stakeholders in small-scale mining industry to engage in honest and candid conversations to stem the tide of the Galamsey menace. He said although mining creates jobs and improved livelihoods, it should not be done at the expense of damaging the environment.
The menace of illegal small-scale mining and the need to support and grow responsible small-scale mining. There are aspects of our national life which are fair subject matters of partisan politics. We must, however, come to the understanding the small-scale mining and the requirement to do away with the illegalities in that sector should be beyond partisan politics. Some subjects simply cannot be part of our everyday politicking, and I urge this forum to insist that illegal small-scale mining and matters relating to it should be one of such issues requiring national effort. Fellow Ghanaians, it is absolutely crucial that deliberations of this consultative dialogue be candid and devoid of partisanship or narrow parochial interests. Hopefully, at the end of the day, we should be able to build a broad-based national consensus around the necessity to stamp out the menace of illegal small-scale mining and the need to support and grow responsible small-scale mining.
Employees of the Electricity Company of Ghana have begun a massive campaign to get their managing director, Kwame Agyemang-Budu, removed from office. This was after a National Executive Committee meeting held last Friday at the company's training school in Tema. In a strongly worded statement, the workers accused Mr. Agyemang-Budu of mismanaging the company's resources, adding that he is grossly deficient when it comes to matters relating to administrative and corporate governance. The staff also alleged that the MD has ignored several petitions to involve the company's rank and file in revenue mobilization since 2020. The workers say that the MD's continuous stay in office could collapse the state-run company, as they further accuse him of procurement breaches. A clear example is the award of contracts of some 6 substations, where the recommendations of the evaluation committee were sidestepped and awarded to other companies, the staff said in a memo. The union decries the alarming rate at which the company's technical and commercial losses are galloping. A conservative estimate puts the current system loss figure at over 34% as of February 2021, and there are no consent strategies in place to bring them down in the short and medium term, the statement further added. That's it for this week's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. We are glad you made time with us. Log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more of our news stories. Get interactive with us on all our social media platforms. We are at the Ghana Web on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. Also subscribe to our YouTube channel, GhanaWeb TV. My name is Na Oyokote. Have a great weekend.
Hi, my name is GhanaWeb Brown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
When I'm alone, my mind goes wild. So I painted a celebrity, I had to go for my money. And I was going back and forth until one time, she just busted out of anger. I was like, I will draw you no crime, but who I know more Janis, so what me.
It's painful, but if you can see, I got more tattoos and I'm used to the pain.
One time, they were teaching, they have a name for it, it's like Kofi stands at an angle of 45 degrees and throw a stone to a... This thing sounds plenty in my mind like, Charlie, so I just turned the back of the sheet and I started drawing the teacher. So this guy came and was like, oh, really? He came from behind. I didn't see him coming. Whilst I am teaching him, you are basically drawing me and look at how you've done my cheek. So that day, I'll never forget that day, that teacher beat me well. Yeah. He himself, he felt bad. So he came and was like, so you cry, come out, you don't know. This thing you don't know. So what do you want to become in future?
There was this gentleman, an operative, he came in. He was holding a gun. He came in and I was just seated quietly with, I think I had a handcuff on my hand. Then he came in with a CID officer seated with me. He held me by the neck. It's like, then I was
without provocation.
Without any provocation, when I was arrested, that particular evening, she had a scare. She was crossed by some vehicles, and when she was trying to leave the house, they told her to leave the house with a family member. When I started, setting the her mode for the interview, then I noticed there was some signaling, because obviously the question I asked wasn't answered.
Oh, so you think you were like baited? She set you up?
Yes, it was all set.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did...
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational. But that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today you deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Hello, my name is Priscilla Na Akle Planch. I'm a survivor of a road accident. It wasn't easy for me. I went through 6 surgeries, and for 2 years I was using crutches. It wasn't an easy experience, and I don't want you to go through the same. So please, follow all the road safety regulations that you have to. Don't drive tired, don't drink and drive. And to my fellow friends who ride motorcycles, please, the road signals are for you as well. Please pay attention to them. Stay safe, do the right thing, and save a life.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Over the past few weeks, there's been records of erratic power supply in various parts of the country. The government of the day has assured that this situation is not the regular doomsday that Ghanaians know, and that it is as a result of regular maintenance being undertaken by the Ghana Grid Company. On today's edition of Trending GH, we are speaking to some residents of Bubuashi in Accra to find out from them the impacts of this situation on their domestic life, as well as what they make of the situation, whether they see it to be a true doomsday, regardless of what government's position is.
Well, like I said, a higher power because now every week we are at least light off no best 4 or 5 days and we are the doom na no pa best 11 and almost best 6:30 no best 10 to 15 minutes and yes doom bi best 30 minutes almost saw ya almost 30 minutes and almost e doom and ye dem ma de chi nta no pay best 9 no na saw ya higher because your fridge is so your fridge kwa ba kwa assess ya to me aduane nti ma to nam nyam egu fridge mu we ko na bebre so assess higher pa o se na dum so kono sa na we so kono na do so ko eno podi o mutimi shedo o ma shere se bi anopa ye be call off enumesis ni aba ba we anti announcement bia e na call off e de mu afita anopa be si anopa nti ya ni dum so de mi shede hu difference bi e wo musa the Emma light ni call off and on. Yes, let me say, only ni mai.
Light no. It me dundum say TV as a no me dundum no. E bia ni, e na ekoso no here. Nti ama nyama so ahihye. Be, dun so na won so na. Omon so nti ye pa ma chon ben for me hu bi. Nyama ni bia say won. Me tell ni fridge ni so ni. Ufa ni. Ise ni nya asese. Mitimi enso. Ise mitimi. Entimi enu so nti esra mo ampenifo monye mu be man yetimi ka se mo ntoman ba ye be die sika beto but esra mo a
in this area sometimes the lights go off without any information and it is like it's a face off or something. Some will be having off, some will be having on. When it is going, no information. When it is coming, no information. Things are in the fridge. Sometimes you have to store food for future use. By the time you realize it has spoiled. So it's very, very bad. I don't even feel happy in the country anymore. I can say we are in doomsday, but just they don't want to say it. And you know the problem is, if we've seen this before, you said before, we've seen it before, it is true. So assuming we've bring in another government, another set of people, we have to at least advance from before. As a president or a government, okay, as a president, you can't come to my doorstep and come and give me food every day. You can't do anything for Ghanaians. The petty things that will help Ghanaians, you do it for them so that they can also survive. Because as I'm standing here, Akufo-Addo doesn't know I exist. He doesn't know me from anywhere. So we have to do what he feels will make the youth in the community feel better, in the country feel better. People are hustling. People are hustling.
Almost son wedum, almost son wedum. Fair bam, baby, cry. Me say me pamade. Yes, I mean to me pamade. Or you bet me you so washing machine there, horade. By any tears, say you see and sunny day, horade, a high and baby. Oh, say your dream so they are my young. Say you do so, so I want you be being found.
At the Chimbia near your bedroom light. You do light now at the same time, and I start to consume at the same time. Until you who send your young light as an energy cry at that one thing. My ditching.
Oh, yeah, they are 15 in a more light out and 15 in her because in 90 that. So, once I cry, as I don't see baby or shower.
And a band so I once a banner saw a banner so and you know so. Oh, no credit any kind of back. Doom so dear. Semen Cassie, you will more crampona. Sanya asasa negusu bobo be na che se ebebro dum so no so kra.
Well, we've experienced the same thing. Yesterday, for example, we had a situation where the light would go on and will go off for a while and then it will come back on. Then it will stay on for just a brief moment, then it will go on for hours. And, so it was going on and off, and that can affect, some of your electrical appliances. Yeah, domestic-wise, of course, you can't watch your news, you can't go online, you can't browse, everything is off. And so, because we use Wi-Fi, and so when that goes off, then it becomes a problem. The heat is unbearable. Ghana is hot. Ghana is shit. Well, doomsaw literally translated is doom off, saw on, and that's what we're experiencing. So I mean, I don't know how else you can sugarcoat it, but to me, this is doomsaw. It's been going on for a while, and I think that the authorities need to tell us exactly what's going on, because if you say it's maintenance, then it shouldn't be this long.
So these are residents of Swan Lake here in Boboashi expressing their thoughts about the current erratic supply situation being experienced in the country. According to them, besides the current situation having all the characteristics of a doomsaw, is also affecting their domestic life. They are therefore appealing to governments and the relevant institutions to come out with a schedule to help them plan their lives accordingly, whilst also ensuring that the situation is handled judiciously. Reporting for GhanaWeb TV, George AC.
He's gifted, wild, crazy, and daring, and this shows in every piece of work he does. He's telling the Ghanaian story through his work, and today we explore his art and skill sets on this edition of People and Places. My guest, well, we meet him right after this break. My name is Wanda Ami Hagan. Welcome aboard. Welcome back. Thanks for your company. Let's meet the man with the magical hands. I call him Anthony Jefferson Hansen.
Yes. Bofudin Bebre. Nyago.
Bosu.
Senior.
I know you have a lot of names. What other names do you have? Let's just do self-introduction.
My name is Anthony Jefferson Hansen.
That's all?
Yes.
That's all?
Yes. Yes.
I know you as Ashenso.
Yeah.
That's the name you use for your work.
Oh yeah, Ashenso has become my name undoubtedly because it's kind of it's the company name, but the popularity of that surpasses my original name, so I take it like that.
Okay, how did that name come about, by the way?
Ashenso is a fancy or tree word.
Okay.
That means a trademark. Okay. Ashenso, like Meisha Bibinso. And in relation to the tattoo, it's more like Ashenso. So that's how I got the name. That's where I derived the name from.
Okay. Before we get into the conversation, you are going to tell us what we are painting today.
I'm painting.
So when you're done, we'll finally see what the outcome of this is. Okay.
Maybe.
But tell us what you do. Painting, what else do you do?
I'm an artist all around. I do everything art actually. And so I paint, I tattoo, sometimes I write, I can sing. Well, I can a whole lot. I don't know. Everything art basically. Yeah.
Wait, like your own songs? You write your own songs and sing?
I actually wanted to be a musician.
Really?
Yeah, when I first came to Accra, but I realized everybody was doing music. I'm like, okay, let me find my way. Yeah.
Okay, so you're low on the music and more
Yes. Sometimes it comes into me like, why don't you go back for it and start something?
But did you ever sing like your own song that is out?
No.
It's not out.
If any should have come out, I would have followed it. Yeah.
So when did you develop interest for painting, for art?
Painting has been my first love. Yes, because I'm a very indoor person. My mom wouldn't allow me to go out and all that, you know, so in my loneliness, I fell in love with art. It became my only friend. So if mistakenly you leave your lip gloss or your lipstick around, by the time you are back, I've designed your bed sheet and everything. Yeah. So.
With whatever you find?
Yeah, whatever I find, I want to do magic with it.
Is it from your mom, your dad, or you? It's just
both
you?
Side. Both
Okay.
side. Because my mom is a fashion designer, and my father's side, the person I was named after, Emmanuel Ewusesel. So originally my name is Papa Ewusi. That's when you go home. That's how they call me. And so that man was an artist. So yeah.
So at what age or at what point did you start developing this potential?
I didn't even see it. I didn't understand what it was, because there were a few people around to really tell me, like introduce me to the greater part of the talent that I have. But luckily for me, there were other artists in the hood, you understand, who were kind enough to let me around to watch what they do. And it wasn't a lot of questions, it was only observation. Yeah. And so that gingered the interest the more. Yes.
So when did you do your very first artwork, like painting?
Oh, you see, when we were young, there used to be cinema halls and the rest. Yeah. And so what I did was, since I don't have money to pay and go and watch, I'll go with my plain sheet or brown papers. You know, my mom sews. So the leftover of the brown papers for the patterns, I'll steal them. Then I'll go to the cinema halls and I'll lie down on the floor and I'll be drawing. You see, they used to have commando holding big gun.
You draw the things you saw?
Yeah, I draw the things I saw, yeah.
Okay. But officially, like your first artwork that brought you out, when was that?
I think it should be Jocelyn Dumas' painting.
Okay.
Yeah,
And in
so
which
many
year?
years ago. That would be like 2009.
Okay.
Yeah.
So she came to see you, or
No,
you just decided to?
she interviewed me on her program.
Okay.
The one show, if you remember, via
Yeah,
those
yeah.
times. I just wanted to say thank you for her, thank you to her for interviewing me.
Okay.
And when I did and I posted it, people were interested. So they started asking, how much do you take for this? And I, okay, so there's money here. I had a mistake. So yeah.
And then it blew.
Yeah.
Right.
Ashanso was born.
How do you tell the Ghanaian story, or how do you promote Ghana to what you do?
Ghana is a very creative country, yeah, in every way possible. Even the way we do our concern is creative. Yeah, it's not like, and
you do it with skill.
Yeah, man. Yeah, because they are by you, but you don't see it. That's how creative they are. So with Ghana, I think we have a little problem when it comes to the arts, you know, which is the media throwing more light on the art, because they don't. When you say art in Ghana, everybody's mind goes to singing and acting, but we design the graphics for the musician, we design the posters for the movie actors, we do the makeup and the special effect makeup. All these things are the fundamentals. If they should throw a bit more light and make the artist in Ghana feel a bit like, say, into a day, yeah, people that have got the talent will come back to the art than to want to be in offices and do
Doing
things
the
that
white
they are
collar
not.
jobs.
Yes.
You think that if art is appreciated more people would
Of
want
course,
to explore
most of our youth are artists. Trust me. When you go into the secondary schools, this is what happens. Even lecturers don't pay attention to the visual arts class like that. You understand? I have an experience having there.
Okay.
They don't pay attention to the visual arts class. Compare a science class in a secondary school to a visual arts class in a secondary school. You understand? The sciences are always serious. They do extra curriculum stuff. But the visual arts class is like, yo, sometimes they don't even know what's going on. You understand? The lecturers wouldn't come for class. And when this news comes out like that, which parent or which world would want their children to go and study visual arts in school?
I mean, it's the same environment, but you are still blue. So
yes.
Does it really matter if people
It matters because the kind of the vigor that I have, not every artist would have seen.
What inspires a particular painting?
You see how the mind works, yeah? The things you see, fragments of those images are captured by the brain. You understand? So sometimes, unconsciously, ideas come to mind and you don't even remember where you saw them or how they even felt or sound or smell like. And when this happens, it's like a catalog in your mind. So people that do this kind of work, anytime they pick the brush, the painting is already here. Or even if they don't know, the picture is already captured and it's part of the system. So as they go, something comes up. Like this woman with the red lipstick, I don't know. I don't know where.
You don't know where it came from.
I don't know. I don't even know what I'm doing right now. Yeah. Let's see.
Right.
Let's
and
see.
What has been that one project that you look back on and you're like, this took a lot of effort and it's been your biggest so far?
My biggest would be meeting the president, even though it wasn't any, but it was something I said before, long before I even came to Accra. I said, let me tell you a story. When I was in school, I was very bad at this how I think, I wasn't good at math. Academically, I wasn't sharp like that. So a lot of things came on my side when it comes to punishment and beating and all these things. So
You were seen as stubborn?
Not stubborn, but Charlie, the beatings were too much. So I was always sad, I always want to be alone. That's why I'm telling you I don't go anywhere. It's contributed to that. I'm not a very social person. No, I'm a very good conversationist, but I won't go out there. Yeah. So one time they were teaching, I don't know, they have a name for it. It's like Kofi stands at an angle of 45 degrees and throw a stone to that thing?
Yeah.
And this thing sound plenty in my mind, like, Charlie, so I just turned the back of the sheet and I started drawing the teacher. And
while the teacher was
yes, while he was serious, and I was drawing with his long cheek. So this guy came and was like, oh, really? He came from behind. I didn't see him coming. So Anthony, really? Whilst I am teaching you, you are busy drawing me and look at how you've done my cheek. So that day, I'll never forget that day. That teacher beat me well. The worst ever. And I was crying. There's this crying where you can do but this one was like, I was sobbing like, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I think he himself, he felt bad. So he came and was like, so you cry, come out, you don't know. This thing you don't know. So what do you want to become in future? And I said, I want to be the best artist ever to have come out from Ghana.
Told him that?
Yeah. I told him I want to be the best artist ever to have come out of Ghana. This was JSS 2. And so
wow.
And
you knew what you wanted even at that age.
Oh, I knew what I wanted even when I had no get sense. Because I was always alone. I have ideas. I only see pictures. You come and meet me talking to myself, you think I'm mad, that kind of vibe. Yeah. So when I said, and I'll meet the president, and I said a whole lot. So when I met the president and I posted it on Facebook, I had even forgotten about this story. So my class prefect then, Marilyn Asma, he commented like, do you remember when Mr. Lawe ripped you and he asked you what you want to do and he said you want to meet the president? Then the whole thing turned emotional, like, oh, Charlie.
It all came.
You see? So that's how,
came back to you. Wow.
So it's like that.
Okay. There are so many artists around the world, like people who literally sell their art, auction them at functions and the rest.
Yeah.
Who would that one person you draw inspiration from be?
Trust me, the only person I sat under to even take this thing serious was my grandfather. Unfortunately, history did not cover him. And he was a mate of Abladi Global and Atudi Lakadem because they were the pioneers of art in tech. But unfortunately, history did not cover him. And so he's the only person I have admired and look at him with his ideas and philosophies and, yeah. And so for him, he thinks this is art. As you see it, as you see me, this is art. You understand? Like, Look at me, look at you. This is art. God just called it into being, making him the greatest artist of all time. I can't call it into being, but I can capture it in my mind and I can reproduce it with my hand. And so life is art. Listen to my voice. See the way I'm constructing my English. It's art.
Yeah.
The way you talk is different from me. Same like red is different from yellow. But if you put it together, you get orange, right? So then we get melodies from when you say, ah, and you say, ah.
So everything around us,
everything is art. You understand? So art is life. Yeah.
And what you do now, I mean, you're going to be gone someday.
Yeah.
Do you think the kind of art you do?
I won't be gone.
You're never going to die?
No.
Like, why?
Because I'm an artist.
But your work is going to live after you.
My work?
Obviously.
Yeah, that's why I won't be gone.
But the human being is going to go, right? So I was asking, the work you do today,
yeah.
you think it's going to be relevant in so many years, like for
it would
generations to come?
It would depend on me.
Okay.
It would depend on me and how I market it. It would depend on me and how high I push my name to go.
But is that what you're doing now?
Of course, we are striving to get to.
If people look at your work today, so many years from now, would they say this? Would they still admire the work?
It's dependent on me, how far I get my name to.
And are you working towards
yes,
that?
that's exactly what I'm doing. Because Ashenso started like, okay, when it's about painting, I'll say all my life. You understand? And people that were my age know me from that point till now, and people that were born yesterday also know me till I will die. And the period even before I die, new generation will come to also know Ashen. So that's if I still stay relevant. So that's how you build up or spread the name.
Okay. Do people patronize your work? Which kind of people? And to what extent?
To the extent that I ship my works outside, but I haven't been there.
Okay. So people order for your work?
Yes.
Which kind of people are we looking at?
Art lovers.
Let's say, which kind of countries you think your work has gone to? Beyond
All over the world.
All over the world?
All over the world.
You're confident?
Everywhere.
So if you go to China, we would find Ashenso?
All over the world.
Wow.
Yeah. I didn't take it there. I had to send it to them because they ordered for it.
And these people are Ghanaians?
Yes, both Ghanaians and foreigners.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So let's take a break at this point. Let's move from this studio to another studio where we learn about something different that Ashenso does. And then later on, we'll continue with the artwork he's doing.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has been easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back. We are still on the conversation. And you know, Ashenso is not only a painter or a graffiti artist, he also does tattoos. And right now he has a client, he's doing his own thing. We are going to have a little chit chat and find out all about the tattoo art. How long have you been doing this particular art, kind of art?
I've been tattooing for almost 14 years now.
And how did it all begin?
Right after secondary school, you know, when you are coming back into the system, you want to know what you are coming to do and how you're going to face life, like how you're going to survive. Because after secondary school, I believe we're a big boy, you know, always going to be dependent on your parents and stuff. So whilst friends were choosing driving and other,
things to get them money, I decided to go into tattoo because I believe in controversies and how they make information spread faster. So already, because of my art field, like my art background, I decided to do tattoos.
Was it a particular thing that inspired you or motivated you? Would have been anything?
Yeah. Thing is, I lived with my grandfather for 3 years in the course of my secondary school education. He was a full-blown artist already doing his thing, so some of the training he gave me was to draw with a pen and not a pencil. So I was already good at that, and just like transfer of knowledge, you know, when you are drawing with a pen, the idea of making a mistake wouldn't be on your mind, because you know when you make a mistake you can't clean it, unlike a pencil. Yeah, so if I could do with a pen and I wouldn't make a mistake, I just felt then I can do tattoo, because same way with a tattoo, the skin is the substrate and you can't afford to make a mistake. So if I have full control over the pen and the paper, why don't you try the tattoo? So that's how come.
So you got into training, or like how did it start?
Oh, actually, my big brother was sending home some stuff, like occasionally during Christmas, he sent home some stuff because he's outside. And he asked me what I want, and I said I wanted a tattoo machine, because then I've been seeing it on YouTube, like people, and I felt I could do it. So I asked for the tattoo machine, and when it came, I just tried my hands. It wasn't all gravy in the beginning, but then with time.
So who was like your first client?
Oh, he's called Ima.
And how was that like? Did you
It was bad. It was actually bad. Yeah.
You hurt him?
No, not hurt, but the design. Yeah.
He didn't come out.
No, you know, he believed in me so much because he thought I could draw already, so I would be good at once with the tattoo thing. But I didn't know it needed constant practice, just like any other art form. So I was supposed to draw Jesus Christ on the cross on his back. And whilst he was lying down and I was doing it, the thing was perfect too. But the moment he got up, the cross was like this. No, it was bad.
It was all messed up there.
It was bad.
Was that the only mistake you made?
Oh, I made a lot of mistakes in the beginning. A lot of mistakes.
With people you knew or like clients?
Oh, both people I knew and clients.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what was the reaction when it came out wrong?
Okay, for all of them I've been able to fix them though.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's fine like that.
Right. So what are you drawing now?
We're writing a script.
A script?
Yes. On his back in relation to the mom.
In relation to his mom?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That must be a very long thing.
Very,
How long
very.
is this going to take?
It can take like 3 hours, give and take. But yeah, we've done quite enough. It's like 5 paragraphs, we've almost done with 2, so it's left with 3.
Okay, let's just talk about people who come to you
Yeah.
for tattoos. Usually, what's like your client base? Which kind of people come to you?
Most of the celebrities comes to me. And you know, the world is, you know, as much as the world is afraid of the unknown, people are very inquisitive how and why. You understand? So, yeah, I tattoo most of the celebrities, and I tattoo the common Ghanaian too. And people have ideas and reasons why they want to get tattoos, because every tattoo has a story. It's not like for fun. So, yeah.
And what has your biggest work, like your most challenging work when it comes to tattoo being so far?
My most challenging work recently was tattooing Stoneboy's mother on the back, because then he is a celebrity and I couldn't have afforded to make a mistake in any way possible. Yeah, so even though I've been doing that numerous times, but when it got to him, I felt a little bit pressure, yeah, because it was like writing my tattoo final exam.
Because it has to be perfect.
Yes, because then if it goes wrong, everybody will know anyway. It can't be hidden. Yeah.
This is on the back. We spoke about Stoneboy and his tattoo on the back. But what other places do people like to have tattoos when they come to you?
People like to tattoo any part of their body depending on the reason and how they feel. Yeah.
So any part, as in even the private part?
Yes, please.
Okay, and how does that work? How does that feel? Because that includes ladies, right?
Yes, that wouldn't be me, but it will be them. Because they are at the receiving point. I am just working.
But you're also seeing.
Like, how do I feel when I see?
Yes.
Oh, I can't afford to feel anything because the mind at that moment is like programmed to make something beautiful and not to think of anything else. Because if I consider any other thing, the artwork might not go well.
Okay. So it's just work?
Yeah, it's just work.
You being professional?
Yes.
And your clients, have you had any awkward moments?
No, no, hardly.
Okay. And what's the reaction like? I mean, this client is
calm. Yeah.
But obviously, this is needle work. It must be really painful. So, like, how do people react sometimes?
You know,
people screaming and stuff like that.
The pain that comes with tattoo is mostly a state of mind. You understand? Because you have something in your brains called the endorphin, and whenever the body is introduced to any form of pain, it kicks into the system and it neutralizes it for some hours. And it depends, every individual and their threshold, as in the kind of pain they can take in a certain period. Yeah, so probably he hasn't gotten to his threshold yet. That's why everything is comfortable right now, but it's dependent on me to also be fast before he gets there.
Have any of your clients gotten to that point?
Oh, many
And
times,
what was it like?
many times. When you get there, we stop and we continue later.
How would you know they are there?
They can't take it anymore.
So they scream? Or
Yeah.
like...
I will start to see signs because they will show painful signs, like their ambience will change.
Okay.
Yeah.
And have you ever had like a cut in the process of tattooing?
Cut on myself? On them?
Yes.
No. That was in the beginning. I made all my mistakes in the beginning when I was learning tattoo, yeah.
Do you ever, I mean, this has to do with blood, right?
Yes.
Do you ever have the fear that you might contract some kind of disease in the process of doing it?
Well, you know, every occupation, there are occupation hazards. So you have to be super protective of what you're doing. And then again, tattoo doesn't really cut to the point that the person has to bleed profusely. Unless probably they think they have to take alcohol to ease the pain and everything. But the negative side of that is that alcohol is like an aspirin when you take it. It thins the blood. So the moment the needle touches you, it makes you bleed more. Yeah, but he hasn't taken in anything, and as you can see, there's no blood here. So tattoo is not like the way people describe it. Yeah, it's not like that.
And just to end this session, what's like the weirdest thing you've heard people say about tattooing, like misconceptions or stereotypes or anything?
Oh, two things. That tattoo is a sin, and when you do, you go to hell. And the second one is when you get a tattoo, you can't donate blood.
Okay.
Yeah, when you get a tattoo in the first 6 months, you are sure not to donate blood because a certain foreign substance has entered your body, and you need 6 months to excrete it out. You understand? So after the excretion period, maybe through sweating, peeing, you know, after 6 months you can donate blood. And when it comes to the fact where they say tattoo is a sin and if you do it you won't make heaven, around that same quotation that said that also says, make no cut on the edges of your hair or do no harm to the corners of your beard. And all of us sitting here, I think we've committed that sin. You understand? So there should be a certain understanding or explanation to it, dependent on whoever is reading and however they understand it. I don't think that's the topic right now, but that's what it is.
All right. So, and that's Ashensu speaking a little bit about his tattoo art and everything about that. We'll be speaking to his clients to find out his experience and how the whole thing feels for him. I'm speaking to Vincent Williams. He's Ashensu's client for today. He's getting a long tattoo. Vincent, how are you?
I'm fine.
How many tattoos do you have on your body?
let's say 6.
6 tattoos.
Yeah.
At what age did you start getting tattoos?
I was in SHS. Let's say senior secondary. 3.
3?
Yeah.
In Ghana?
No, in Nigeria.
Okay, and you were allowed to?
No, I wasn't
Or it was
allowed
hidden?
to. It was hidden to, you know.
It wasn't in a part
Yeah.
on a part of your body that could be seen?
No.
Okay.
I don't know.
It was on your arm?
My arm.
I see.
I was hiding it from my mama. Because I was
Were
raised
you
by...
a day student or a boarder?
I was a day student. I was raised by a single parent.
Okay.
Mama.
Okay. And your mom didn't know about it?
No, she didn't know.
Why?
No, she goes to church. She's a Christian. You know, in the Bible, tattoos.
So she doesn't believe in tattoos?
No.
But she knows now?
Yeah.
And how does she feel about it?
She's telling me to, you know, when I have the time to clean it.
To get rid of
To
it?
get rid of it.
But it doesn't make any difference to you?
No.
You're actually getting more. So what's with your love for tattoos? If you have 6, you must be a big fan. Why? Why
No.
did you start getting tattoos in the first place?
I love arts.
Okay.
And secondly, I love tattoos. You know, tattoos are an expression of how you feel.
Okay, so you have 6 tattoos.
Yeah.
What do they represent?
Few represents my mama, then few represents what I've been through from infant and...
Okay. And what are you doing now? The scroll thing.
Yeah.
Why did you decide to get that?
I'm doing a poem for my mother.
For your mother?
Yeah.
Is she going to see it?
Yeah, she'll see it.
Well, this is a woman who doesn't really appreciate tattoos. So how is she going to feel about it?
You know, my mama was about me going to school, finishing my education. So I thought maybe finishing my education and I'm done, like I'm out of home and I'm struggling, you know. She has been through a lot. Even the pains I feel now, it's not even compared to what my mother herself has been through for me. Yeah, I'm actually writing a poem for her.
We'd want to know what the tattoo says.
All right, it says, my mother who watched my infant head when sleeping on my cradle bed, and tears of sweet affection shed, my mother. That's the first paragraph. When pain and sickness made me cry, who gazed upon my evil eye, and wept for fear that I should die, my mother. Who taught my infant lips to pray, and love God's holy book and day, and walk in wisdom's pleasant way, my mother. And can I ever cease to be affectionate, kind to thee, who was so very kind to me, my mother? The thought I cannot bear, if God please my life to spare, I hope I shall reward her care, my mother. When thou art feeble, old and grey, my healthy arm shall be thy stay, and I will sort thy pains away, my mother.
6 stanzas.
Yeah.
Who wrote that for you?
No, I don't know how to make her happy. First, I just don't know how to make her happy. I just love her so much that I wish I could express myself in some other way, but I think tattoo is the best way of expressing myself to her.
So who wrote the poem for you? You wrote it yourself?
Yeah, I wrote it myself. I just added it up. I added 1 or 2 things and I printed it out. Yeah, my thoughts.
I see. Okay, but the needle on your skin, can you literally describe how that feels?
Okay, it's painful, but if you can see, I got more tattoos and I'm used to the pain, though I'm not bleeding, because I know how it feels too.
I see. Your first needle work was in
SHS 2009.
2009?
Yeah.
How did that feel like? Obviously, you weren't at school as
it was so painful. I did the first 3 letters and I told the guy I wasn't doing it again, like I'm tired. Because I was really feeling pains all over.
Okay. And so you decided you weren't going to do it again, but then you came. So it means that the more you did it, the more you
I get used to the pains.
Okay. And is this going to be your very last tattoo, or you intend to paint your whole body?
No, I got one more, and that's a face. Still my back.
Okay.
That's the last one.
Okay. Well, thank you, Vincent, for sharing your experience with us. And that's the tattoo experience from a client's perspective. We'll go back to the drawing board. Ashenso will still do his artwork, and then we continue the conversation. Ready or not, but he is the best person to tell us. So let's find out.
What I'm going to say will affect everybody.
How?
But I don't take it personal. I'm just, yeah. All right.
So, what do we have? Are you done?
I'm done. This is my short story. I'm done.
Okay. What is this?
So what I'm trying to say is that Africa is empty.
Africa is empty?
Yes.
That's deep.
Yeah.
Why though?
Yeah, because everybody is striving to travel somewhere for greener pastures of all the resources and raw materials that we have. Everybody's leaving Africa, right? And those that left long time ago, now they want to come, right? But they are dragging their feet. Why? Because we show them some kind of attitude that make them even feel like, oh, okay, why don't I stay where I am?
Okay.
You understand?
That's why we have the...
That's why you can see these people trying to come, but they're dragging their feet.
That's the brown part of
Yes, but this side is empty.
And then the black star in there.
The artist that did it comes from Ghana.
Okay.
Yeah, so this represents where I'm from, the origin of the painting. Yeah.
This is beautiful.
Thank you.
And you did it so effortlessly.
Yeah.
Why is she standing in Western Africa?
Because actually this is where she's from. This is where I think is going to punch you a little bit. But
so
how the typical, Africa.
An African.
She is Africa. Okay. Africa is a woman.
And she's looking at her.
Yes, she's looking at how lonely her place is looking now. Why? Because he just came back to his senses, realizing that I traded a whole lot of things for the white, just to be like them, but I wasn't accepted. So she looks back home and there's nobody. She's lonely. And she asks herself, until when will my sisters also recognize or come back to their senses like I have?
Wait, when we started this painting, you had no idea what you were doing?
No.
So all of a sudden
I have a story to tell.
Wow.
So what I told you about fragments of images, that is captured in our minds because we go out there or we watch TV, or we listen to radio conversations, and these are the little things that we pick. And so the moment you pick your brush, you might not know what you're doing, but in the course, all these thoughts starts to play. And so you direct it to where that makes sense to you.
Okay.
So this is what made sense to me.
Right. Let's still continue with the conversation. Does art always have to make sense?
Not really.
So
it's just like music. Music doesn't always have to sound good. Sometimes you just have to pick one or two from it and you're okay.
Okay.
So it doesn't necessarily have to make you so enthused about just one or two things from it.
You know, I'm asking this because sometimes you see some paintings and it's just like a splash of colors and you can't really make sense of what is happening in there.
So you try and make sense. That's the beauty of it. You connect the dots. That's the beauty of it. Because everything that's here has a meaning.
Okay.
Blue, which represents a queen. Red. Red is the strongest or hottest color among all the colors. And from every distance, you can be able to point out red. It makes your heart beat at a certain degrees. You understand? These colors are used to represent the woman because this is like a skin. Okay. These are our brown and our black skin. Yeah. You understand? Yeah.
how do creators make art meaningful such that people don't find it boring?
There are no rules to art. So the way I felt before creating it, you might not feel the same at a point in time.
Okay.
But circumstances will make you also feel the way it is, maybe with time. Or you have to be in a certain mood to appreciate art better. It's like you can't be in the Holy Ghost mood and listen to Sarkodie. You understand? Yeah. So same way you can't be in a certain mood to want to appreciate art. Yeah.
Okay. There's technology all around us today. How do you as an artist merge that with your work?
It helps in publicity quickly. But aside that, I don't want to do prints.
Okay.
Because then it limits my talent. It gives me a border around me. But my brains are so, like, my brain is like the universe, right? Yeah. So I can't be limited in a certain circle called technology. Yeah.
Who is this one person you really, really want to show your work to?
You hear my slogan before?
What's your slogan?
I am not an artist, art is me.
Okay.
So there's nobody.
Nobody. So you just want to see your work by yourself, and that's it?
There's nobody.
Right. Okay. And in the beginning of the conversation, you mentioned some celebrities you've worked on. Can you give us a few of them? I
painted Idris Elba. And I painted Sarkodie, Jocelyn Dumas, Hima Messi, Sonny Badu. Who again? A whole lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you painted Stone Boy yet?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
I painted Stone. Thanks for the reminder. Like you go vex so.
Right. Okay. And have you ever thought of opening a gallery where you can show your works for people to just come in?
Especially works like this one. Okay. This is actually my signature piece. This is the Ashanso. So whenever you see patterns like this and with the multicolored stuff, that is Ashanso, that's my signature. And this is an elephant, a lion, and an eagle. Okay. And in that sequence, they all have a story and the reason why they came first, second, and third. Okay. Now the elephant, that's supposed to be the biggest animal in the jungle, but he still couldn't have been the king of the jungle. So it's not about size or strength, right? Now the lion, the elephant is like how many times bigger than the lion, but the lion became the king of the jungle. Now the eagle says to the lion, you can be the king of the jungle, but I share therein whatever that you have with you because I feed from your jungle. But upon these mountains where I live, you can't reach. So this becomes knowledge, wisdom, and intuition. Knowledge is the acquisition of information, data, and everything, so that you become knowledgeable when you talk like, hey, guy not bro, that kind of. But wisdom is the accumulation of knowledge, where you become discerning. When you speak, even kings would have to listen. But it doesn't end there. Intuition is the ego who says, upon this mountain I live, you can't share here with me, but I share with you your jungle. And that is God.
And when was this done?
I think 2-3 years ago.
What was the inspiration?
I was just lonely.
Again?
Yes.
Okay. Looks like loneliness brings out
a lot, all the time. Okay. When I'm alone, my mind goes wild.
Have you had a low point since you started your work as an artist?
Yes, I have.
What was that one time?
I painted one celebrity. Okay, this is years ago, so now I believe what she said, because then I couldn't have been that good that time. And so I painted a celebrity. I had to go for my money. And I was going back and forth until one time she just busted out of anger. I was like, can I speak to you?
Yes, of course.
And she was like, I will draw you no crime, but who I know more Janin, so what me.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yes.
Why though?
She doesn't like it. That's why she doesn't want to pay, but she couldn't say it.
And that hit you?
Extremely, because she was a gospel musician. So if anything, I thought she should have been Holy Ghostic about it, like, you know you are good, right? But
sometimes, you know. Yeah, but if you throw it in my face like, Membani who no more Johnny. It means I painted some cockroach, Charlie. So
Okay.
that killed the vibe, but again it became a certain kind of motivation. Yeah.
Okay. And in Ghana, the art industry, you mentioned earlier that people don't encourage art in Ghana. How do you
They
think
try.
that narrative can change? What do you say they're not doing right?
Okay, what can change is that we that are out of school and already in the system, there's nothing that they can do about us, because now we know our ways and means. So if anything can change, we should go back to the grassroots, which is the schools. People or the students that are offering visual art. Let's give them back that confidence that, when you're studying visual art doesn't make you a criminal. Because that's how they come out to be, right? Because they don't protect them. They don't teach them. They don't give them no guidance. Like, you have the talent, it's talent. So your talent has to be guided. Talent which is not guided becomes something else. You understand? So if we go back to the schools and give them that encouragement and give them a reason to even sit up and study it more and become like, then you start to mention our names. Then you start to make us relevant. I speak to my friend and I asked, the last person we heard of was Kwame Nkrumah. People have been dying, right? Do we see, what's his name? Atemios, like his lifetime, whatever, in books that people are learning in school? No.
Yeah.
No. You understand? But so they stopped recording history. So after Kwame Nkrumah, nobody is relevant. But like what I said, if you go back into the schools, before you can mention us, before you can mention Ashanso, Mo, Brightakwe, before you can mention these names, there should be something written about them, because it just shouldn't be a word say. If you tell me, I'll forget. But if I'm studying about them and we write exams on them, like we write exams on Kwame Nkrumah, when did Kwame Nkrumah said forward ever, backwards never? It's a question that they ask. So will they one day ask, when did Ashanso paint Adebayo? So Ashanso is dead. You understand? So they've stopped recording history. So when we go back into the schools and give them this, set up their art studios, make them feel proud of themselves of being a visual art student, than to be teasing them that they also work late.
Why did someone say that to you?
Oh, but the visual art student.
They said like.
Let's say you can work late. You can work late to make flower pots and start to.
Right?
Yeah. You can work late. From one, you'll be pounding clay for your seniors. You won't even sleep. See?
Anyway,
Yeah.
you mentioned Mo and others. Those are people you work with.
Yeah, they are top artists in Ghana.
And their names again.
Mo Audu, Brightakwe, come to mind. Okay, these people I flow with a lot. And these people are even bigger than me.
Okay. And you also do graffiti. We haven't
Yes.
spoken about all of that.
Yeah, I do graffiti
Just
as well.
tell me a little bit about the graffiti art you do.
Graffiti is a bit more intricate than this, because that one, it's like you are controlling the air. Like you're almost an airbender. How you control the cans to make images, and and that one you do it on walls, and graffiti comes under murals. Artwork is done on walls. Yes.
Okay. How often do you do that compared to the painting?
It comes hand in hand.
Okay. We are wrapping up now.
Yeah.
So just let people know where to find you, how to get your artwork, to patronize what you do.
Okay. Once again, my name is Anthony Jefferson Hansen, popularly known as Ashanso, and I have my studio at Adenta Fafraha behind Malcolm, behind the new Malcolm. And then you can find me on the social media platforms like Instagram, Ashanso_GH, or on Facebook, Anthony Jefferson Hansen, Twitter, Ashanso Tattoo. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
For sharing your story and for giving us this beautiful story behind the art.
Yes.
It's really beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so you heard his story. Very interesting conversation. There's Ghanaians, more pet arts. You are not patronizing them. So let's do better. He's already shared his social media handles. Find him there and let's buy some art. Let's appreciate art and let's push the people who are doing this great work forward. Thank you for joining us in this edition of People and Places. My name is Wanda Ami Hagan. Stay safe and take care.
principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Hello, my name is Priscilla Na Akle Planch. I'm a survivor of a road accident. It wasn't easy for me. I went through 6 surgeries, and for 2 years I was using crutches. It wasn't an easy experience, and I don't want you to go through the same. So please, follow all the road safety regulations that you have to. Don't drive tired, don't drink and drive. And to my fellow friends who ride motorcycles, please, the road signals are for you as well. Please pay attention to them. Stay safe, do the right thing, and save a life.
Ghana's press freedom has been called into question over time due to past antecedents between the country's security apparatus and media persons. To don't say it loud, we speak to a victim of one such incident who tell us what his experience was and the way forward. My name is Lord Harry Sidwasari. When we return from the break, I introduce our guests. Do stay. Welcome back. So our guest today is the editor of WhatsApp News, David Tamaklo. He's going to be telling us everything we need to know on this episode or on this edition. David.
All right.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you, Lord. Hope everything's fine.
Everything is great. So in October last year, you were picked up by the police over a story that you published. In less than 6 months on, you were back in their grips again. What's your deal with the police? Why are you always getting arrested?
Well, I'm sure you know the work we do. The work we do is purely investigative most of the time.
Okay.
And when you are doing investigative stories, it means you are digging down somebody's dirty clothes. And usually you wouldn't have people comfortable with that. And usually has to do with state actors. So people usually find it intolerable to when their dark places are being open for scrutiny. And I believe that perhaps is the case of the WhatsApp News. But I mean, I say that some of the issues, the two issues for which I was arrested, I mean the October one and the current one, last 2 weeks one.
Yeah.
I found it unnecessary the way the police came in to use state powers in arresting me.
Okay. About that, what exactly? I'm talking about the recent one. What exactly? What was your offense? Initial reports suggested that you had published false news. Was that the case?
Well, when my statement was being taken, I was told that I had published false news.
Okay.
And I recall I was interviewing a character in the story that I'm investigating, and that story particularly is still under investigation. We have not published anything about it, so it was difficult to understand why anybody would arrest me or would charge me for publishing false news in that particular case.
So it's not like it was even out yet.
We hadn't started any story at all. We have not done. Sometimes you're doing a story, you want to do promo for some strategic reason, but this was not the case yet. I just interviewed a few people as part of my investigation, and the character was also one of those that I was interviewing. And after my first interview with her, she requested to meet me, and I obliged. I obliged because sometimes when the first interview was on phone, so when you interview people on phone, not everybody is comfortable enough to tell you all you need to hear. So I thought that once the request was made by the interviewee, I was obliged to give her the opportunity to tell me all the stories, all I needed to know from her.
Okay.
And that's why I obliged. And throughout the process, I think that I discharged all the ethical requirements of me. I mean, some of the interview I had with her the first time, she was full of praise of my work. And so I was surprised when I was arrested in the process of interviewing. I was interviewing her actually.
Where did it take place?
This took place at Afrikiko. So
wow.
She was seated in front of me, just barely 2 minutes, 3 minutes into the interview. Apparently, they had positioned CID officials around to arrest me. And when she came, we had the interview. And when she came, we didn't even start the interview proper. She made a comment to which I inquired why the comment. Then I was assuring her that it was important I get the full facts of what the questions I asked her, so that I wouldn't get to a situation where after the interview I discover something new that I know she should have known. And that would be a different matter. So it was at that point that the police came in and arrested me. So we had not actually started the interview proper.
I see. That's pretty interesting. But Afrikiko, of course, is a very open area and it's not very far from the Jubilee House. What was the mode of arrest? I want more details. We heard about stuff, but I want it to come from the horse's own mouth. The
mode of arrest, basically, when, just like I said, when I started, setting the mode for the interview, then I noticed there was some signaling, because obviously the question I asked wasn't answered. And
signaling from who?
I saw some hand movements from her, which probably give me an idea that she probably was aware. Everything was arranged, so she probably was signaling the CID to come in.
Oh, so you think you were baited? She set you up?
Yes, it was all set. It was all a setup. And
wow.
Everything was a setup. Because like I said, it's so there's no reason for the arrest. No, absolutely no reason. As we speak now, when I was writing my statement, it's a false publication. And right around that time, narratives were being changed to extortion, attempted extortion.
Can you tell us who you're interviewing?
Yes, I can tell you. I think that because it's still under investigation, I don't.
You're not at liberty to give.
Yes, yes. Been advised by my lawyer to take that one slowly, because the story will come out.
Okay, but the person is in the upper echelon.
Yes, the person is a big
government official.
Yeah, government official, and the husband also a very prominent actor in the security system.
I see. So she came with her own security detail, because you indicated that she motioned some signals and then they came to pick you up.
Like I said, because it was set up, they had arranged for the police to be around.
In Mufti or
in Mufti?
Okay.
In Mufti. I think there was only one police I saw in that environment, but because it's an open place for the public, you could hardly notice that the purpose of he being there would be
because
for
of
such things. And I don't recall he coming close to where I was arrested at. But so plainly, it was all plainclothes officers who made an arrest. But then they held me from all sides. There was 2 ladies, 2 gentlemen, hijacked me from both sides and, pushing me. They took all my equipment and were pushing me. And I asked them why. First of all, why the arrest and why this manner of arrest. And some were saying I should shut up, and then they murdered me into a car that they came with. So I was sandwiched between 3 guys, 2 guys and a lady at the back, and then another lady in front with a driver.
What type of car? Was it one of the saloon cars or a pickup? Was it a saloon car? Okay. Wow, I see. And give us a picture of how you were treated while you were in detention.
So from the Afrikiko, I was taken straight to the police CID headquarters, specifically to the Special Investigation Unit. The first person I saw who I believe was in the rank of ordering these people was the unit commander, called one in Ketia, the Special Investigation Unit Commander.
Okay.
And the moment I entered, the first question he asked was, how much did you want? How much do you want to take?
How much do you want to take?
How much do I want to take? And I said, I don't understand the question.
Was this after you had filed your statement, written your statement?
No.
Okay.
I was in handcuff. They just took me into his office.
Okay.
There were people sitting there, and then he said, how much did you want to take? How much do you want? So I said I didn't understand the question. He said, how much did you want to take for the story? And I said, I'm sorry, I'm not one of those journalists who take money for stories. I'm a professional. And then he asked me where my ID card was, and I said I didn't have it on me here. He said, why was I going to interview someone without an ID card? I said it wasn't an issue because I had spoken with the person already, and ID card wasn't an issue. If it was, I could have shown it to the person. Then I saw a gentleman sitting just in front of the commander, the Nketia man, who I later discovered to be another character in a story I had done about 3 weeks before, which had to do with the national security. This gentleman, I mean, if I should just give you a brief, he was involved in an issue where the national security operatives were being used to harass a civilian over his girlfriend. So I spoke to him prior to doing the story. I spoke to him. I spoke to other characters. I spoke to the SWAT commander, Commander Azugu. I spoke to him, and I spoke to almost everyone involved in that story.
Okay.
What he did was a very serious issue. I probably can't go into details because I've published that story already. I can tell you all the story by the time, for the sake of time, we can. So this gentleman then said, then they asked my name, and I introduced myself. Said, which paper do you write for? I mentioned the WhatsApp news. They said, oh, so you are the gentleman, you are the one who has been writing that rubbish about me. I'll deal with you.
That's what he said?
Yes, he said, I'll deal with you in front of their commander.
But did he confirm if it was false or otherwise? If the story he had written about him was false or otherwise?
Well, he just said he would deal with me. I mean, we did the story 2 weeks before that arrest. And so if it was false, obviously he should have just gone to court or write a rejoinder to us.
Okay.
But that wasn't, he didn't do anything like that.
Okay.
And he couldn't have, because we done enough work on that story to avoid anything like that. So then he said that, and I said, well, I don't even know you. Then he said he would deal with me. So then the commander said they should take me out. He took me to at the conference room of the Special Investigation Unit. And so I was sitting there with the two CID officers, among the ones who arrested me, seated with me. And after some time, about 10 minutes, the gentleman came, again, that same guy. He's called Da Costa Autry, Stephen Da Costa Autry. He's supposed to be a businessman. So he came into the room again and said that if I don't stop writing stories about people, he will deal with me. And I said, well, I mean, if you were caught up in my story like that, then you obviously must be close to being a criminal. At that point I identified who he was.
Okay.
You know, so I told the CID officer, I mean, you are here, I know this guy is not a police officer, so you are here and he is threatening me, and you are not saying anything. You should arrest him. He says, so I should. He doesn't know who he is neither. The CID officer who was working me said he didn't know who he was.
He didn't know who the person threatening him was?
Yes. So we went into a different room where I understand the investigator is. So we went to that room, and the questions, once in a while, the unit commander will come in and ask a question. He mentioned another guy in a story we did a week before then, which had to do with national security again. Again, the national security being used to abuse civilian rights and all that. So he mentioned a character in the story I did, and he was asking me who is this gentleman. He was called the guy is called My Cook. If you know him, he used to own Vibe FM. So he was arrested together with his friend or partner upon arrival at the airport for allegedly failure to take COVID test. And then subsequently the charges changed to evasion of tax. And as we speak now, I understand that charge has also changed. So it was also had to do with national security. In that story, the current Minister of Railways, Mr. Peter Mewu, is also featured in the story. So My Cook, when he asked of My Cook, then my mind was like, is it about this? But it couldn't be, because I was in the process of another interview when I was arrested. So obviously, that really is not Mewu. But then when they mentioned My Cook was only related to the Peter Mewu story I did. So right there, two stories relating to national security.
You connected the dots.
So I saw what was happening. Then the gentleman, there's another gentleman called Berku, Chief Berku, who was at the investigation unit, and he asked me if I was hungry. How hungry was I that I was looking for money? I said, that's offensive. You don't ask me that question. Except, he said, no, I should talk to him. Why did I ask? Why did I do what? He said, well, the interview, do I have the document? Do I have documents on which I was investigating the woman? And I said, look, I am a journalist. I don't think I'm supposed to tell you what investigation I was doing. But talking about documents, I'm not supposed to give it to you. Is that what I'm supposed to do? If I have to write a statement, let me write a statement, and you proceed with what you are doing. That if the woman, then at that point, I knew they started making case of extortion, but I also knew that there was no evidence, absolutely no evidence, no any such act that could be deemed to be extortion on my part.
They felt that you were doing stories to extort them?
They, from the narrative, they felt that I met the woman because I wanted to extort money from her.
To kill the story.
Yes. But I had, fortunately, we've had a few conversations that I can tell you the woman could not have said I asked her money, or I had any intention to kill the story I was investigating. So I was very confident that if all the charges they had mentioned so far, there was nothing that I should be afraid of, except for the fact that nobody around me knew where I was.
Your people,
not my workers, knew that I was arrested.
How long were you there for?
I was, well, I think I was picked up around 3:45 thereabout.
Okay.
And I was at the unit there till around 8:30 before I was taken into custody.
What was you in custody? Were you still, at the time the interrogations were going on, were you still in cuffs?
I was still in cuffs.
You were still in cuffs?
I was still in cuffs.
I see. Well, we would like to take a quick break here. You're still watching Say It Loud with me, Lord Harris Udasari. We are speaking to the editor of WhatsApp News, David Tamaklo. After the break, the conversation continues.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Welcome back. This is Say It Loud, and we are speaking to the editor of WhatsApp News, David. So you were telling us about what the experience was like while you were in detention. What happened then you got released?
Well, so, I mean, I slept over at the airport police station.
Oh, so you spent a night over there. You
Yes.
said you got arrested
I got
around
arrested
3?
around 3:45 of Thursday. I think that was the first of April, and got released on the 2nd of April.
Wow.
So on the 2nd of April, the police came for me. From the investigator came back for me around 7:30 thereabout.
Okay.
And took me back to the headquarters.
In the morning?
In the morning.
Okay.
So at the headquarters, I was told that I had to do, they had to do an SW, that's a search warrant kind of. So they got operation team mates with, they are the operation guys with guns and all that. And I got driven to my house.
About that, were you pointed at with a gun? Was a gun pointed at you at any point in time?
No, I mean, you're just carrying guns, about 2 gun.
Even when you were getting arrested, no.
No.
You mentioned you were heckled.
At the point of arrest, I didn't see a gun.
So during armed?
During armed.
Okay, okay.
During armed. It was only the point at which the gun was more or less accompanying us was when they were taking me to my house.
Oh, okay.
And I was in handcuff, 2 gun wielding CID operatives with 2 others, and then the driver took me to the house.
Okay.
And they went to conduct a search. They said they were looking for, I mean, the investigator said they were looking for photo album. So if I had any photo album, I should show them the photo album.
Your photo album?
Yes.
Okay.
So, but yeah, my wife showed them a few that we had, and from there, they couldn't take anything. They didn't take anything from the house that I could remember. So we returned to the headquarters, and they were supposed to be waiting for the CID, Director General CID, Mr. Kenyebua, who I understood was somewhere outside the city, the capital city, on holidays. And so but the directive for the bail would only come from him, from what I understood. So they were calling. It was around 1:30 there about that. I had an inkling that they may be granting me bail. At that point, there were a few journalist colleagues of mine and senior friends that I knew who came around and were demanding that there should be a bail, because as at that time nobody was clear what exactly the charge was.
At that time, you still didn't have any charges on you?
I mean, apart from, when you are writing your statement, they gave it a headline. So the headline there, if it was supposed to be the charge, supposed to be false publication.
Okay.
But I've seen situations where those charges were changed. Those headlines were changed later. But what they asked me, what I saw there was about false publication. So that's what I responded to in my statements. But at the point of the bill, granting the bill, then, I mean, they said I should look for sureties, and the sureties were going around, identifying their properties.
Okay.
Then at that point, the CID investigator, certainly he's been on call all through. So one of the calls came, and I mean, first they wanted to take me somewhere, and my people protested, and then they said, okay, they should take an additional statement. So I don't know where the orders were coming from, but because he told us he was waiting for the orders from Mr. Kenyebua, I assumed the orders were coming from there. So he asked that we issued, I made an additional statement about what? About extortion. So I said, okay, what about extortion? So he offered to write it, and I said, okay. So he asked the question, he asked me a question, and I responded to the questions whilst he write. So after that, then the bill was granted. And I was asked to come back on on the 6th of April. That was Tuesday after the arrest.
At what, during your narrative earlier, you indicated that the people around you, your colleagues and family, did not know where you were. At what point did they get in the know?
At the point I was asked to write a statement, I indicated that I needed my lawyer to be around.
Okay.
I also wanted to use the opportunity to get someone around me to know what the situation was. I knew by then the news would be around that I've been arrested, but as to where I was, nobody would know. So I then used the opportunity to call my lawyer, and that's when anybody around me, I was sure, got to know where my location was.
How did your family take it? How did your wife take it?
For my wife, it was, I mean, I just can't describe it. She was very devastated because it was the second time in 6 months when I was arrested. And, you know, when she spoke to me, I knew she was devastated. But, I mean, she managed to, there were friends around and family who managed to get her to understand that everything was okay. And I got to talk to her later. And she is still devastated. I mean, not that she had any fear, but the way, if you consider the first arrest, when I was arrested, that particular evening, she had a scare. She was crossed by some vehicles, and when she was trying to leave the house, they told her to leave the house to someone, a family member, and on her way, she was crossed by these vehicles, and it was a serious issue for her to take. And so
she was crossed by which vehicles?
Unnumbered vehicles, and she stopped. They got down, just went around, and then got back into the car and drove off. So that incident was still in her mind, and so at that point that she got to know that I was arrested, around 8, 9, except for the family and friends who were encouraging her, she probably didn't know what to do at that point.
What did she say to you when she saw you?
Of course, she cried. She cried, and the rest I'll tell you later. I'll tell you later. Of course, she was happy to see me. That's more important. She was happy to see me, and the kids, you know, how they were worrying her. Where's Daddy? She has to lie. She had to lie to them. You know, Daddy's going to work. He had to come back the following day and all that. So I mean, because the kids expect me at a certain time of the day. So when I wasn't coming back, you know. So that's briefly what happened.
Generally, what did you make of how you were handled, the entire situation?
Well, I think that the police, not all of them, some were a bit professional, others were very unprofessional. And I was just thinking if that's how they handle all suspects.
How unprofessional? What did they do?
For instance, I mean, I got to know that if they didn't know the reason for which I was to be arrested.
They were just acting on orders?
They were just acting on orders. And so the way they were, I mean, because the law requires that you treat a suspect with dignity. So if in the glare of the public you arrest me, you don't know what the issue was. Even if you knew what the issue was, I was not wielding any arm. And then you hold me from both sides of my trousers and tossing me, you know. So when I even tried
what's in local parlance we call jaws. So they jaws both your...
They jaws my two sides.
Wow.
One on this side, one on this side. And so when I was trying to inquire why, I said, shut up, you know. So I was treated more or less like a common criminal, and I don't think it was really necessary. you know, even on the way to the police station, I was trying to get them to understand that, you know, as much as they are doing their work, they needed to be professional. And some of them, the ones the female among them, were being very hostile. And I was surprised. One of them apologized to me later, but you know, I think that the police need to act professionally. Not only them, everyone needs to act professionally in their line of work. And if we all do that, then we'll have a system that works. I know even the commander, I mean, when you ask me a question, how much do I want? I don't want to think that was part of his investigation. That how much do I want? I don't think it was part of any investigation. He was prejudging the situation. I was supposed to be a suspect. You are saying, how much did I want? And all that. Someone said I was hungry, so why did I? What kind of hunger led me to do this? Conclusive. You know, I recall at the point before I was taken home, there was this gentleman, an operative. He came in. He was holding a gun. He came in and I was just seated quietly with, I think I had a handcuff on my hand. Then he came in with a CID officer seated with me. He held me by the neck. It's like, Mebo Wasum. Then I was
without provocation?
Without any provocation. So I was just watching. And then after some seconds, he released me, and then I was looking at him. He said, if I look at him twice again, he'll slap me. And so one of them said, oh, Memphino. And then he told him, oh, any power, you know, like they were just joking, they're cracking jokes.
During your detention, were you heckled or did anybody lay their hands on you or any threats whatsoever?
Not at all. I must say that the police at the airport police station were very, very professional. They were professional. When I was put into the cell, the guys I met there, all of them very, very nice guys. They were very sympathetic of my situation. I mean, what they got to know. And of course, there were news, you know, they could watch from their cell rooms.
Okay.
And so when they asked me who I was, and you know, they became very emotional as well. And so they actually gave me, if I should consider their situation there, they gave me a keenly treat in the cell.
I see.
So at the point of detention, there was no harassment there. I mean, talking about the airport police station, they were very, very professional. And even at that time, I think some of the police people got to realize that the action was very, very unnecessary. And so they begin to, even the CID guys begin to
tone down
on their hostility and all that.
I see. Do you think the media or press is really free in the country?
I don't think so. And I don't think so not only because of this kind of harassment. I think that most of us, colleague journalists, not many of them are able to do the work they would have wished to do. You know, there's so much going on in this country, and I think that the public would have had a lot of confidence in the media doing the work diligently, playing the role of gatekeepers, keeping the state actors in check. But that's not what, in my view, is happening.
What do you think is happening?
I think that there's too much I'm looking for the word. The media is not doing it work freely. Let me just put it that simple. I'm also the vice president of Private Newspaper Publishers Association, the print part.
Okay. You think there are obstructions?
I think there are obstructions.
Tell me about the second one. What has become of it? You weren't very clear on the charges. So what's now?
Well, on the 6th, when we went there, they requested to go into my phone. They wanted my consent to have access to my phone and go into it. And I told them they could obtain order from court and do that. I wasn't going to grant them any access to my phone. So whilst at it, a gentleman walks in and said that I requested to see the commander.
Okay.
And the commander says he was in a meeting. He introduced himself to the commander. He said he was in a meeting. He said he was seeing him in connection with the story. So he needed to see him before he continued. So subsequently, the commander came and told me that he was going to see his boss. So they took me to another room. He came back, and the investigator came to tell me that I was dispersed, that I could go. I said, what does that mean? He said I could go home. And I asked where my gadgets were. My phone, they took my phones and my file, and then my watch. He said the case is still under investigation, so they'll give it to me later. And I said, okay. So the gentleman assured me that the complainant has no interest in this case. So my equipment should be returned back to me.
Who was the complainant? The lady you were interviewing?
Yes. So my stuff will be returned to me. I said, okay. So I went. By evening, I was called by the police that the equipments have been released, that I should come for it. I went for them. And since then, I have had conversation with different people who were trying to tell me that they have spoken with the woman and the complainant, and she didn't make the statement, the complaint that was I was being charged for. Issues were not well explained, but they said she didn't make those complaints, and I said, well, I have been defamed by the police. They issued a statement stating categorically that I was arrested because of an attempted extortion and false publication. As for the false publication, you can deal with it because I had not even done any publication. But the extortion, they can concoct anything. So it was important, and that was very criminal. So it was important that I get to understand where that claim was coming from. And so I was insisting that I needed the police to be clear on that. As of now, I've not had any charge sheet from anybody. Since the Tuesday 6 I went there, I've not had any invitation from the police. Basically nothing has happened here.
I see. Do you feel safe?
For me, I know the work I'm doing. It's always a risk, even for you. It's a risk once you are doing the right thing, trying to dig the roots in society and exposing them. Definitely, we are not safe, except if the state is providing that safety, obviously, to media, men and women. But that is not what I see. So none of us are safe. But the family and well-wishers are worried. They are worried, particularly those who know, how people behave in town here. They call you, sometimes you receive call and the person is almost like crying, don't do this, the work is real, can you leave this work, right? You are doing it for the public, what are you getting from me, what are you going to get from me? I tell them, look, it's just like the pastor's work. The pastor goes there, he's supposed to even be dealing with spirits that we cannot see. And people are going to attack and all that. So we need to do our work. We need freedom to do our work. It's safe for all of us if the journalist do their work, well in a liberal environment, free of any intimidation and harassment. That, in the long run, will help all of us as a country, as a people, to grow, to develop.
Are you worried about your family? I mean, your wife, your kids? How do you think all this is affecting them?
As a human being, I should be worried. I should be worried. Of course, I'm very much concerned about what happens every day, and every day I have to also assure them that, we are in it together. We all doing this public service together, and I will need their support. But you know, we all not the same. Some people may not be strong enough to take certain things. Okay. So to that extent, I mean, I'm concerned about them. But that's all it is.
Okay. Finally, I mean, a lot of people have the view that with the proliferation of media spaces, especially online, it has increased the space of sensationalism. What's your take on that?
I agree. I agree. There are a lot of, if you get on the media space, the internet space, you see all sort of supposed news mediums which channel a lot of falsehoods and all that. Not only the sensationalism, some are utterly untrue.
Yeah.
So all those things are there. But journalism is said that if you are doing it well, it shows. And the public is very discerning that when they pick a story, they're able to tell if the story is done well or not. So there's still a distinction for people who read to understand what false news is and what sensational news is and all that.
How do you think the situation can be curbed? What changes would you like to see?
You mean the issue of sensationalism and all that? Well, I mean, it's getting to that stage where at a point in time, we know it was all traditional media, hardcore newspapers. I have run a number of newspapers, worked with newspaper companies, which some don't exist anymore for several reasons. And even the ones which exist now, people pick their newspapers and they can tell you, if you engage people, they will tell you, no, they don't believe this paper, they don't, they know what these newspapers are for. So it's rather a challenge for us to get to do the work as required of us. If it's only when we do good journalism that the public can trust the work we do and begin to follow the news again. Other than that, everybody will be throwing in trash and, we all don't get anything from it.
Okay.
It doesn't yield any result.
All right. Thank you very much, David Tamaklo, for this time. But that's all time will allow us. This has been another edition of Say It Loud with me, Lord Harris Udasari. We have been speaking to the editor of WhatsApp News, David Tamaklo. He's been giving us all the details about how and why he got picked up in 2020, and 6 months on, he got arrested again. Join us for our subsequent editions.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
In 2019, when we paid her a visit at her home in Westlands, her arms were in a sling. She could barely move them around, and she was actually getting ready for a surgery where a metal would be fixed in her arms. Today, it's fixed and she's much better. She's here to share her story with us today, again, because a lot more people are still suffering her fate. Our guest today on this edition of GhanaWeb's Road Safety Campaign is Priscilla Na-Akle Planch. In 2019, you could barely do anything. Your mom and family were practically assisting
helping me with everything.
Yeah. How have you been since then?
Well, by God's grace, we were able to have the surgery. We were able to raise the funds for the surgery with your help. Thank you very much. And then we had the surgery in September 2019. It took some time for healing, but now I'm good by God's grace.
Okay.
98% excellent.
Okay, so say in 2019 you couldn't, like, you had to basically be helped to wear your clothes, to move around. Now what extent are you like okay now when you say you're okay?
So the effects of the incident and the injury made me incapable of using my left hand. So I couldn't use my left. I couldn't do this. I couldn't. It was like broken. So it was in a sling and a POP and in a sling. But now, by God's grace, because of the implant, I suffered from radial palsy after the surgery. That means I lost control of my nerves.
Okay.
But with a lot of physio, now I can do this. But it just left a little for me to do this. But I can use my hand. I cook, I wash.
So like 80%, you're okay.
Yes.
That's really great to hear.
Thank you.
We just want to like do a little flashback of how the whole accident happened. It was in 2013.
Yes,
right?
2013.
So take us back. Just cast your mind back. What happened on that day in the Volta region?
Yeah. So I had just finished my degree at the University of Ghana, and I just landed an exciting job. And as part of my duties, I was supposed to travel around the country. So we started with the Volta region. We were on contract to distribute some items, and I was in charge of the project. So it was very tiring because we'll travel, distribute, settle. So on one of the journeys, when we reached Peve Mountain, our driver lost control of the car, and we just drove almost entering the valley. So it was just a tree stump that blocked the car, and I was at the front seat. So the impact of the tree stump in the car is what caused the injury. My left hand got broken, my left leg also got broken. Yes, and initially we thought we were going to just fix a POP and we are done. But we went to St. Joseph's. I was taken to Chafaga, that's in the Volta in Ho. And then I was told that my injuries were too complicated. So I was transferred to St. Joseph's in Koforidua Eastern region the next day, where they did the first day. They did the first surgery on my arm and first surgery on my leg, and there were complications still after. So they did another one on my leg and a second one on my arm. So that was 4 surgeries. After that, there were still complications in my arm. The injury to my arm was in the distal part, that is the ending, getting to the elbow. And it wasn't a clean break. It was like a complicated break in many places. So they were having issues fixing it. So at St. Joseph's, I had 4 surgeries. And then I was able to manage for a while. After that, I was transferred back to Accra. I was home. But there were still complications because my arm developed a false joint, meaning that the healing hadn't gone on so well. So some tissue had formed in between the bones that were broken. So you see, I moved my hand, and instead of my elbow, there's another joint moving. So we had a 3rd surgery at Kolebu. So in all, that was the 5th surgery. So that was the 3rd surgery on my arm, or the 5th surgery at Kolebu. And that was that was around 2015. Okay. And then the latter part of the year in 2015. That was the 5th surgery at Kolebu. And I was okay from then. 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019. 2019 it was just like it happened again. I was there and I felt a very sharp pain in my arm. And I noticed something was not okay because I couldn't move my hand at all. So my mother rushed me to Akai House where we did an x-ray, and it came out that the implants that was fixed in my arm, that was keeping my bones together, had broken. Some screws had come off and it was broken. So that's what led me to fundraise and then go do a surgery in South Africa.
That was a sixth
That was
surgery.
the sixth surgery on my body and the fourth surgery on my arm. Yes, I mean the whole process, for the first 4 surgeries, I was in the hospital for close to a year. So it also was practically my home. I had a lot of support from friends, family, from my church, then Redeemed Baptist Church, from my friends from school. It wasn't easy. Psychologically itself, it was not easy because...
I can imagine.
Yeah, you're walking one day in your heels, you know, feeling all awesome. The wind is blowing your hair. And then next year you are using crutches. I used crutches for 2 years.
Wow.
It was very, very... I don't know what word to use, but it was a whole different experience. A humbling experience, yes. And I learned a lot. I mean, through that, there were positive things that came out. Because I started an NGO to help people. And then right now, I'm not using crutches. I'm very fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, that whole experience was that it was just because of a mistake that we made.
Okay, talking about a mistake. You mentioned that the driver veered off the road.
Yes.
Was it that he was overspeeding? What exactly was it? What caused that accident?
So, let me just put it plainly. He dozed off.
Wow.
We were traveling at dawn. We left home at about 2 something. The accident occurred around 3 a.m. So, he was very tired from the previous night. But he didn't communicate that. He was very okay that he could drive. So I'm saying it was a mistake because maybe if we had insisted that, oh, you may be tired, so let's leave later in the morning, maybe some things could have been
averted.
Yes, averted. But he dozed off. So what happened was, you know, the Clever Mountain meanders is not a straight, so it's like you're climbing like that, yeah, like that. So when he was about to come out of the mountain to enter into the township, I think there was a car coming. So the car flashed its lights. So it woke him up. So out of the confusion, he veered off, lost control. And there were things in the car. So the car was a bit heavy. So when he lost control, there was nothing he could do about it. So then the car entered.
But you were not sleeping.
Honestly, I actually did doze off, to be honest, because I was tired myself and I had been woken up.
It was a car full of tired people.
I know, right? It was a car full of tired people. And if probably I was awake at the front seat. I think I dozed off just about 2 minutes into the whole thing happening, because when I looked at where I last saw and then where it happened, you could tell it wasn't even 100 meters. It was just like a very short distance.
So what was your initial reaction when you saw the car veering off? What was it like in your head?
So I didn't see the car veering off. All I saw was, okay, this might sound funny, but you see how in the cartoons there's like slow motion and like things are flying. It was literally like that. I woke up seeing myself in the air, seeing pieces of glasses around me, and then and then I blacked out. So I blacked out, and then I woke up to one of my colleagues screaming, "Jesus, Jesus, Jesus." And I woke up and I was like, what is going on? When I woke up, I didn't know that my hand was broken and my leg was broken. So I woke up and the driver was running up and down, making go for bow. And I was like, so I was trying to like understand what was happening.
You were trying to figure out what was happening.
Then I was like, oh, let me try and come up. You see, to me, I had raised my hand, but my hand was still dangling. So I was like, oh, my hand is broken. And the pain didn't come then because I was now realizing what had happened. Then I looked out and realized that if I was trying to come out, but then this is me and this is literally the valley. So if I push myself out, I'm going to roll and I can't even see the end of the valley. And then suddenly, so then I still didn't know my leg was broken.
Okay.
So I actually started panicking. So the first point of call was to Jesus. I just started praying. And I think that is what helped me, because after praying, then I felt a bit calm. Then as if it wasn't enough, the battery of the car also caught fire.
Wow.
So here we are trapped, 3 a.m. in the morning. The driver is really confused. Our colleague is injured. The last colleague is just so confused as well. In a zone with no people, nobody is coming to our aid, and our car has caught fire. So I'm like, wow, am I coming to burn here? So I prayed again. The driver then gathered kukudro.
Some courage. He gathered some courage.
Gathered some courage. And then came, like, the battery was what was catching fire. So he removed the plugs and carried the battery out. So that stopped the fire. And then shortly after that, I mean, I had no measure of time then, but I know that shortly after that, a bus of a Kufuor bus with traders that was heading to Who
got
stopped.
to the scene. Okay.
And then people came. So in carrying me out, that was when I noticed that my leg was my left thigh was broken, because they tried moving me and then it wasn't
going
at all.
So how did you eventually come out of the car?
They carried me out. They carried away about 3 or 4 men. The whole thing, as it was happening, it felt like a dream. They carried me out, and then there was no ambulance. So it was a police car. So you can imagine your hand is broken, your leg is broken, and any little movement is unbearable pain.
Yeah.
And they put you behind the back seat of a pickup, which is moving in an area with the worst roads that you could ever imagine. And you don't have a choice. So
was anybody else in the car hurt? Was the driver hurt?
No.
The driver wasn't hurt?
No, not at all. He wasn't, not a scratch.
Okay, so how many of you in the car were
injured?
Were injured?
2 of us. The person sitting, so it looks like those on my side got injured, and those on the driver's side were very safe. So the guy behind me also had, I think the impact was so strong that after me it hit him. So his left leg also got, I think, really injured. His was an open cut. His left leg was really injured. And he was trapped in the car when it happened. So they had to bring some things to cut him out.
But have you heard from him after?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes. He also had to go through a surgery. After the surgery, it wasn't an easy time for any of us, you know. After his surgery, it took some healing, and then he was okay. So it was just a one-time surgery. Yes.
I'm just wondering, now you have a metal in your left arm.
In my left leg.
Left leg.
So, yes. So there's one from here to here, and then there's a couple in there.
Wait, you have metals in your leg and your arm?
Yes, in my arm. Yeah.
How does that feel like? How is it like, just like, does it feel like what it was before the accident, or is it any different?
Well, honestly, I don't remember how it felt like to not have implants, because
it's been a very long time.
It's been a very long time, and it's painful, you know,
to even think about it.
Yeah, no, I mean, for the psychological process, I think that by God's grace, I've been helped, so I'm better.
Okay.
I've come to a point of acceptance that this is my situation, and I have to make the best out of it. My leg, it hurts when I walk for too long. Yes, the top part, this side.
Okay.
It hurts, and I used to run. I used to go to the gym, run and all that. Now I'm very limited. When I'm exercising, I don't run. I walk fast, or I just walk normally. I can't jog or run fast. And yes, I can't walk for longer periods. When the weather is really cold, it affects me. When I'm stressed, it affects me. It hurts. Same with the hand. And the hand too, I'm not allowed to lift anything heavier than a cup of tea.
Wow.
And, so if I'm lifting something, my husband helps me at home. If it's something, even with washing of bowls, you see when you cook and then the under is, so those ones like this,
anything that stresses your
so he has to help me, and then he helps me with the hard bowls. If there's anything that has to be carried, I don't do it. I wait for him to come, and then he does it. For washing,
You were saying.
for washing too, I have help. in washing. The light things I'm able to wash, but the heavier things, we use a machine or we have help to wash. Yeah.
This is like just on the side. You're a lady. I know ladies are fashionable and all. Are you able to wear heels with your leg, the metal in your leg?
Yes, I'm able to wear heels. But those days it used to be 6 inches, but now, girl, just 2 or 3 inches is fine. Can't go. Because what if you make a mistake and you fall down?
Slip.
You can't slip and fall. If you slip and fall and you fall on your hand, that's another complication. I'm talking about another 100,000 Ghana cedis. Where are you going to get that from? So I only wear heels when it's very necessary. And even that, I'm very careful. And immediately I'm done with whatever function, I have my lawyer, which is my slippers in my bag. I change. No stress at all.
Way to go. So, I mean, like a lot of people every day, the statistics are crazy. So many people, even from January to March, like about 700 people are already dead. Not talking about injury. And so like every day people go through accidents. What do you think is wrong with the system?
Wow, that's a deep question because there's a lot of things wrong. It's both on the side of leadership, as in those who are responsible for our roads, and also some come from us. From us, the carelessness, our inability to pay attention to the simple rules that will save us on the street. When I was coming like this, one motorcycle crossed us. The taxi driver was really upset. And I remember that when I was at St. Joseph's, when you go to the male ward, about 80% of the guys there are there because of motor accidents. Their legs have been amputated. So from that angle, I think that we the citizens really need to be cautious and careful and attentive, whether you're a pedestrian, whether you are a driver in terms of motorcycle or even your own car or whichever. You have to be really careful, pay attention. Don't be in a hurry, don't rush. And when you're tired, don't drive. When you're tired, just park. If it's 10 minutes, park and then just sleep. And then also, I think that the road signs, there are some places that don't have road signs. For instance, our driver was dozing off. But if he wasn't, he could have known that, okay, this is a sharp turn, I have to be careful. So that could have also prevented something. And then also, the Department of Urban Roads, we are humbly appealing to them. Our road system is nothing to write home about. Even in Accra, which is supposed to be the capital of like the whole country, the roads here are deplorable. I mean, like even if they fix it, it's not with the right material. So over a couple of months, it rains and then everything just starts going off. We talk about it in our homes, we complain, but we don't know who hears us. Our roads need to be looked at. Maintenance has to be done. It's not just about fixing the road, maintaining the road. So, I mean, in my humble opinion, I think that we are all stakeholders. We the people who are using the road, and then those who actually make the road for us to use. For this to end, both parties have to do our part. Yes, both have to do our part.
I think you said it all. I was actually going to ask you what you think the solutions are, but you said everything in one. And for you to go back to this whole conversation, I'm sure it took a lot, and we appreciate the time, and we appreciate you sharing your experience all over again with us.
Welcome.
Thank you, Priscilla.
Welcome
for coming to share your story.
Welcome, and thank you for having me.
Right.
I appreciate.
And so that has been another edition of the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Priscilla Akle Planche has been sharing her story, and you heard all about it. She has also said in her opinion what she thinks we as citizens and stakeholders and authorities can do on their part to curb this canker of road accidents on Ghana's roads. It takes you and I to make this work. Meanwhile, you can also join the conversation and check us out on YouTube at GhanaWeb TV and all our social media platforms at the GhanaWeb, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Until then, you can also join us by sharing some videos about what is happening in your area sports street lights or the absence of those, potholes and many other things you see around us. Just send them to our WhatsApp numbers as you see on the screen. My name is Wanda Ami Hagan, and thank you for joining us.
We are all set for Istanbul, Turkey for the final of the UEFA Champions League. Now we have our final four. Two teams from England, record champions Real Madrid, representing the Spanish league, whilst last year's finalists, Paris Saint-Germain, will be carrying the flag of France in the semi-final. But the most intriguing thing about this year's semi-final is about Cristiano Ronaldo. For the first time in 3 consecutive seasons, the 5-time winner is not going to play in the semi-final. Has he failed with Juventus or not? Let us know what you think on this episode of the GhanaWeb Fridays debate by stating your answer in the comment section. We also do a bit discussion about the quarter-final games and the upcoming semi-finals. Who will be going to Istanbul? I know Chelsea definitely going to Istanbul. Who is going to join Chelsea? Share your take on this with us. My name is Joel Eshend, and this is the GhanaWeb Fridays debate. We go for a break. When we return, the analysis starts. Welcome back from the break. It is still the Fridays debate here on GhanaWeb TV. This week we're asking you, has Cristiano Ronaldo failed at Juventus or not? Let us know what you think in the comment section. I have on the show 3 gentlemen. I have Jones, I have Sports Atom, and Bra OG, very popular in level 400, who will be helping me to discuss this issue. Good morning, gentlemen, and thanks for joining me here on today's show. Jones, how was your Champions League night?
Oh, it was okay. It was okay. It was as expected, and thank you for having me. It's always a pleasure.
Any surprises in the quarterfinal phase?
Not actually.
All right, sitting by Jones, I have Sports Atom. He's also a blue guy. How was your Champions League night?
Oh, very good, because my team was part, so I was really happy. But definitely, those who knew me, the prediction I gave for the semi-finals, all the teams win. So I'm really happy. Yes, so I think it was a clear indication of the preparation so far.
We were sure that definitely Porto is a team we can beat. So
I was sure we can beat Porto, but I was not convinced about Real Madrid beating Liverpool.
All right, so let me move to the Madrid guy right here, Bra OG. Good morning and thanks for joining us on the Fridays debate on GhanaWeb TV.
Thank you very much, Joel.
All right, so I'll start the discussion with you right away. When you saw the draw that you'll be playing Liverpool, were you okay? As in, did you have confidence in your team that you can beat Liverpool?
Of course, yes. You know, I've been a Real Madrid fan for some years now. And then looking at Liverpool's form this season, I was 100% sure we would beat Liverpool. Even if we had Bayern or Paris, you know me. And then you know what my team can also do. So I need not talk much about my team in the Champions League.
All right, so once Real Madrid are in the Champions League, you think that is their bet right? They have to win.
We have 99% chance of winning. Yes. So this is not anything to argue about.
So aside from Real Madrid, we have other 3 teams in the core semi-finals: Chelsea, Man City, and then Paris Saint-Germain. Are you surprised seeing any of these teams in the semi-finals?
Not at all. I'm not surprised. But then I had wanted Dortmund to qualify instead of Man City, because I think Haaland deserves a trophy at least for what he's been doing
this season. He deserves the trophy.
So he deserves the Champions League trophy than Kevin De Bruyne or Sergio Kun Aguero?
Not really, but then looking at his form this season and then the speculations around him, this team wants him, this club wants him, he deserves the trophy.
So I think as a Madrid fan, he wants Haaland to probably be in the final so that next season they can get the Norwegian guy for their club. But I'll move to Sports Atom. 4 teams in the semi-finals, 2 from England, 1 from Spain, and 1 from France. No representative from either Germany or the Italian Serie A.
Basically, it's a reflection of how the league have been so far. Anybody who watches the Bundesliga realize the best team over there was Bayern Munich. In the start of the season, they didn't have a good start. So basically, you know that for them to make it to the Champions League would be very difficult. We realize that Hansi Flick issue concerning him even leaving to the German national team was a factor. Now, I was never surprised about 2 Englands being there. I opted for at least 3 Englands there because I realized of the intensity of the league and how strong the league has become. You realize that they deserve at least a trophy. And looking at Liverpool, what made me realize that Liverpool had lost completely, even yesterday, was how Real Madrid had to get form after beating Liverpool 3-1 and also the Clasico.
He went ahead to win the El Clasico.
So I realized that the form has been on a peak, and that is what has made me shake as a Chelsea fan. I was telling Jones that right from the round of 16, I predicted Paris Saint-Germain and Real Madrid final, and I'm still standing to that. I will not be, because I'm a Chelsea fan, and I'll be biased. Looking at the things there, though the goal difference may be 1, but if Chelsea plays like the way he plays the second leg against Porto, then we're going to take a bag of goals home. But I'm also really impressed with Paris Saint-Germain for how Pochettino has done a great job by composing them, especially good thanks to Idris Gana Guy, the guy over there. I believe because he's
been solid with the team.
Yes, because he's a black guy, people don't want to look at how the guy has been very good. But let's say he's an N'Golo Kante version of a Paris Saint-Germain, and he's very good. And also kudos to Kylian Mbappe. With me, Neymar didn't do anything extraordinary because we know what Neymar can do already. So these 2 players were the main core behind Paris Saint-Germain, and they've made a team very they made a team a threat in this Champions League. And I'll not be surprised if they lift the trophy this time around, because looking at history, when you go to Champions League and you lose and we are coming back again, you did very strong and very sharp. So because at least the best team should win in the Champions League.
Right, so the best team should win, but I will speak to Jones on the semi-final draw. Paris Saint-Germain will take on Manchester City, whilst Madrid at the Alfredo Di Stefano Stadium will play Chelsea. Which 2 teams will be going to Istanbul?
All right, so I think this is one of the best seasons in the Champions League. Okay, we see a trend. There's a trend that any team that beats Barca wins the Champions League. So we saw last year Bayern, Liverpool, they beat Barca.
In the past 3 seasons, it has been the team who beat Bayern Munich.
Yes, so Bayern Munich won last year. So
it means that
any team that beats Barca wins the Champions League.
All the odds go in favor of Paris Saint-Germain. He beat Barca.
Exactly.
He beat Bayern.
Exactly. But to speak from a tactical point of view, Man City, Pep Guardiola is a very tactical. He's one of the best. If he's not the best, he's one of the best. And Pochettino is experienced with Pep's play. He's been in England and he's watched him. And it's going to be difficult when Guardiola comes.
He has even eliminated him once. Last 2 seasons.
Yes. And it was a surprise. We were all surprised. But Pep Guardiola can still be Pep Guardiola, and we know that this is what Man City brought Guardiola in for, not the Premier League, because Roberto Mancini won that for them. So it was because of the Champions League that Man City contacted Pep Guardiola. So I think they are going to go all out, and I would be surprised if Guardiola
is their second semi-final. And you see, the interesting thing is that both teams, I think Paris Saint-Germain last season, they got to their first semi-final and they won. They proceeded to the finals.
Yes.
Manchester City, on the other hand, they played their first semi-final against Madrid and they lost. Now we are getting 2 second-time semi-finalists playing.
Yes, and PSG is a finalist, so they were there last year, and would say their eyes red. You know, they would feel the pain. They are going to go all out for it. But as I said earlier, Pep Guardiola is master class, and he can just bring anything out any day. And then to Chelsea, Madrid, as he said, you know, I was telling someone yesterday when we were watching the match that there are some things you can't just take it out. Like Madrid is just Madrid. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Some of these things, they are not from a tactical point of view. It's just that Madrid is just Madrid, and they are just going to come out. Maybe you'd see. Just look at this. They lost Ramos, they lost Varane. So someone's going to be like, oh, come on, Liverpool are going to. But we could see Liverpool scored only one.
But I don't think that the Nachos and what's the other guy's name? Militao. These guys won't survive under Chelsea.
Yes, so by then Ramos will be back, and if Ramos is back, it's a nightmare. Ramos is a nightmare to Werner and Kai Havertz. So, but you know, as I was telling Atom earlier, Chelsea has improved, okay, and we can't take the fact from it that Tuchel has been superb. He has organized a team very, very compact.
He played in the final last season.
Yes.
So as we talk about Paris Saint-Germain, we should also give some credit to him.
Yeah, exactly. So he is a very tactical man, But I think what would derail him against Madrid is the attack. They sometimes find it very difficult to be sharp. You know, as he said on Tuesday, Chelsea had chances to just kill off this game, and it was so bad.
And on the other hand, Liverpool. Before we came on air, I was telling you guys that yesterday Liverpool could have qualified after 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Because I think Mo Salah got like 2 1-on-1s. That's on a good day, it would have been a goal. So you are going for Madrid and Paris Saint-Germain in the final.
With the Madrid side, I'm going for Madrid, but with the PSG, Man City.
You are going for Man City.
Anything can happen. Trust me, anything can happen. Pep Guardiola can pull out a surprise.
All right. So before we wrap up this segment, I have my final question for you. Because you are a Madridista. Madrid have never won against Chelsea in 3 games. The first met in 71, the UEFA Cup Winners' Cup, 98, the Super Cup, the only Super Cup Chelsea have in their coffers. In 3 games, 2 wins for Chelsea and a draw. Could this play a critical role in the upcoming fixture?
Joe, of course, when I know.
Because they say history, yes.
Yes, in as much as history can repeat itself, it is football, anything can happen. I quite remember, I think Madrid never scored a goal at Anfield. When this coach, I've forgotten the name. Brendan Rodgers. Yes, we went there to score. So anything can happen. The fact that we've not beaten Chelsea before doesn't mean we can't beat them. Anything can happen. We have the best team. Trust me, Joe, we have the best team. Just look at our center defense. We don't have Varane, we don't have Ramos, but still, there's a Nacho, there's a Militao who are doing exactly what.
Okay, so even
Ramos
when these two were there, you were conceding against the Leches and the Cardis.
In as much as we considered when we had our preferred centre backs, any team also concede when they have their centre backs.
Top players.
Look at this team, for example, Liverpool, for example, they had Van Dijk and they still considered 7 against
Aston
Villa, yeah. So anything happen, it's football, trust me. And then I'm a Madrid fan, you know. But then I did not see Madrid winning the Champions League. Trust me.
All right, so this is the Champions League, but the Champions League fan, that is, he's a Madridista. He is saying that Madrid might be favorites against Chelsea, but they might not be the favorite for the ultimate trophy. But let me remind you that the first time Chelsea met Madrid were 5 times champions in Europe consecutive. They have won it. This is the Friday's debate here on GhanaWeb TV. You can also add your voice to the conversation by stating your comments after watching the video. We go for a quick break. When we return, we start the debate. Has Cristiano Ronaldo failed at Juventus or not? Remember, they paid 100 million euros for a player who was above 30. We'll be right back after this break.
Hi, my name is GhanaWeb Brown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
Alright, so welcome back from the break. It is still the Friday's debate here on GhanaWeb TV. We are done with the analysis, but now the atmosphere must change a bit for you. Has Cristiano Ronaldo failed at Juventus, or you think that he is not getting the needed materials for him to send the team to at least the Champions League semi-finals? Let me start with you, Sports Atom. Has Cristiano Ronaldo failed at Juventus or not?
Okay, so thank you, Joel. First of all, Cristiano Ronaldo have not failed in Juventus.
He has not failed.
He has not failed.
Let me move to Jones.
Well, he has.
He has failed.
He has.
So you think Mr. Champions League is no more Mr. Champions League after leaving Real Madrid?
In a way, he has failed. If I send my son to school to get A1s for me, and he comes back and gets D and tells me that gives some excuses.
The
he has failed.
was not.
Yes, no, he has failed.
Okay, let me move to OJ. He gave you 4 Champions League trophies in 9 years. In Juventus, 3 years, he's yet to play in the semi-finals. Has he failed after making the 100 million move?
In a way, he has failed. Because looking at Juventus, they've had domestic trophies even before he came.
Yeah.
And then when he came, he's still giving them these same domestic trophies. Juventus wants Champions League, not domestic trophies. So I can say Ronaldo has failed.
All right, so I think we have the point here. But what do you also think? Has he failed or not? So I'll go back to Sports Atom again, because he was emphatic that CR7 Aviero has failed. Why are you saying he has failed?
I said he has not failed.
You said he has not failed?
Yeah. Basically, I'll just give a throwback. You gave an analysis of 9 years in Real Madrid, giving 4 trophies. I remember in 2000, when he moved to Real Madrid, over 100 million pounds, signing him to Real Madrid.
80, I guess.
80.
Yeah, for Manchester United.
80 euros.
Yeah.
80 euros, rather.
Yeah, from 180 million pounds.
80 million pounds. Okay, thanks for the correction. 80 million pounds to Real Madrid. I realized he was there over 2 years before he began a regular, or he began to make his name known over there. Realized the likes of Rahul were already present over there. Now, let's look at the time Real Madrid was on their peak when they took Champions League back to back. At a time when Cristiano Ronaldo does not even score, we have a certain guy called Marcelo who will score. We had a certain guy called Modric who will score. We have a certain Bale. We have a certain Benzema. We have a certain Sergio Ramos who can even intercept in the 90th minute when the game is no more.
Against Atletico Madrid.
Perfectly well. Now, do we have that same material in Juventus?
He has Dybala.
Dybala has been an injury-prone player for over 2 seasons now. We have Chiesa, but we can't compare Chiesa to what Benzema contributed to what Cristiano needed. Now let's look at the philosophy or the game plan they played both in Real Madrid and in Juventus. In Real Madrid, they played what we call ultra football, ultra attacking. That means when they are going, the midfield flanks will move together. That means Modric will move, then Toni Kroos will go, leaving Casemiro behind.
To stay behind.
Making them what? Having 3 back, leaving Marcelo to overlap and the right back to overlap also. Caballero to overlap. Now,
is it different from...
It's a different game plan from Pelu.
Yes, Alexandro, but I don't want you to limit the arguments to Pelu. Ronaldo has been in Turin for 3 seasons.
Good.
Massimiliano Allegri. He has played in 2 Champions League finals. He had Mauricio Sarri, who had won his first trophy in his life, the Europa League, before coming. So if you make the argument about Pelu alone, it would seem like he just came to Juventus.
Okay, now Massimiliano Allegri was in Juventus. He went to the final for 3 times before Ciro came.
All right.
And he was awful on the final. You could see that day, 2 times, sorry, he was just giving out different formation altogether.
Well, why don't you say that he met better teams?
You met better teams? I don't believe that. Real Madrid also met better teams. Juventus also have met better teams. The season Lyon took them out of the Champions League. People will be funny to say this, but if not because the brilliance of Paris Saint-Germain, Lyon should have won the Ligue 1. Because right from match day 15, Lyon was on top of the table. Now, looking at Porto, we all know what Porto will do in Portugal. They came prepared. This is a league Porto can use the second crop of players to play, yet they will win. Apart from Chiesa and Snegzi, who made mistakes during their Champions League knockout phase, which other player could stand out and said, if Cristiano Ronaldo doesn't have a day, I can carry Juventus and deliver? As we had certain Sergio Ramos, certain Modric, even in the time we have what you call, some people come from the bench. I remember there was one guy who came from Verani, came from the bench against Bayern Munich. Then he equalized the game, giving them
at a point he had Asensio. Now let me move to you, Jones. In 3 seasons, 3 coaches with Cristiano Ronaldo, still no semi-finals in the Champions League. You said Ronaldo has failed.
Exactly, Ronaldo has failed. When Paul Pogba came to Manchester United, a lot of people are still saying that he has failed because they expect something. Let us not reduce the standards. This is the GOAT. This is Cristiano Ronaldo we are talking about. No, come on, we all know. If we talk about Messi, we talk about Ronaldo. They have respect for each other, okay? And I think this should be an argument for another day.
Yes, that's why I'm saying that make the argument your GOAT, because there is Maradona and Pele.
No, I mean, what I'm trying to say is at this time. So let us not reduce the standards. This is Cristiano Ronaldo we are talking about, okay? So he was brought in, as we all know, for the Champions League.
100 million.
Yes, and then Juventus have been there. So we're expecting that, okay, maybe first season, second season, we would see them in the semi-finals. And just look at the teams that sent them out. Last 2 years.
Ajax, Lyon, Porto.
Now, you can't say that because it's a different team. No, Juventus is a top class team, okay? I think they are reducing now. Why are they reducing? Because Ronaldo has come. The expectancy is too much. I get in it, but it still makes that what Ronaldo is what Ronaldo. He is supposed to deliver. I get in it. Now, when Bruno Fernandes came to Manchester United, we all seen the results, and now we are saying that
he's not a big game player.
Come on. Bruno is a big game player. It depends on what games that. It depends on
in all the big games that he has played. How many can you point that this was Bruno's game?
Very good.
Yeah,
wait. Hello. I think. Wait. Okay. We can't base games on goals and assists and leave performances out. Exactly. I get me. We can't do that. Now, when we played Tottenham, he didn't score, he didn't assist. But when you check his work rate, he did very well. Are you going to tell me that Bruno is not a big game player? So I get it. Now, so back to Ronaldo.
All right.
Ronaldo has declined in a way. Age has caught up with him, so he has failed.
He's still scoring the goals.
Age has caught up with him, so he has failed.
But he's still scoring the goals.
Yes, so he has failed. He has failed. Because as I said,
when he's still scoring.
No. He was brought in to win the Champions League, and he knows, and he knew that he came there to win Champions League. Okay, now if Ronaldo leaves Juventus without winning the Champions League, it will be written in the record books that Ronaldo failed in the year 2018 to 2020 or 20 what because he didn't win the Champions League.
All right. So
I want to ask me a question.
Okay.
Assuming Cristiano Ronaldo didn't go to Juventus but came to Manchester United and 3 seasons he hasn't won, will you still call him a failure?
Yes, exactly.
That's what
exactly. Because
no, I don't get your point. If he was in Manchester United,
if
you will still call him a failure.
If he's not able to win, listen. If not, United needs a Premier League now because it's been a while that United.
And Chamomobeko 20 years.
Oh no. Yes. So if Ronaldo comes to the Premier League and doesn't add that weight, and United does not get the Premier League, he has failed. Okay, we are not reducing the standards. This is the world best we are talking about.
Okay, so the standards are high for Jones. Let me speak to you, OJ. For you are seem to be torn in between whether he has failed or not. Let me listen to you.
Joe, just as Atom was saying, he said the players around Ronaldo are Juventus.
Okay.
Juventus are Portugal. He used certain players to win the Euros. So what is Atom talking about? I do not get his point.
The Euros, we all know that the squad Portugal used to win that Euros, it will never happen again in 100 years. It comes once in a blue moon.
Ronaldo has better players at Juventus than Portugal.
Yes.
They face France. You get me? With the lack of Pogba, N'Golo Kante, and Varane, but still, they won. He has better players around him at Juventus. Just that he wouldn't get the same players around Madrid. He played with these players for about 4 or 5 seasons consecutively. So, like, the telepathy was there. You get me? Yes. So, in as much as we are saying Ronaldo hasn't failed, in a way he has failed because he was brought in to win the Champions League for them.
Who told you that he was brought in to win the Champions League?
Juventus won all these domestic trophies Ronaldo is winning for them, even before he came.
Yes, but I'm saying that, look, before he came, the Juventus price on the Italian stock exchange, their presence on social media, their market. No, you see, these clubs in Europe, when they are making a signing, why do you think Florentino Perez signed James Rodriguez? He signed him because Barcelona had a certain Neymar who was selling jerseys for them in South Africa.
Joe,
so let me also get
why did Juventus sign Ronaldo? Not for social media, not for stock, not for that. Because, and now listen, if it's going to happen for the first time in a very long time, Juventus won't win their league, and it means Ronaldo has failed. Are you getting me? If Juventus doesn't win the Serie A, it means this is bad. This is because at least we know that my son used to get B2, but I wanted him to get A1, and now you are taking me to D7. No, it means Ronaldo has failed.
All right. So you let me take your final words.
Okay,
then.
with me, Cristiano Ronaldo has not failed. Why? Because I want to give 2 analysis or 2 scenarios that shows very quick.
Scenarios.
The first one, Cristiano Ronaldo have stand out personally against Atletico de Madrid last season. Last 2 seasons, scoring and hat-trick.
But he was virtually out in the first leg.
First leg, and the second leg, he stood up. What do you expect from a 34-year-old man who has already done everything? See,
he's the highest paid player in the
and
team.
And he has scored more goals since he joined Juventus. He has scored more goals than any player ever.
So he has failed. That shows.
So let me show you something. There is nothing to motivate him now again. See, Haaland will be motivated to pick Champions League and make Ballon d'Or. But zero, there's nothing to motivate him. Maybe unless World Cup.
No, he has his competitor. He's still alive. He's still playing well.
Yeah. Okay, now Messi. When was the last time Messi won Champions League? 17.
Messi is also fading at Barcelona. Yeah, he's also fading at Barcelona.
Okay, now, so let's Ciro left 3 years ago. Can you also say, assuming Messi, the time Ciro left, is the same period Messi also left to a different team, not Barcelona, has he also failed?
No, he's still there.
So he has also failed in that core period Ciro left. We shouldn't see, he went to a different league. He didn't even understand Italian. You have to learn Italian, adapt to their system.
You knew all these things when...
Why? No. See, Players are like human beings.
Yes, it's not.
I can't remember. GhanaWeb TV said he needed his donkey with him before he could play, and when they brought his donkey against Everton, he delivered.
Cavani does not speak English. Cavani does not know anything about snow. Cavani is not living with his family.
Beautiful.
But Cavani has more goals than Chelsea's top scorers.
Who
is the Chelsea current top scorer in the Premier League?
In the Premier League,
Gabriel with 6 goals.
In
33-year-old Cavani has 8 goals in the Premier League. So how can you tell me that language? No.
So 38 years man comparing himself to a 20-year-old guy who just played in professional football not less than 4 years.
Now listen, when Timo Werner was coming, you guys said he was going to win the top goal scorer. He has 4 goals. Cavani, so yeah, come on, he has failed poorly.
With me. Poorly. So what if Cristiano Ronaldo wins Champions League next season? Will you also say he has failed?
Then we can say what?
Then you're not being right to
now
the
listen,
man.
as and now he has failed.
You've made your point known that he has not failed. Now we are far behind time. I'll take yours quick one, then OJ quick, then wrap up.
So it is just this is the underlying statement.
He has failed.
Ronaldo has not won. He has not even been to a final. Okay, if he had been to the final, would say, oh
yes, at Real Madrid he did same. So anywhere in Atletico you could do same. So Ronaldo has failed. That is it.
Ronaldo has failed after moving from Real Madrid to Juventus. 2 of my pundits are saying that he has failed. But for Sports Atom, Ronaldo has not failed because he lacks quality in the Juventus setup. What do you also think? Share it with us in the comment section after watching the video. Guys, on behalf of the production crew, thanks very much for joining us for today's episode. Thank you, Jones. Thank you, Sports Atom, and my man, Bra OG. This is where time will permit us to end the show, but the discussion does not end here. Let me hear from you in the comment section. My name is Joel Eshen. Follow me on Twitter at Joel Eshen4 and GhanaWeb Sports on Twitter. We meet again same time next week.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face. It's not my brother. Today you denying funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
There's a saying that when the lioness storms out of the bushes, the house cat vanishes. Yes, our guest for today is a lioness. She is an internationally recognized Afropop singer and songwriter who hails from the Upper West region, Sisala to be precise. I know you are itching to find out who this amazing young woman is, but let's do so after this break. This is Talkatainment. Don't go away. Kaya Eko, Megaya Fiadeko. I'll be right back. We are going. Welcome.
Thank you.
Wow, you look good.
Thank you. I try.
First of all, it's no secret that you travel a lot. You are internationally recognized. You're one of the few musicians who are internationally recognized here in Ghana. I want to find out how the COVID has affected your hustle.
Oh, the COVID. Because of COVID, all my shows were moved to next year, 2021. I wouldn't say cancelled because I'm still on the bill and the same shows are still as lined up. A few will have to readjust, maybe because some people will not, and then they'll have to move the venue to different places. But I think at the end of the day, I lost this year. I won't be performing 53 shows.
Seriously?
Yeah, 53.
Wow.
Yes, 53 shows.
From one country or
to another? No, different country. Germany, France. I was going to USA for the first time, and I'm going to perform on a big stage, and they were all excited waiting for me. People bought tickets. Whoa, the Lioness of Africa is coming. They see me on Facebook, Instagram, and they have never seen me live. And of course, I was going with a band, and we're all set to go just to get the paperwork done. Then Papam, COVID came, and everybody scatter, close your mouth, and then they cancelled everything.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but that one too is still on next year, and I'm still going to perform. The same spot, the same everything. So that's the good side of it. Even though the shows are cancelled for this year, I'm still on the bill for the other ones.
More like
but I've been getting even more shows still. Because people are hopeful that maybe by October, November, or August, September, October, November, maybe they open the So whether COVID or no COVID, for me the shows are still coming.
Wow.
Yeah, the only thing is just to make sure that I don't clash a few of them, because like last year I was booked for this year, so I was booked last year for this year. So that's how we get booked. Yeah, so they book you even a year ahead.
Wow.
Yeah.
So how is the arrangement like? Were you paid? Like, do you have those monies that, like because I've been paid, I need to fulfill my obligation?
Well, for us, when you confirm and you have signed the contract that you are going, then if that contract says you get half the money, then when you get off the stage, they pay the rest, or you finish performing before they pay you, then so be it. Okay. But for us, we like to take half before we go, because if I say I won't take half, then I stop myself from performing at other shows just because of one gig, and later it's cancelled. I get nothing. So the best thing to do is get your half. Then that way it's your responsibility to go and finish. If you don't, then you have to send the money back. Maybe you can talk about it and all that, but you have to be professional. And I always sign a contract. I don't care how little it is, or we have to come to an agreement, so that at the end of the day, it wouldn't be like, you said this and I said that and I didn't come to perform, because this is my life. And I every day I'm getting professional. Everything must be written down. Yeah.
So meaning you have like packed payments of some contracts that you need to fulfill?
Oh, of course. But they too, they understand. And they know that I wouldn't run away or, spend their money. Even some, we try to send the money back, and they say, no, I should hold on. If I send it back, somebody else will come and fill that spot. So we just hold on. Yeah, and it's all a mutual understanding. And because we are all musicians, these things, they happen. So there's no need. Where will I hide? If I go to Fozi, they'll come there. They know Fozi.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Since your music is really not that popular in Ghana here, apart from maybe some parts of northern region. But when you come down to Accra and some other parts, people really cannot lay like their hands on one or two songs that, yeah, this is Wiyala song. Like, how does that make you feel? How?
First of all, when I started, it wasn't popular the whole Ghana, including the northern region, if I'm being honest. But now, if I hear people say my music is not popular in Ghana, it's a big lie. I'm probably not paying for hype or looking for controversial things to do that will keep me in the news, because I don't work like that. Because everybody in Ghana knows Wiyala. Children know me. Even they call me the Moo Lioness because of the hairstyle. For the past 3 years, I can say I've been everywhere in Ghana. Everybody, when they mention Ghanaian musicians, anybody who mention and then they ignore me, then they know that they are just being sarcastic or something. But everybody knows me, and they all know that I'm just calm. I'm more or less just quiet, but that doesn't mean that I'm not popular. So for the past 3 years, I can say, nah, everybody knows Wiyala. Who doesn't know me? Everybody. And I'm not saying that to grace my own ego. I just know. But when I started, it was difficult because the style is different. But today, I'm saying that because you can smell it from a lot of the artists. They are all now nibbling into the African thing. And people see and say, oh, look, Wiyala, you see, you are influencing people. A lot of artists who didn't even bother about their culture are now coming out to say, I'm from here, now adding their local dialect. They want people to know them because maybe they are doing something that doesn't really represent them in a way that I do mine too. But so they are trying to add that identity. And we started doing that a long time ago. So that makes me feel like, okay, looks like some of us have really impacted. And we hear it every day, we see it. So now, dear, anybody who say I'm not popular, the person is just trying to downplay me, which some people always try to do. Like, for example, somebody say, you're good though, but you have to win an award. So that I said, no, if you want me to win an award before you validate me, then you are going to keep dreaming. It's not going to happen. It won't happen, because I've always known I'm going to lose out on awards because of the kind of music I'm doing. Because when I did Rock My Body, it was going to, pick up like, yo, but it was going to take me to places I wasn't ready. I can always do songs like Rock My Body later, but when I started the Tinambai Africa, it's very obvious. The Fela Kutis, the King Aisobes, the Atongo Zimbes, the Angelique Kidjo. When did Angelique win Grammy? Just recently. She's 60 years old. You think Angelique shouldn't have won a Grammy long time ago? But all that still inspire me. If it will come, it will come. But I don't want anybody to use awards to make me feel like I have not arrived. I arrived long time ago.
Yeah. There's no doubt that you're very popular in the country. There's no doubt. But I'm referring to your songs.
Yes.
Your songs.
Yeah, it's the songs.
I think the Rock My Body was making waves a little. Then you switched up to
because different Rock My Body was giving a different vibe about me.
But you know what Ghanaians like? Yeah,
that a section of Ghanaians.
You don't want to give Ghanaians what they like.
A section of Ghanaians.
I think most of them actually, the youth.
The youth. Okay, I'm not going to be youth forever. I know that. I've given the youth Rock My Body. I've given them You Got the Power. I've given the youth in Wa everything. I can still give the youth Rock My Body style. But the youth also need to understand that they will never remain youth forever. And then taste change. There will come a time where the same youth won't be enjoying the kind of youth song they're enjoying today. So some of us, we have decided to plan ahead. Yes, because after those songs, if I want to do it, I can do. But when you start, for me, personal, I'm not against anybody doing songs like Rock My Body and all that. But it's just a personal thing for me. It's just personal. I look at where I'm coming from and what I've been through, and I've gotten an opportunity to be this big, and Charlie, even, look, I would have continued with songs like Rock My Body, even more crazier songs. And if I had been doing that, I swear, like, I'll be artist of the year every year. In fact, nobody would have, because the kind of songs I would do, I will rap, I will do everything. Wow. I will cause commotion, but my sister, I asked myself, what will I get from it? Because here, royalties don't pay. Because elsewhere, no matter how crappy the song is, once it catches fire and everybody gets excited, you get money.
Yeah.
But here, it doesn't happen like that. So why would I waste my time to do a song like that?
Do you feel underrated in the music industry?
I wouldn't say underrated. I think when I started, yes, I used to feel like that. But now I don't really care. I don't even know whether I'm underrated or uprated or what. I'm just there. And I'm not, maybe because I'm not involving myself in a lot of what is going on, maybe beefing and all those bullshit things happening. People say I'm underrated. I don't feel underrated. But people sometimes do say I am underrated. And I don't really like that word because I refuse to say I'm underrated. I am not underrated because that word is not a good word. And the more, if you keep thinking like that, it means you haven't arrived. That's the same thing I'm going by. When they say I'm underrated, it means I haven't arrived. But it's just a section of Ghanaians. Because there are also Ghanaians in Ghana here that paid to come and watch me at Alliance Française. They didn't come for free. They paid about 50 cedis to watch, and the place was full. So we have different markets here. We have the youth, like you have said, and we have the ones that will also come and watch and just want to sit there and enjoy. I can do for both. But maybe before I go back to my Rock My Body days and do something for the youth, let me make something small so that when I'm fooling, I know I have something in my bank account to go back and follow. If not, I would die of hunger.
Wow.
So the youth, I'm not against their music and all that. Of course, I can sing and I can always feature, but they need to understand I won't be young forever.
How difficult is it to become a successful musician in Ghana?
It's very difficult for everybody, both male and female. Both male and female musicians. It's very difficult because the music, people don't buy music in Ghana. Like I said, you don't get royalties. You come up and everybody has their own opinion about you. If you're not strong, you will hide. And a lot of the noise and the bashing, especially with the women musicians, most of us are really emotional and a bit shy. So because of that, you see the person will start with full vim and small insult, then they don't encourage. So you go back. The guys are doing okay, I think, because they just put this manly, like men don't cry kind of attitude. And I've learned that from them too. Me, I don't go cry. The boys are doing it, I can also do it. So it's very difficult. Culture, religion is killing us too. If you're a Christian, you go do some song, your church members can turn against you. Muslim, they will do this. If you go do traditional, then you are worshiping the devil. Ghanaians have associated the arts so much with everybody has an opinion. Just shut up and just enjoy a good music when you hear one, and just help the person. Because when you don't support, you are killing talents and you are redirecting them into doing things that are not really their wish. And then when you do that, you make us angry. And when you make such talents angry, that's where you're going to see us. We'll probably we'll force ourselves into politics and start insulting people.
What should female musicians in the country do to step up their game?
Female musicians should stop looking for, they should stop coming out and already willing to depend and do it themselves. I couldn't even edit my own videos. Now I can edit my own music videos because I had to learn. Because then I didn't have the money to even go to the studio and do all that. What did I do? The phone I had, I started downloading stuff so that I could learn how to make simple beats. So that when I go to the studio, I can give that to the sound engineer and say, this is my style I want. So that when you go there, they don't bully you into doing something you don't like. You get it? So the female musicians, why don't we start thinking of building ourselves? You know, come on. Today you see a small boy who say he's a rapper. All of a sudden he has turned his bedroom into a studio. And you are there, all you care about is your big weave, your makeup, your shoes. You just want to look good. And you think the person giving you the money won't want to take it back. You don't do that. You just don't give everything to either a male or a female manager. Don't put all your burden. Help yourself first. At least learn to make common, simple demo. How many of us can boast of our own studios as female musicians? How many of us can boast of even taking the camera and making a decent video of ourselves? How many of us can stop twerking and leave the sex out and just sell music and let people see the talent? So sometimes we should also think small and stop depending, because it's like, I'm a queen, I just need to be taken care of. Huh. You think it comes that easy?
What should we do as Ghanaians? How do we boost our music industry? What are we lacking? First of all, what are we lacking?
Ghanaians, I don't think we are lacking anything. We are talented. We have talent. We have almost everything right here. And we have enough decent numbers for a musician to be able to just do music even within Ghana and make money. You see, so I'll just say let's just do what we can do. Let's pick up the things that make us unique as Ghanaians, as musicians. Let's be a bit real, and because if you are trying to live a life that is not really you, that means you have to buy it, and buying it means whatever price it is, you have to pay. So, and because we have a rich culture, we have good locations, maybe instead of wasting too much money all the time to travel, to go shoot a video to impress, maybe why don't you use that money to go to your community somewhere, you know, throw light on certain things. I'm not telling anybody what to do. I am not to know, because sometimes I am very careful how I talk before people mistake confidence for arrogance. And, you know, we have a lot of things here. And I think Ghanaians, our parents, families, they should allow talented people. I'm speaking for the music industry. Allow young people that want to explore the music industry. Help them. They need you.
But do you think the government has done enough for the music?
Oh, the government, dear. I think, you see, one day I was talking to somebody and the person said, you know, those days we used to have music and dance in school, but they took it out. So that's a bomb. The thing is not even in the classroom. So any child that wants to go into music and dance and even learn it will be seen as doing something that has no value. But when you look around us, everything you see is art, culture, and, you know, so maybe government should just reintroduce all this cultural drumming and dancing back into the school. That will allow talented children to feel like it's okay for me to actually, okay, let those who want to be doctors, but we those that also want to go into the art, we can go in there. But when we are coming out, we have learned enough. I'm sure if we had small schools like that, like government schools, some of us had attended, I would have attended. By the time I will come out, because I started playing guitar at what age? 20 something, I couldn't. But I learned it all by myself. So imagine I had a guitar in school and I started as a child. I'll probably be one of the most wicked players of guitar right now in Africa, if not the whole world.
We'll delve more into that. Yeah. The conversation is getting more interesting and fun, you know, but let's take a break. When we come back, we'll delve more into her personal life. Don't go away.
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
It's a Latin body, Guamele, it's a Latin bay, Guamele, it's a lawo. It's a Latin body, Guamele, Tinambay, Guamele, it's a lawo. It's a lawe, it's a lawe, it's a lawe, it's a lawe. Badi Guamele, Badi Guamele, Bay Guamele, Bay Guam. It's all our way, it's all our way, it's all our way, it's all our way. Badi Guambele, Badi Guambele, Badi Guambele, Badi Guambele, Badi Guambele.
Wow, we are going to be getting more of that, don't worry. Welcome back from that break. This is still Talk Assignment, and Wiyala is still here with us. Wiyala. Yes. That's like my favorite song. Yeah.
Oh, well, that's my signature song.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
That's nice. There's this question I've been meaning to ask you.
Yes.
How do you handle body shaming rants from the public?
Body shaming.
You know, people actually come up and, you know, you hear them.
Yeah. Like, you know, when I started, Sometimes I even saw somebody comment that Adam, the northern cassava and all those things. I don't give a damn. Like, body shaming to me personally, I don't get angry with people. I just feel when somebody insults another person that they are ugly, they're indirectly telling you that they are rather ugly. So for me, if you insult me and say, you are ugly, you don't look nice, I just know that I am not the one you are insulting, because whenever you get up in the morning, that is what you see in the mirror. So you think everybody is ugly like you with ugly behavior. No. So body shaming, like I said some time ago, my skin, like my mind is so close to all this negative thing, like I don't even care. Because I know I am not ugly. There's no way I can be ugly. How? Me, this beautiful girl. Anybody who says I'm ugly is mad. In fact, they are having problems with their whatever. I need Papa Ni's lines. The motoblanca oblongata, whatever, is not working on the syllabus or one thing.
No, but when you started Friends,
a beautiful African girl like me.
Of course, you're beautiful.
You know, we come in different colors and different shapes and different, you know. How can you? Because for me, if anybody says I'm ugly, it means you are indirectly insulting the whole of the African continent. You are insulting my whole village.
But when you started music first, did it get to you?
When not in the music industry. When I was growing up as a young girl, I didn't understand why people used to call me that, which means this one look like a boy. And for that matter, she's not attractive. And I used to wonder, and my mother told me I should just ignore them. When I grow, I will have breasts and they'll see that I'm not a boy. But it gets to a point, honestly, like when you are 15 and you are now a teenager and you are discovering yourself, you are becoming a young woman. And you feel like, okay, your sisters are all having that girly, feminine look and you are not. Like, it did get to me for a while. But after a while, I said, you know what? To hell with everybody. I don't even care. Because that's what you see. And I don't even know where the confidence came from. I ignored everybody and I just kept doing my own thing. That's what everybody has known me for. So by the time I got into the industry, I had already heard all this. You look like a boy, you look like a man, you are ugly. I'm like, come on, give me some new insults. This one gave music to my ears. Like when I just hear like, Wiyala, you are ugly. And I'm like, baby, 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 I've heard that before. So please, please, give me another one, whatever.
You are interested.
like honestly, I don't care. Wow. Anybody who wastes your time insulting me that I'm ugly, you are just laughing at your own station.
Okay. How do your energy is on a whole different level. Well, where did you get that from? Like how?
I think it's just the happiness, the excitement of doing what I've always wanted to do. There's no way I would have been like the stage. I love to be on the stage. Give me any stage, whether with electricity, no electricity, I will dance and perform, and some people still come around and watch. And when I get on the stage, especially abroad, I'm like, my body, they do me something like, come on, give it to them. And sometimes people think I'm high on something. No, it's just water. I drink a lot of water because when I dance, I sweat and then my muscles even become tighter and, you know, and you can't go there. You see all the splits and cartwheel I do on stage? Yeah, I used to do that when I was a kid. So when I'm on the stage, for me, I feel like the stage is my playground. And they're all like grown-up children. Let's have fun. It's all fun. I don't take myself too serious on the stage. When it's time for me to say something really serious before I sing the song, I say it. But of course, I always manage to just make it relax and yeah. Okay. So it's just happiness, to be honest. It's just out of excitement.
But your dance moves though, where did you learn them from? How
My dance moves, I learn them on stage as I'm dancing and I follow the instrument. If the bass is playing, maybe the bass, the guitar is playing like this. I'll just go tan, 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 tan. Then I just start following. So they just come to me as I'm on the stage. I never really plan, this is how I'm going to dance. Of course, there are some moves I will make, but I just don't know when I'm going to make the move. But usually, I just get on the stage and whatever comes, let it come. Because on the stage, you can't plan perfect. Anything can happen. Anything can go wrong. You might just be performing and the light will go off, or your microphone will fall, or somebody might jump on the stage and spoil the routine. So I always allow room for all that. So when I'm going on the stage, I do have certain moves I'll make but the rest is open. And I'm always ready to recreate in case anything goes off. If I'm performing and somebody is really screaming to get on the stage, I'll let you come, help me sing the song. Then we rewrite the song. It's all part of entertainment. So that's how I plan. I don't really plan, but that's how I plan.
You recently shot a music video for a song you released years ago.
Yeah. No, that tour, you see, I released, is that Angel?
I think so.
Most of the videos, with the exception of the one I just released yesterday, Wese, and then We Are Going. The other videos I have released, some are 4 years old, especially Angel. People think it's a new one, but it's been around for 4 to 5 years now.
Really?
That's because the industry wasn't paying attention to me at all. I came in something totally different. And, you know, my team, myself, we just appear to be so different. This girl from North, she's singing in Cecily Wale Dagari. It's not high life. It's sounding different. Her management are not even Ghanaian. So what is going on? So it took people a long time for them to actually pay attention to me. But I think the wait has been great. I've grown musically and I've learned things and I'm still learning. And wherever destiny will take me.
You are currently embarking on a particular project.
Yes.
I've been seeing it all over social media.
Yes.
Tell us about it.
The project I'm doing in my community is I'm building an art and entertainment center. Art and an entertainment center in my community, Fonsi. And for me, when I went back to my community to perform, we didn't have a venue. So I thought, if we don't have a venue, and I have the children that come to me for rehearsals, I'm going to build one. If they don't build us a venue for entertainment, that's why I always say, if you have the chance to do something, just do it. This one. So we started building. I got some few city here and there. The community members came out, and we are building our own entertainment center. And I'm not just going to sit and wait, because it won't happen until you do it yourself, a thing like that. So I'm building an art center, and then they decided to name it after me, Wiyala Art Center, because the whole community is going to benefit from it, where I can have the children come and do their thing. Yeah.
Tell us about family.
Family.
People say you are hiding your husband.
I'm not hiding my husband. I have a boyfriend.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I have a boyfriend.
So he's not your husband?
Well, according to my tradition, he's not my husband. If he wants to be my husband officially, he will have to come and follow the right procedures. Yes, bride price, traditional, everything, introduction. He must also bring his people so that they know them. If not, for my community, if I'm walking around, I am a free woman.
And you're single?
Yeah, and I'm single.
No child?
No, I don't have a child. Now I think I'm getting ready to do papa so that I can have at least 2 or 6.
Sorry?
Hey, 2. In fact, 1 first, and let me see if I can handle 1. If I can be a good mother, because I'm just too hyper for myself. I'll need my mother to help me out.
Wow.
Yes.
2 or 6 kids.
I think 1. I'll start with 1 and see. In case they come twins, then I have to thank God.
Recently, there was this picture of you and a white man.
Yes.
I'm sure you saw it.
My
How
manager.
it sparked rumors.
Yeah.
Who is he?
John Sherin. This is the man, when I came to Accra, screaming, help me, please, industry, pay attention to me. Oh, I'm also a Ghanaian. Oh, I'm not from Cote d'Ivoire, oh, as people used to say, or whatever. They were not minding me. Then one day I was just gallivanting at Gollywood. I happened to be in a classroom. He was the teacher. And the student said, oh, the class was boring. We were all sleeping because most of us were hungry. And he said, oh, the class is boring. And, you know, anybody can do something. A guy came to rap, and Gideon, who used to do fashion for me, said, this girl can sing. She has been to Stars of the Place. So I sang and said, hey, wow, so you can sing and you've been very quiet in the class. Okay, what else can you do? I sang. Then he said, wow, can you sing like, I said, oh, when we were in the reality show, we sang all the pop songs. He went and brought me Simply the Best, Chiquitita, ABBA, and all those songs. And within 3 days, I learned them, smashed the songs. He went like, oh my God, you must sing for the whole world to hear. And I'm like, okay. So he said he was going back to UK, but he would buy some equipment and bring it to me, then I should try. I said, why not? So he brought the equipment just for me. Where have I ever gotten this support?
Wow.
My sister, if you see the vim I entered with that system, I sang so much that one day I blew up the equipment, my voice. Yeah, that's how my voice was getting better. And that was after 3 years of trying for Stars of the Future, and I didn't win. And the 4th year, 6 months, I was going around tennis club places. He would just download all kinds of songs, Western songs, African songs. Then I'll go and sing. Then people would just be giving me money right here in Accra. And after the course, he said, if you go home and you want to come back and sing, come. You can live in my house. So I went and told my parents, I've met somebody who wants to help me with my music. I'm going. My mother said, okay. My father said, okay, try your luck. My sisters were like, well, whatever. I came 6 months, I was singing. So when Vodafone Icons came back, the 4th year, I had been singing all the songs. So by then, my voice. Okay. So if my voice could blow up a small sound equipment, why wouldn't I go and win for the Vodafone Icons? Now I'm doing too no, don't mind me. Hey, let me blow my own horn some more. I beg, nobody should chop me.
Tell us briefly, what project are you currently working on?
I'm actually working on my next album. And now that I can play guitar, I'll strum some few things, record it on the phone. And then I'm also learning how to just record on my own in my small studio. Save and then send the files over to my music producer, Melissa. She's based in Cape Town. And then, of course, I've also worked with Kweku of Ghana, with Onipa. And I think I'll release that album. It's called Yaga Yaga. Now, this is the album that the youth can now say, I have done something for them. So they don't feel like, yeah, that doesn't mean I'm doing this, or okay, I'm just, it's a good vibe. Because everybody keeps saying, okay, the songs are nice, but something for the youth, like you have said. So this one, the youth will enjoy it. It's full of energy. It's papa movement. Wow. But the sound production and everything, I'm always targeting the international market. So they should expect that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So Yaga Yaga is my next album, my next project.
So briefly, play your favorite song.
My favorite song?
Yeah, for it.
Wow, there are a lot. Which one? Chai. Okay. I think it has to be Tinambai. Okay. Because Tinambai is my signature song and the video is coming soon. And it's going to tell everybody.
I think you have played Tinambai already.
Yes. Okay, so now let me play this one, which is a big song. And I think a lot of Ghanaians love it.
Okay, before then, who is your favorite in Africa? Who's your favorite musician?
Me, I'm going to be honest, I don't have a favorite anymore. I used to think I have a favorite, but I don't.
What about in Ghana?
In Ghana, well, there are a lot.
So play one of your favorite musician song, like Ghanaian musician song.
Let me see. There are actually two. Heaven, there is no beer. That is why we'll be drinking all the beer. For when we'll be going right to heaven, all our friends will be drinking all the beer. Hey, 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 hey. I want to see you, my father.
I didn't see that coming.
I want to see you, my father. I want to see you, my father. My father, the way you do, it is not fine. The way you do, it is not fine. Every day and every night, I suffer, money matter. I suffer, money matter. The way you do, it is not fine. My father, the way you do, it is not fine. It is not good. It is not wise. It is not great. My father, the way you do, it is not fine. The way it is not fine. It is not fine. Hey, it is not fine. In Wiyala.
Okay.
In fact, there are not.
Lastly, you are going to teach me one of your dance.
Okay.
Please, I don't want the very energetic.
I was about to jump into the water. The one I do under the water is called Pudum.
No. I don't want that one.
You don't want that one?
No, I want something basic I can also do.
Don't worry.
Not your standard.
No. Sankore ye le maku orakwe. Sankore ye le maku orakwe. Tu lele tu lele tu lele tu lele tu lele tu le. So say tu lele tu lele tu lele tu lele tu lele tu lele. Nice. That is Kaore. That's from the Dagaves.
Your last words to your fans?
Okay. Hi everybody. Hi Ghana. My name is Wiyala, aka the Lioness of Africa. And I want to say thank you everybody for finally, especially Ghanaians, for finally understanding me and allowing me to share my talent with you all. You guys have been amazing, supporting me. To all the people who started supporting me way back, those who join today and tomorrow, from the deepest part of my heart, I love you all, and please keep supporting, and I'll keep giving you the best that I can. At the end of the day, we are all branches of the same tree, said Rocky Dawuni. So, yeah, my social media platform, my handles are Wiyala, W-I-Y-A-A-L-A, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. You can also check out my website, Wiyala, www.wiyala. And the way you pronounce my name, a lot of people keep asking, how do you say my name? It's Wiyala Rejimba, but just say Wiyala. It's not Wiyala. It sounds like Rihanna, which is amazing, but it's, yes. Because everybody keeps saying Wiyala, wee. Please, I love Rihanna to bits. My name is Wiyala. Wiyala. Just call me Wiyala. Yeah. Not Wiyala or wee, sorry. Yeah. Call me the Lioness.
Yes, of course. Her name is Wiyala, not Wiyala or Rihanna. No, don't call her that. Follow her on her social media pages and follow what she does. She has an amazing stuff going on. She's currently embarking on some projects here and there. Yes, I promised you a fun-filled interview, and yes, this is it. Thank you for staying with us. We come your way next time with another interesting conversation on Talkatainment. I am your host, Elsie. Till next time, stay tuned. Bye!
Do this, and you do this, and you do this. One. And yes, hey, wait, wait,
it's aerobics.
This is the traditional dance of the Lovis.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
On this episode, we talk situationship versus relationship. Yeah, let's normalize healthy relationship, which now almost look impossible. Kind of looks like now it's a mirage. Why is difficult task for some people in relationships and even in marriages? Is there a correlation between situationship and relationship? Join myself and my guest as we discuss issues around situationship and relationship. My name is Paulina Deda Opoku, and it's always a pleasure coming your way with thought-provoking discussions here on Moons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be right back. You're still watching Moons and Cuddles here on GhanaWeb TV. I know you already know how we do it on this show. Each time we come your way with very engaging conversation. But today's episode, we're taking it a bit higher. You might have heard people say, oh, I'm just in a situationship with someone. I'm in a relationship with someone. A lot of people are in relationship who just say, oh, we are with you, but we are not yours. So today we are going to look at what it takes when someone says, I'm in a committed relationship. And to help me do justice to today's topic, I have here with me this fine gentleman in the middle. This is his first time of coming. He is by name Kelvin Kwabena Brobe. He is a student and a content contributor at Dibone Afrique. Kelvin, you're welcome.
Thank you.
And I got with me the big lady, the big boss, Louisa Kwache. She is a PR expert and then she is also an advocate for women in politics. Louisa, thank you for coming.
You're welcome.
Our conversation is very simple. Situationship and relationship. What do you say, or what does it mean to you when you say you are in a committed relationship? Louis, let me start with you.
Is it because I'm a lady? Ladies first?
Ladies first, my dear. Ladies first.
I really like to change narratives. I say it's a human's world. Be it a gent or a lady, anyone can start. Come now, let's make history.
Relationship is a relationship where you are giving the love I'm giving. So if I'm in a relationship, one thing about me, if I'm not ready, I don't go into a relationship. So my readiness is my commitment. That's like the first thing you should do. Because if you're not ready, why then go waste someone's time? Then just do whatever you want to do with the person and then move away. So you giving the love I'm giving back, like that's a major thing for me when it comes to committed relationship. Any other thing is a bonus.
So Kobe, when you're saying giving back, what do you say? Maybe the love, is it about the sex,
giving back the love I'm giving. Okay. The sex and the rest is a bonus.
Okay.
I mean, you can have sex from anywhere. You don't need a relationship to have sex.
That comes in with the situationship.
Yes.
Because there's no commitment. We are just having a thing. But then we're looking at when you are committed. So
it's giving the love I'm giving you back.
Okay.
Because if I'm ready for a relationship, the love I give to you is not the same love I'll give to someone I think I'm in a situationship with.
Hey.
Yes.
So are we trying to normalize that? Or you can be in a very committed relationship with a man or woman, but then you can have the situationship with someone else?
Whilst in the relationship?
Yes.
Personally, no. Okay. If I'm in a relationship, a committed one, I don't think there's anything like a committed relationship is relationship. You don't have to put the tag committed and uncommitted.
Now things are going on. Information will react you.
If it's uncommitted, then I call that a...
Yeah.
That's well, a relationship.
Okay.
It depends. Because someone can even be in a situationship and still be committed.
In the situationship?
For me, yes, I would want to look at commitment this way. It's giving your all to see something work.
Okay.
Putting in effort. So even with a situationship, to be a side chick is no joke. The person calls you, you have to be there.
Okay.
The person's wife appears, you have to be in character. Yeah. You are exerting some form of commitment. But then for me, in a relationship, we can be in a relationship. It can be one person to one person, one man to one woman. But still, there will be no commitment. Commitment comes in when the two of you tell each other, hey, whatever happens, I've got you. So I meet you halfway. So let's say I'm in a relationship with a guy. We start it off like this. Hello, how are you? Okay, I was checking up on you. And that's normal thing that is so annoying to some of us. Have you eaten? You call it the morning, have you eaten? In the afternoon, have you eaten? In the evening, my dear, you a chef. At the end of the day, it starts off like that. Have you eaten? I was checking up on you, how was your day and all that. But we become committed when I tell myself, this is Kwabena, this is who he is, this is his flaws, this is me. Can I cope with Kwabena for the rest of my life? So I tell myself, where Kwabena's flaws leaves him, my strength should carry us on.
All right, Lou, let me just chip this one in. Some men will say, if this is what we call a committed relationship, something I'm also putting my all in. Last, my laundry, weekend, you come over, come and cook for me. the house chores to help me, they see that as commitment. And even in cases where you say, oh, I'm not going to do the sex thing, they feel like, that's not a proper relationship, because at least I have to feel your body kind of thing. With all this thing, is it too much to ask for, or you think everybody and how they define what a committed relationship is?
Sure, since we are two individuals, raised by Araba, Kwabena raised by probably Eya, so at the end of the day, I am different, Kwabena is different. So the way Kwabena sees things, I don't see it from the same perspective. So at the end of the day, probably I would say that a committed relationship for me, it's one that will be devoid of sex. But you believe in my dreams. I believe in yours.
Kwabena, it's not that Kwabena has
let me lie. Okay, but to Kwabena, I would want to have sex. It means a lot to me. If I am in a relationship, I should be getting that. Yeah. So for us to be in a committed relationship, I tell myself, okay, this is what Kwabena wants, and this is what I also want. If we can meet halfway through it, 50-50, okay, I can be giving sex, probably not as he wants, but let's say once a month, since initially was nothing. Kwabena also says, okay, this is what you do. I think I have an idea. Let me push my woman to be this. Let me push my woman to be that. So it is half of me, half of you. Together makes it a committed relationship. And we are getting the 100%.
Kwabena,
So I wanted to give a scenario. So I know of a couple that broke up. They divorced because the reason for divorce was very silly. So the man said he grew up and he was taught that when you want to use the Pepsodent, like the toothpaste, if you want to use the toothpaste, take it from the bottom. And the wife doesn't agree, like she doesn't do that. She takes it from anywhere. And the man always comes back, would push everything back, and then the wife would do it again. And he got angry because he said the wife was not listening. So with that, they were married. I want to find out, would you say he wasn't committed because he got married to the person? You understand? I'm saying that because I think commitment, well, personally, as you said, everyone has the way they define commitment. Someone can say sex is my commitment. Cooking for me is my commitment. Doing my laundry is my commitment. But me personally, I have a rule that, or I have a belief that I say, I personally know how to cook. So if I am dating someone and I'm getting married to someone and she doesn't know how to cook, I'll teach her.
Kwabena, you sure you not come back saying
this is for the cameras?
No,
for the cameras.
You know I won't lie. Listen, I will teach you. It's not like I would. Because
Kwabena,
it is the love.
You come home with your boys. You say, oh, Charlie, you watch the football. I go to the kitchen. I prepare something for you.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that.
Nothing.
You know, we're making it look like men cannot do that.
No, we are from the part of the world where a woman is supposed to know how to cook. So even if you don't have a problem with it, there is an akana that goes like, Oba ware bemape. You marry the whole family. Yeah. You will be okay with it. Your mother will come in and say that, hey, Oba only me Janino, there's a no for me. So you will be okay with it.
But what if the lady cannot cook? She can't do what you're saying, but she supports my dream as you're saying. Halfway. I'm giving the love. She's supporting my dream. She's meeting me halfway, as you explained. She's doing everything. The cooking
and you're okay with it?
Yes, the cooking is my business.
All right. Okay.
So I don't think the cooking,
and marriage,
sex, the whatever in the relation, because you know the funny thing, your girlfriend is not responsible for your laundry.
It's true.
That is why it's true.
Once it's not married, even some men,
somebody is offering
to the
those
marriage
services.
level, they will not let you do that.
Why would you even let your girlfriend come and stay in your house? Are you married to her?
I don't know how Prophet Odro say.
You're not married to her. Shall dross. You're not married to her. So why do you expect her to be at your house every Friday? Because I know people that are fighting with their girlfriends because you don't come to my house on Friday.
For weekends.
You don't come over the weekend. Means you are seeing your friend. Didn't your girlfriend have friends before meeting you?
Yeah,
is it her responsibility to come and stay in your house? Why don't you call your sisters to come and stay in your house?
You know the funny thing, men who do that actually don't want their sisters to go out.
And they'll not even get married to the girl.
Yeah.
That's the sad part. Okay. So if you're going to commit yourself, going to do laundry, going to do cooking, going to do all that, and they end up not getting married to you.
But then wait, Lou, let me tell you this to you. You know our sisters, women, some of us, when they say, oh, we are in a relationship with a commitment, the demand will start to come. Give me money for my hair. Give me money for my clothing allowance. Baby, I'm going somewhere. My friend is... With that, they see that as commitment. Because now it's a big thing. Men complain that immediately you propose to a girl, bam, in this Ghana every day, you become like her parents. She comes with everything, every demand. They see that as they say you want this relationship. These are my demands. Louis, how do we solve this?
It doesn't become a relationship. It's a contract.
Yes.
Okay.
No, the person is a business developer.
Okay.
Because you are looking to gain profit at the end of the day.
It's like friendship these days.
That is it.
People are in friendships because they will get something.
I get something.
It wasn't like that.
Probably I came on your side because I know Paula, she's this, she's that. As a PR executive, non-paid for, if I need something, oh, Paula, push this advert.
Come in handy.
Yes.
You get it.
So that's the friendship.
Of late, everything has become a mutually beneficial something.
Yeah.
If I'm not getting anything from you, I'm not helping you.
Yeah.
But let's look at it from this angle. If you are going in for a relationship, I always say that look for somebody who meets your demands and can supply whatever you want.
So it doesn't look like you're asking too much, or?
Yes. At the end of the day, you go in for somebody you can flow with. There are a lot of people walking the face of this earth with different ideologies. You can't change somebody's grown-up son or daughter.
Yeah.
You already met me around 29, 30 years.
That's all.
Kwabena.
You can change someone when they want to.
Yeah,
all right.
yeah.
Kwabena, so with the whole issue that now men think that women ask too much. Once you say you propose, have you ever had any instance like maybe when your girlfriend comes with so much demand? Like
asking too much?
Yes.
Now, if you look at me, I'm a student. Where am I going to
Kwame,
where am I going to get the money for you? You ask, you know. And it's funny because I have friends that their girlfriends even ask to the extent that my best friend's birthday, what are you doing for her?
Oh, and do you know one thing too?
Sir?
Yes.
It's how the men approach the woman. They show off.
It's not always the men.
It's
not always the men.
Most of the times.
I'm always talking for women, but today I'll talk for men.
Most of the times, from what I have seen, if you are going in to date someone and you have only a couch in your room, take the person to your room. Yeah. At the end of the day, this is my room. If you will stay, you will stay.
If you go, you go.
You start the talking terms with a woman and you want to start off at places you don't even go there to eat. Probably you buy wache by the gutter at a Zongo. But because you want to impress the lady, you start off at KFC. So you would have to keep up appearances and maintain it.
But there are situations where the men also come as they are, but it gets to a time.
It means the person is not for you.
It comes to the point where they have friends who have sugar daddies, who are providing for them. My friend is holding an iPhone 12. Why am I still holding an iPhone 7? Then they go to their friends. So sometimes it's the ladies, because when I come to my friend to tell my friend, oh, Paula, hey, your phone, then, oh, my sugar daddy bought it for me.
And yes,
what's your boyfriend doing?
This brings me to the point where people fear commitment. I have a doctor friend. He says his schedule is so tight. Like, he doesn't want a situation where he goes in a relationship. Girlfriend, you have to close. Baby, I want to take me out for dinner date and all that. He cannot keep up with it. So now he's afraid. He doesn't know if he meets the lady, she'll be able to limit her expectation because it's life that she's dealing with. He can be called upon anytime. Kev, what would your advice be to people who are afraid of commitment? When
people say they're afraid to go into commitments with relationship, it's funny because there's commitments with everything. If you are working, you have a commitment to your work. With your employer. You are yes, you have a commitment. If you are schooling, you have a commitment with your books, your lecture. You have to pass. So what is stopping? Because you've gone into a broken heart. Well, the broken heart can make sense, but your work, is he ready to marry? Your doctor friend is my point. Because if you are ready to marry or you want to marry this person, and then you tell me that I'm commitment phobia.
Yes. No, see, I get him to some point. In this life, people go through things that shape their attitudes. So probably from his upbringing, from his career, just as he said, he can be called upon anytime to save a life.
Never get married.
Hold on. So it brings us to how do we deal with commitment phobia? You talk about it. For me, communication solves a lot of things. So I meet Paula today. I'm putting myself in your doctor friend's shoes. Okay, so Paula, this is me. This is where I work. I am not willing to be committed because of these factors. And I know ladies of late love attention. So this is my reason why I can't be committed. If Paula is reasonable enough and feels she can cope with it, oh, okay. So yeah, let's do it this way. What is your schedule? I'm also a career woman. So we can do once a week. You don't have to see someone all the... We can meet up once a week. You don't have to meet someone every single day to show commitment.
Or attention. When you said ladies like attention, that's what I was trying to say.
You get it?
You don't need to meet me every day. These days, I'm sure people are... I don't know if you know this blog, this Nigerian blogger that was dating a Ghanaian girl. They never met. They dated for how many years?
I thought that was a funny thing. Or was
no,
a real
they were
life
actually
thing?
dating.
Oh, okay.
They never met, but they were dating.
All
you
right.
understand?
But then, is it okay as a person to try and change? Because this is what I'm talking about. Last, I kind of linked that person to my friend, right? She came back to say, Paula, why? Because she tried to change him. Oh, she tried to change him. Okay, so she does the call. If he doesn't call, checks up. Oh, we could hang out after work kind of thing. At the beginning, it was working. Some people have succeeded because you meet a man who is like, they will say, oh, me I'm a Rasta man, mean to now baba. And then last, they're able to change the man or the woman's mind, and then they end up into marriage or a fruitful relationship.
And it really works.
But some people too, you end up losing yourself. So when it comes to that, should you always put in effort, or if you see the person says, I'm not in for a relationship, just walk away?
Entering a relationship is like offering a helping hand. You do it without expecting any massive thing in return. I love you. I am loving you my way. I am loving you right. At a point, if I feel you can't reciprocate, I take a walk. So at the end of the day, you don't change someone who is not willing to change. Let's not forget that change is something from the mind. Yes, you are renewing someone's mind. Someone who is about 30 years old, his parents couldn't train him in that way. You just enter his life, 30 seconds, I want you to be this, I want you to be that. No, it doesn't work like that anywhere. You can't change someone unless the person is willing to change. So you enter the relationship, you talk about it. Give what you can give. If you are not getting what you want back, they are not the only, it's not the last person on it.
It's easier said than done, Kev. Let's be realistic. To what you might meet someone, you like the person, but you know that, okay, these are the person's flaws. They say, oh, they are afraid of this whole life thing. To what extent do you try to change someone's mind into commitment, into a relationship? To what? Because some people will go to the far extent that, okay, I might even try to move in with you. I might try
that
to...
will change you. Thinking that will change you.
People live with people for over 40 years.
And they still find out that they gave birth for them. Kids. And then there was a story that a woman was living in a house with her husband. No, she was the owner of the house. And she was taking rent from the husband. The man found out later. In South Africa or Zimbabwe or something. They lived their whole life. You understand? It takes me back to your first question. When you were starting, you asked what commitment in a relationship is. Personally, a relationship where I am the only one giving the love is toxic to me. Okay.
Parasitic.
If you're in a relationship and love is coming from one side, get out of it.
The reason domestic violence is rampant.
Thank you.
Is because of these things. The reason people commit suicide
is because of that. They will never tell us. People blame it on other things.
I don't know. No matter what you do. So don't take a walk. See, one thing we fail to understand is you don't lose yourself loving someone.
Yeah.
Love is supposed to add value to your life.
Not lose you.
Yes.
Okay.
So you don't depreciate because you fell in love.
Okay, I like where the conversation is going, but we'll take a quick break. When we come back, the show still continues.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Welcome back to Moans and Cuddles here on GhanaWeb TV. Now I would like to acknowledge my makeup artist. Yes, my makeup was beautifully done by Exquisite Touch by Rue. You can follow her on Instagram at exquisite_touch by Rue. For all occasion, you can call Rhoda to glam you up. Now, before we went on that quick break, we were, talking about all the signs to look out for in a relationship. But then I've heard people say, oh, we are with you, Mum, but we are not yours. A lot of people are being taken for a ride each and every day in this Ghana way we do. Louisa, how do you know when you and I, no, okay, they'll say it's a lesbian thing. When you and your boyfriend decide to be in a committed relationship, you are not sleeping around, I'm not sleeping around. As a woman, how do you look out for, or what are the signs to look out for to see, oh, this one there, it's a one-on-one relationship. He's not screwing other people outside.
Personally, well, I look out for your body language a lot when I'm with you. Because of late, people say one thing, they do another. And you can't cheat nature. You can say anything your voice will permit you to, but your body will give you away. And the second thing for me, it's how they put me into their plans. So it's not more of me, I, myself, but we, us. So if you are building a plan of, I ask you, where do you see yourself in 5 years? Okay, I want to be here, I should have bought this, I should have bought that, and married with a kid. Then I know I'm not the one, because I'm the one asking you the question. So if you are putting your plans together, oh, Louis, let's do this. I know you do this, you're good with this, I can do this, let's come together, let's build this. Oh, how is this business venture going? How was work today? How? At the end of the day, you put me in your plans. And then 3, being bare with me. I want to see your real self. I mean, it's not social media. It's you and I. So if what you are wearing is a fake Gucci, it's a fake Gucci. So far as it looks good on you, you get it? For me, so far as it looks good on you, if I want it, I stay. Yeah. So the moment you say this, the next day is another thing. You are not consistent with your lying. It's a red flag for me. Oh yes, because when you tell lies, you need have to lie keep to up.
Cover up every time.
And then you forget, they question you, another lie to cover up. So I look out for these things. And the fourth and last thing for me, a lot of people take it for granted. But for me, it means a lot. You see me every day. You ask me, how are you doing? You give me things I don't even ask for. But the moment you try to let me change who I am, it's a no for me. That is how people lose themselves in a relationship. Right from the scratch, you are telling me, I want a lady with a long hair. You met me with a haircut. No, you saw others wearing a long hair.
Why did you come from me?
Exactly. So this is somebody, in the future, Papa no be harming. So for me, these are things you should be looking out for, right from the scratch. And if a man does all these things for me, it shows commitment.
But Louis, how would the relationship work? Some people say at a point you have to at least compromise kakra. So maybe my man met me with short hair, but as a woman, whatever you wear, you look good. So the
compromise is what is bringing about the demand and supply.
Yes. Because she has a short hair for a reason.
As I sit here, I'm dressing according to my pocket.
So now if you want long hair,
somewhere in 2019, I checked my bank account. I'm like, hey, this is not taking me to a salon for a ponytail or a Brazilian weave. I looked at my pocket, I'm like, no, this is for a haircut. I walked straight to a barbering shop in Osu, got a haircut for 20 cedis, and walked back to my room.
We've been cutting it till 2021.
That is what I can afford. Yeah. So if it's a compromise, Papa, miss me bottom and it can't take me to that point. So if you want me to be wearing the ponytails, are you willing to sponsor? That is where the sponsoring comes in. If you are ready to change someone, it comes with a cost.
Money.
When Christ was willing to change us from being sinners to his children, it cost him his life.
My sister, you are preaching.
Yes, he died on the cross for us.
Okay.
So if you want me to change for you, it comes with a cost.
Hallelujah.
So you should learn to take people for who they are.
Yeah. All right, Lou. Kev, but then what are the signs to look at? Because you are a man, so give the tips to the women. If your man is switching up, how would you know that, sister, where do you go, baby?
Well, first of all, I think it starts with, as she said body language, but it's a form of communication. The first important thing is communication. When your man starts cheating, the communication stops. It changes, actually. Let me put it that way. It changes because, as she said, every day you check up on me, we are talking. Mostly, I know you're scared. When you get into a relationship with someone, you become so used to, you know what time this person is busy. It gets to a time, you realize this person is supposed to call me at this time. I know this person mostly will call me at this time because the person knows that at this time I'm off work, at this time I'm on break, at this time I'm this. It changes. Like, that's the first thing you should know. And then everything she said, because you can't cheat nature. Let me be frank with you. A man that is having sex outside his relationship, assuming your man goes out to have sex right now, mostly, when he comes to no matter what you try, he is not like the way he'll be eager
and
to.
he always finds faults with you.
Yes, then
so
he
he apportions the blame.
Stomach.
Yes.
Your stomach is becoming big. Your face is becoming fat. I don't like it. A lot of things start changing. He starts complaining. And then he mostly finds problems with everything you do, not him. He will not have a problem with what he's doing. Everything he's doing is okay. But he would always have a problem with you.
You know, I am thick and I love it.
Yeah.
I love every part of me.
Yeah. Unapologetic.
Exactly. But then, I met a guy at a seminar. And then the vibe was there. You see that thing? Like,
we see.
You sit back and you watch someone, and in your mind's eye, he should look my way. He should look my way. And eventually he walks up to you, hi.
And no, you don't even take long, though.
My brother. So we started talking, and then the next thing, oh, I want to register you for. I'm like, hey, Papa. Please, I'm not going for any weight. I'm not a boxer. Since I was born, I don't know, I was a baby then, but growing up in class 1, class 2, people have been calling me big since. You saw me big.
And you
the only thing I take critical look at is to be in shape.
Yeah.
For that, it even has health implications. My body should be well aligned. But for me to change the way I look to become slim, Paula is here. I'm 3 times Paula. So if you want a slim person, feel free. If you want a heavy person,
people are there.
My dear, feel free. And you know the funny thing? When they met you, probably the vibe was different. Yeah. I love everything about you. They start cheating and you are big. So what was the last?
That's what we're trying to drive at.
But, there are some people who have accepted that it's just a situationship we are in. Like, I'm your side chick, you are my side dude, as they say it. Yeah, let's switch to those who have accepted that kind of relationship. So we agree this is what we are doing. Some people say you are my friends with benefit scenario. We are going on months, weeks, but then it looks like the conversation is getting closer. And at a point, I'm the woman. I feel like, damn, this thing is nice. He makes me feel a kind of way. Initially, we agreed. The deal was that it was just a situationship, and now I'm catchy feeling. How do I tell the person? And you, my partner, would you think that no, this is not what I signed up for? How do you deal with such a situation?
Every situation needs a different strategy.
You change the formula.
Exactly. When the beats of the drum changes, you change your dance steps. Yeah. And in the first place, what at all will make you go in for that kind of situation? Situation. No. Probably, I need rent. You are paying for my rent. I need a car. You bought me a car. And let's be frank with ourselves. You knew he is married, yes or no?
Yes. But not all the situationships are with married people.
No, let's narrow it down to that situation.
To married.
I meet
to
a married man.
person.
Yes. Because you know, side chick issues mostly has got to do with infidelity. One is married and the other is not. So at the end of the day, we entered with you knowing I'm a married man.
Yeah.
I'm a married woman these days. Anything is possible under the sun.
You shouldn't push it on the men.
It's a normal world. The new normal is a human's world. So the woman it has to admit though. Some women do it. Yeah. And some men too do it. But at the end of the day, hey, you entered knowing I am married.
And you also went knowing you are married though.
Trust you me, it's a contract. In as much as we endorsed document, you signed, some printed, that is absent, but verbal contract is still valid.
Yeah.
So I like you. I'll provide. And these days they go to the extent of saying when you are willing.
Well,
it's a breach of contract.
But then now the ladies kind of feel like, okay, I know you as a wife, and then I'll trap him by getting pregnant. Some people do. Some people do.
One problem people make: pregnancy does not keep a marriage, or pregnancy cannot keep a marriage.
Thank you.
Me personally, if you come and tell me you are trapping me with pregnancy, waboka. You will go. Because, I mean, people are married to people because they got pregnant for them and then they are being abused.
And they are still in it.
They are still in it because that was the idea they took into the relationship. It all comes back to the fact that love that you are in, that they are not giving you the same love, is toxic.
Parasitic.
Thank you. If you are in, because how do you tell me you are getting pregnant for me? If a man is rich, he has a wife, he loves his wife so much, he has struggled with his wife, done everything with his wife, and he came into a situationship with you, and you think you use birth or getting pregnant to trap the man, you are making a mistake. You've not met a crazy woman before. Eh?
So I say that the person given in a situationship has the upper hand. Because if it's
given as in financially. Because if you say given, there are other givens.
And there are some situationship that has got to do with grades and other things. The one who has what is of most value has the upper hand.
Yeah.
Because you enter a relationship with a man who is married and is providing you with everything. If you wake up tomorrow and you call him and he doesn't pick up, can you go to his house?
No. Some do.
You can't.
Some ladies do.
Unless you don't have shame.
Some ladies do not have shame.
Unless you don't have shame.
If they had shame, they will not even go into the situationship in the first place.
No.
That's the thing. See, Obia with me are going into a relationship with a married man there. She's capable of doing anything.
But then why have we normalized side chick, side dude? Why have we normalized
it? Maybe I think it's social media. Pressure. As we are saying, a lot of people who are in situationship now is because of money. A lot of them, it's just a few that you see that are in it because maybe this person has offered to pay my school fees. Sex is good, cry. No, sex has become, because of sex, you're in a relationship with a married man. You didn't find a young boy that can...
No, it's not even about marriage. When you're caught up in a situationship, you might have a boyfriend, maybe his performance is just bad. So they just want somebody who comes in handy.
Let's say like a girl who's in a relationship with another boy but is also having sex with someone else.
Yes.
Because the other person's sex is
good. Just the benefits.
She has issues. Why don't you just date the one who is good? If you want it big, go in for big. If you want it small,
go in for the one that can give you the sex.
That is it.
It's like us saying if you want a big girl, go in for a big girl. If you want
if you want servicing, go in for servicing.
If sex is your priority, go in for sex.
But now, my issue is the whole side because now people find no shame. Somebody's husband.
It's just like fraud.
Even if the wife comes to meet you, now the girls can come into class and say like, oh no, we are just friends. She knows her role. Now side chick is a normal thing due to the fact that people say, oh, he bought me a house, he bought me a car. Now it's like, you're not even part of the side chick crowd, you're not living life.
Why these things? This is a new normal. I would say it's always been in existence. It's just been rebranded and given back to us.
It's like people said now, Ashawa has been rebranded to go for
when
trips.
Polygamy, when polygamy was a part of us, let me ask this question. And dear viewers, who sees a woman today and gets married today?
No, you'd actually courting.
Exactly. And in our local dialect, we call it Mpnache. If you look at the rebranding now, it is the side chick.
Can I come in?
You get it?
Can I come in?
Come now, let me land.
I wanted to say something so that you know. So wait, I understand what you're saying, but as you said, polygamy, that's impenetrable at that time is aimed at getting married.
Hold on.
I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
Hold on. Most people meet people today, and the sole aim wasn't to get married at all.
It was just sex or something.
Things happen. It's a sequence of happenings. And then I'm like, oh, okay. I think I can cope with this for the rest of my life. Let me ask her.
Some have been accepted not to even get married to them, but be with them.
Way back, as I was saying before you interrupted, Kweku men will be married to someone and sees another woman. Some even go to the extent of reading the farms of those people just to marry their daughters. You get it? And we normalize it then.